everybody, and welcome to the culmination of our CCS season. It's the finals, and I don't think anyone here is surprised to see the two kingpin teams that are the last two left standing. I'm joined here by Naka. I'm Elsa the Queen, and I'm excited to be here. Thanks for being alongside me.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Honestly, grand finals, both of these teams 3-0'd in the semis, so this could not be more exciting.
Absolutely, and as we already jump into the bans, we see that we've got a couple of teams here who do their homework, as Zig's going to be the first ban away from Lost Chapter alongside the Aurelia and the Jinzhao, all picks that have been very, very favored by collective effort throughout these series. Syndra, Misfortune, and Lee Sin being banned away from Lost Chapter, and with Jarvan being the first pick from Lost Chapter, this doesn't surprise me whatsoever. This is a champion that we've seen lots of CCS teams favor. It's a very nice blind pick jungler that gets a lot of early advantages for himself.
Yeah, and it's looking to be answered with the Trundle here. Would be a pretty good pick into the Jarvan if it does end up getting played in the jungle. Of course, we haven't seen it a lot top lane, so honestly, I'm expecting that a little bit more, just off how strong it has been in the top lane. But if it does end up in the jungle, Trundle's a pretty good matchup into it, just because of Trundle's ability to duel with that, with the AD stealing off the queue, right? And I wonder what they're gonna pick on the second rotation here. Looks like it is gonna be the Ashe. Pretty standard pick as well, honestly. We've been seeing so much Ashe lately across all the leagues, and it's just such a strong AD carry right now, such a safe champion, and really good as a lane bully with certain supports as well.
Yeah, and as this draft starts to shape up, I'm not surprised at all to just kind of see a safe focus from both teams. These are the two teams in the league that we've seen definitely play the most meta, and if you're defining it by what you're also seeing the pros play. And both of these junglers really like things like the Jarvan, the Trundle, the Lee Sin, which was banned away by collective effort. And speaking of the jungle matchup, Gregorio, I regard him to be the best player on Lost Chapter. He's the one who sets the tempo for this team, but I think finally he has maybe met his match in drip irrigation for collective effort, who certainly has been, in my eyes, a very strong jungler, obviously assisted by his lanes. But as we see Lost Chapter, their next rotation, they are going to pick up the Ezreal and Rakan, which is kind of an interesting combination. Honestly, not one that I'm always a huge fan of as a 2v2, but what I do like about this combination is that, as we know, Ezreal is a champion that can be left alone in the bot lane for Rakan to be able to roam, and in this roam heavy support meta, it's nice to be able to unlock that Rakan pick. And just to touch on the Aatrox, which has just been picked up by collective effort as well, Me Crit You Now, he's the top laner for collective effort. A lot of people regard him as maybe one of the weaker members of this team in terms of elo. He is the lowest elo member, but he is an Aatrox one trick in solo queue. So to be able to get that one as on the second rotation, it is pretty big for collective effort, because that's a big piece of the puzzle for this team.
Yeah, I'm honestly kind of concerned that they didn't ban out the Aatrox, giving it over to a player that really only plays that champion for the most part and performs best on that champion for sure, has the most comfort on that champion. Normally, at this level of play, you generally want to ban out those champions just to force them onto something that they're not as comfortable with, because even if it's a more quote-unquote OP pick in the meta, you're generally going to see them perform at a lower level if they're not as comfortable on it. So I generally like to see those banned out, but it is going to come through here, so we're going to see that comfort pick come through for collective effort. And the Thresh is going to be locked in as well to pair with the Ashe here, so they're looking for a very aggressive lane of looking to dominate that bottom side of the map for sure.
Yeah, and I like the Thresh alongside the Ashe. Ashe, an immobile AD carry, definitely is at threat of being caught out, especially when you draft something like Jarvan 4, like Rakan. In particular, against the Jarvan, the Lantern is so useful, getting Ashe out of that Cataclysm when she does not have the flash available. And with Shen being picked up for Lost Chapter, I definitely anticipated a tank in the top lane for Lost Chapter. We see a lot of Mundo from Kevin Chen. We see something like the Shen fits that mold a lot, and Ryze being the last pick for on the blue side makes a lot of sense for me. Shin Yuna, he's a transplant into this mid lane. He came into the league being a support player. They couldn't find any good mid laners for Lost Chapter, so he went into the mid lane and he's fit in there just fine. The Syndra is the other pick that's really big for him, so which was banned out, so it's not a surprise at all for me to go to the Rise, for him to go on to the Rise now. But collective effort with this last pick, they're saving it for Philly B, the MVP of the league, and I'm honestly a little bit surprised to see him take this Victor. Certainly Victor is a strong champion. He has that huge wave clear, a lot of AoE damage, but a lot of times we've seen Philly B take some of these picks that are kind of there to dominate the lane phase, and that's not what he's going to be doing against this Rise. So a little bit of a change up there. Interesting to see, but as we already touched on earlier in the draft, both of these teams, I don't think they want to come out with some crazy draft in game one that loses them the game quickly and makes them perhaps feel a little bit demoralized. Instead, they're all coming up with something that's safe, both teams having a lot of scaling, which means that they're always having a nice fallback should they fall behind in the early game.
Yeah, and I was about to bring up, honestly, I'm not surprised at all about this Victor pick. Before we saw the Victor locked in, when we saw the Rise locked in, I was wondering if collective effort was going to match the control mage in the mid lane, or go with something more roam focused to, or even aggressive in lane, just to try and change up that pace in the mid lane. But they are just going to match it with another control mage. Victor, a very strong mage in the mid lane right now, has a lot of control over the lane, has a lot of control over the chokes in objective team fights. So collective effort looking to pretty much match Lost Chapter's team composition for the most part. Both sides pretty standard compositions, very zone focused in terms of how they're going to be playing the team fights in the later stages of the game. So we're going to see that come out towards the later half of the game, but in the earlier half, we're going to see which side decides to actually play more aggressive and look for those early picks to get themselves ahead.
Yeah, and so as I already mentioned as well, Shin Yuna, the mid laner for Lost Chapter, he's new to this role, but you wouldn't know it if you looked at their play throughout the season. Shin Yuna has just been pretty dominant in the mid lane, obviously in large part because of the other strong players that are on Lost Chapter. But if there's gonna be a player that can take advantage of their kind of being new to this lane, it's going to be Filiberto. He's the MVP of the league. We saw him on Monday. He picked up the Aurelia, the Akali, and the Corki. Two of those picks were banned out today, and he was just absolutely dominant on all three of those. I know he was on the podcast, which just aired prior to this match, and he was super confident going into the matchup. He said, if I'm playing against someone who's a support main, there is no way that I can lose. He was just feeling good about himself, and that's what you really want to see too from an MVP player going into a grand final. You can't let your nerves get the best of you. You've got to just play your game, know that you're better than your opponent, and carry it through.
Yeah, and with that in mind, we should see Victor pushing in the Rise in the early game here, just because of the obviously the player confidence difference, I'd imagine, as well as just the champion range difference. Right, this is a pretty short ranged mage in the mid lane, does have a pretty good wave clear, but if Victor is really good with the spacing, Philly should be able to zone out Shin Yuna in the early game and just force him to play further back, probably push under turret, and that will give Filiberto the priority to move into the side lanes if he wants to go for early roams. So I'm excited to see whether those actually come through as well.
Yeah, and that'll be really huge for collective effort, because if there's one thing Lost Chapter is known for, it's their mid-jungle synergy. Shin Yuna and Gregorio constantly working together, constantly roaming around the map. That's actually one of the reasons that I think the Rise works really well for this team, is that global ability to get into those side lanes together. But if you're constantly pushed in on the Rise, as you said, Naka, it becomes difficult for you to move out of your lane and try to make a difference. So the mid lane matchup is really the one that I want to highlight, really want to take a close look at in this game. But as we get into this competitive integrity spectator delay, which team comp do you like overall best?
Honestly, I prefer collective efforts team composition quite a bit more. As you said, they have the comfort with the Aatrox in the top lane. They have a very strong dominant mid laner right now. I think Victor is probably one of the best control mages you can have in the mid lane right now. We've been seeing a lot of it being played by these pro players during the EU bootcamp, specifically Faker and Showmaker have been showing a lot of success on the champion. So it's just such a strong pick right now. especially into the Rise, who, again, the range difference is going to matter a lot. And then, as well with bottom, Ashe and Thresh, very aggressive champions in the bottom lane, very early game focused. So, very lane focused, rather. So I think that they just have all winning lanes for the most part. The only what if was probably top lane. I'm not really sure how Shen matches up into Aatrox, but just based off of the player comfort, I think that collective effort has better, more consistent champions across the board.
Yeah, I agree with most everything that you said, and I think that a lot of the onus to win this game is going to end up going onto that Ezreal, going onto Deprapine. He was voted the all CCS AD carry, so one of the better bottom lane players in this league, but with a lot of weight on your shoulders in the final. We'll see if he's able to pick it up, but we're going to be right back. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, it's going to be game 1 of the grand final of the CCS Lost Chapter collective effort. Don't go anywhere. Back for game 1 of our CCS finals, collective effort and Lost Chapter taking each other on. Lost Chapter over on the blue side and collective effort is on the red side, and with all 5 members of collective effort running towards this bottom side of the map, I wonder if we might have an invade on our hands here in game number 1.
Doesn't look to be the case, unfortunately. I would love to see that early action, but we are going to see a pretty standard 5-point, 4-point for the side of collective effort. EQ now deciding to go down towards the bottom side. Looks like they might have wanted to go for something early, is why Aatrox might have been down there. But now they're just going to move back towards the 5-point there. So both sides playing it pretty safe for game 1 here, just making sure that nothing too crazy happens early. They don't want to feel a little bit too down on themselves before the minions even spawn.
So I wanted to point out that Flan, or Flan, either way, did not take items so far. He ended up running out of the fountain on Ashe without picking anything up, so he does recall. Luckily, either him or his team did notice that one, because that would have been obviously a big issue. Not sure if he's going to be able to make it back for the leash, but he should be to lane on time. And just touching on the bot lane a little bit more, Deprapine, he took the cleanse, which I do like this from the Ezreal, just because of the strength that not only the Thresh brings with the death sentence, but also the enchanted crystal arrow from the Ashe needs to be accounted for. And yes, Ezreal is a pretty slippery champion, but if Yoma is going to be allowed to roam around the map, it's going to have to be dependent on Deprapine being able to play safe, and the cleanse absolutely allows him to do that. So I like him reading and reacting with his summoner spells here in this game.
Yeah, and honestly, this might be reaching a little bit, but I kind of think Flan could have had some idea of not starting with an item right away. A little bit late on the recall if he wanted to do that, but it does hide the fact that Ashe went for the longsword 3-pot start. Obviously, it's becoming pretty standard for AD carries, but you do still sometimes see the Dorn's blade, so might have been a little bit of information being hidden away there, whether intentional or not. So
yeah, no, I think that's a good point, Naka, and I think that the thing about the 3-pot start is if the other AD carry doesn't match that, it's so annoying to not have that sustain, because the AD carry that chooses to go for the longsword can kind of just trade over and over again freely, and that just starts to get really obnoxious if you don't have the pots to be able to match it. Sometimes you can get pushed out of lane really early, so I think that's a good point.
Yeah, we are already seeing Drip Irrigation looking for a possible gank in the mid lane here. As Yona is hovering that side as well, is going to be spotted by Gregorio going into the river. Gregorio might want to try and go for a bit more, but isn't going to do so. So Gregorio actually is going to get that top scuttle for free.
Yeah, and we'll see if Drip Irrigation is able to make it down onto the bottom side to pick up the other scuttle already so early on in this game. Look at Yoma roaming through the bottom side river. It looks like he's just kind of playing bodyguard onto this scuttle, ensuring that Gregorio is able to pick up the double scuttle priority, which we know is so huge for these junglers. And with Drip Irrigation running over towards this Krug camp, it seems like there might even have been some communication by the bot lane to say, hey, the support is missing. I wouldn't run down into that river because you're probably just going to get gapped with, especially the mid lane being pushed in early from Shin Yuna as well. So Lost Chapter, they play best when they're able to play through their jungler Gregorio. So it doesn't surprise me that they put a lot of effort into making sure that he's able to pick up an early lead on this champion that's already really, really strong early on in the Jarvan. And with Kevin Chen taking a nice trade in the top lane, that's definitely what, you know, Shen wants to be able to stay comfortable in that early lane so that he can get the stand united.
Yeah, and the bottom lane from Lost Chapter, hold on. Kevin Chen might get a little bit chunked out here. Should be able to live underneath the turret. Does have the flash if he needs it. Gets hit by the W. Is going to get pulled back in. Meat Cretin now is going to flash underneath the turret. Should be able to live off the minions there. Yep, is going to do so. But Kevin Chen taking a big chunk of that. And then despite the flash being burned from Meat Cretin now, that's a lot of pressure that's exerted onto the top side already.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and I actually like how Drip Irrigation stayed a little bit longer to help his top laner make sure that that was pushed in. But from Kevin Chen, it takes a lot of discipline, I feel, to not expend your flash in that circumstance, especially once you get hit by that Aatrox W, you know you're about to get pulled in, but he pops his own W on the Shen. He knows that he'll be able to tank a little bit more damage because he'll be immune to those auto attacks, and that shows me that he really knows his champion. Kevin Chen, again, is another one of the all CCS players, all CCS in the top lane, and we've honestly actually seen in the community quite a bit of criticism about Kevin Chen. People saying he's a top laner, he plays too safe, you know, he's getting gapped by other top laners. But Shin Yuna in trouble.
Flash being forced out of Shin Yuna, going a little bit too aggressive to try and clear the wave. I think Shin Yuna actually expected the possible dive to come through, but Gregorio was here to cover regardless, so I don't think he needed to clear the wave quite so soon. And this is what I'm talking about, right? The range difference between Ryze and Victor. It gives Philly a lot of space here to harass Shin Yuna whenever he tries to go up to farm.
Yeah, and for the first few levels, Ryze has a little bit of an advantage just because Victor needs to get a couple of points in that E before he can get the whole wave down and kind of do those things that we expect Victor to do. But as he now has been able to recall for the first time and pick up actually his Lost Chapter, the namesake of the blue team, he now is going to feel a little bit more comfortable to be able to just easily clear out those waves and start to take the advantage that we anticipated he would. But, you know, going back to what I was saying about Kevin Chen, he's a player that he plays quietly. He doesn't necessarily play too hard win the top lane. I would say it's actually very similar with Shin Yuna in the mid lane. These are players that they play for their team. I know that Filiberto, again, during the podcast was complaining a little bit that a lot of the mid laners in this league refused to trade with him, and he anticipated that it would be the same with Shin Yuna, and I honestly don't think that Shin Yuna has any reason that he should be trading with Filiberto at any point in this game. He's playing the Ryze, which again is such a team-oriented pick, and he's only going to just fight alongside his jungler.
Yeah, we're not seeing any significant leads yet other than the mid lane here, actually. Filiberto already a full wave ahead and should be a little bit more so after catching this next wave here. So yeah, again, as usual, we're going to see this end up being, as expected, a match between Filiberto in the early game and Gregorio on the other side with the leads that both of them have.
Absolutely, and we see lots of pings going down into the river. It looks like Lost Chapter probably wants to maybe try to start up this dragon if they can. The bot lane has been pushed in by Depperpine pretty well, which gives a little bit of priority, and Yoma again roaming out of that bottom lane just trying to give assistance to his team, but knowing that Drip Irrigation is in the area, they're not going to go ahead and do that for now. But I have been really impressed so far with the macro game from Lost Chapter, the fact that they have caught on to this roaming support meta. They've been able to use the Rakan. That's what it does best. Rakan also probably going to go back into the bot lane pretty soon just to pick up a little bit more XP. And once Yoma hits that level 6 mark on Rakan, that's when the huge ability to engage comes in. We know Rakan is just one of the strongest engaged champions in the game, which is probably the reason that they picked him up. And Deproprine has just been doing an absolutely fantastic job here in this bot lane. 1v2, sitting about 13 CS up from his opponent in Flan. So that's why we do see, I think that's mostly...
Mikryu now ended up burning the World Ender really early in the top lane. Thought that Kevin Chen was going to be a little bit more committed onto that engage. But there's a full wave here. I don't think Kevin Chen would want to fight regardless. So World Ender just going to be burned, and it's going to be a cooldown for quite a while for this Aatrox on the top side.
Yeah, and as as that's going on, objectives being traded by both junglers. Last chapter going to go ahead and pick up the...
Oh, Kevin Chen wanting to go for more, but again, it's a huge wave. Tanked a bunch of damage off the minions there. And this top lane, it's pretty aggressive in terms of the trades, but no kills actually going down. And as I say that, Cataclysm going to come down onto Dripigation, but the Subjugate's going to keep him alive with the heal. That should be the end of the fight there. But first blood going down on the top side. Kevin Chen really wanted to catch that wave, but was way too low underneath the turret. And that's going to be first blood over to Mikryu now.
And what are you doing if you're Kevin Chen in that circumstance? Yes, there's a huge wave that you want to catch, but the teleport was available for the Shen, so I'm just really confused why he wouldn't have sacrificed a few of those minions just to recall, teleport back into the wave. I mean, even if you lose the entire thing, it's not worth feeding the kill over to the Aatrox and Mikryu now. And, the top laner that we would expect to be the weaker out of these two picks up the early kill, and that advantage on this Aatrox is really critical, because if the Shen is able to accelerate to, one or two items without dying 1v1 to the opposing top laner, he becomes basically impossible to kill in that lane matchup for the rest of the game. So clutch play by Mikryu now, picking up the 1v1 first blood, and that's not something that I really expected to happen, honestly.
Yeah, and Kevin Chen does pick up the Bramble Vest, so going to be a little bit more safer on the top side, going to be able to reduce a little bit of that healing coming out from the Aatrox early. Gregorio's looking to gank this top side though, hovering on that Tri-Bush, is starting to walk up now. Doesn't have the Cataclysm, but Mikryu now does get taunted up. There's the World Ender coming out from him and the Flash to get underneath the turret. Realm Warp coming in with the Flash and the Root though, and there's a Sand United to keep Shin Yuna alive underneath the turret. Gregorio goes deep into that, and Shin Yuna picks up that kill for himself.
And that is the great team coordination that I was talking about with Lost Chapter. We see the way that they're able to tank the turret aggro with Shin Yuna just feeling confident to dive right under the turret because he knows Kevin Chen has that Stand United available. But now with Drip Irrigation here in the bot lane, I'm curious to see if he's going to want to drop this.
Gregorio going to go in with an EQ onto Filiberto. Cataclysm's down onto him, but doesn't have any more damage, and the Flash is out of the Cataclysm, and the Chaos Storm's gonna finish off Gregorio.
And again, just a little bit of greed from Lost Chapter. Gregorio going in for the 1v1. Yes, it was extremely close, but there's just not really a reason if you're the Jarvan that you have to risk that. He could have just come in to make sure that Filiberto didn't pick up any more turret plates, and that would have been fine, but instead he jumps in, gets greedy, maybe a little bit of nerves coming in with this final, wanting to show that he's the better player out of the 1v2. I know Gregorio and Philly B were the only two players who did get MVP votes in this league, but Filiberto, I mean, there was at least a 1-level gap at that time with the Victor being ahead of the Jarvan, so a little bit of a perplexing, a rare bad decision from Gregorio.
Yeah, and Filiberto just knew that he could stand his ground there. Cataclysm is probably one of the worst ultimates to have against a Victor, where you can just drop the Chaos Storm on you, and you can't really get out of it yourself without dropping a Cataclysm. So for Victor, right, when Jarvan ults onto him, it's going to be one way or the other every time.
Yeah, and I could just even feel how Gregorio was waiting like 1 second on cue so that he could just, put out the spear there and just try to get the kill, but the cooldown just wasn't there, and he just went down. So again, just a bad decision, and he's probably going to come back to regret that one a lot, because the Victor, you know, even though we talked about how it's a little bit of a safer pick from Filiberto, it's certainly one that scales so reliably. Once he's able to drop the Chaos Storm on the entire team, it starts to get real obnoxious.
Drops down the Chaos Storm onto Shin Yuna. Looks like they want to try and go for a bit more there, but they didn't really get an angle to do so. That does force Shin Yuna back, who doesn't have teleport right now, so it's gonna be a little bit rough for the foreseeable future in that lane. World Ender coming down on top side. Me Crit You Now gets the first knockup onto Kevin Chen, misses the second. And these World Enders have not really been providing that much value for this Aatrox early.
No, not at all. You know, but not that big of a cooldown considering the fact that it doesn't really help him that much to escape from ganks. I think also he's probably pretty confident that Gregorio is on the bottom side of the map, because we see that the Cloud Dragon is spawning in just a second. But I did want to point out the strong... Oh!
Hook down onto Yama.
But he's all right. But I just wanted to note how much vision has been set down by both of these teams. You can kind of see on the mini-map the amount of vision that's been set down into the river. Some of it has been from collective effort. Some of it's already been spotted out and taken away by Lost Chapter. But they also, the blue team, Lost Chapter, they've also set up so much vision into their own jungle. And both of these teams have, when we've seen them on the stream, we know that they put a huge emphasis on the dragon. And it looks like ultimately, even though the Scuttle did go over on that side to collective effort, Lost Chapter is going to be the first to be down there again. So it will be 2 dragons picked up already, and with an Infernal Rift coming in, you know that both of these teams are going to be hungry for the rest of the dragons. Collective effort is really going to want to grab the next one so that the possibility of the soul is denied, because that's another part of the scaling that's just going to be absolutely critical for both of these teams. Both of them have lots of champions that would hugely benefit from that Infernal Soul.
Oh, that's going to be a 3-second stun there down onto Depper Pine. But no one was there to follow up, so it should be fine. That's going to be Ashe all down for quite a while now. No objectives up right now, so it should be fine, unless either side wants to go for the second Rift Herald here. But I don't think that is going to be the case. And I'm waiting to just see how quickly Filiberto accelerates here on this Victor. It already has a kill, which is even more important for Victor than other champions because of the 25 stacks you get off the passive, right? So this Victor's accelerating extremely quickly and should be able to contest the next dragon as well.
And drip irrigation, we can see how Filiberto having this lead in the mid lane, being able to push up, is benefiting the rest of the map as well, because his jungler able to push off Gregorio from the Scuttle Crab, and with the second Rift Herald being alive here, looks like both teams are looking to maybe get priority over this area. With the Scuttle Crab down, though, it's going to be very tricky for Lost Chapter to come into that river and try to take it down. Both teams kind of just trading a bit of vision. Deproprine going to end up being left down in there in the bot lane, and with the bottom lane from collective effort coming up early, they're going to have priority on the Scuttle now. They're going to take that one down.
Yeah, and Deproprine as a response is just going to be looking to get damage onto this bottom outer turret. Meanwhile, the other team's looking to maybe dive Kevin Chen, but Kevin Chen already knows this is coming and is starting his recall early. Is going to be able to get it out. Oh, isn't going to be able to get it out. The pillar stops him, and it looks like they might look to dive top off of this Herald.
Yeah, Realm Warp incoming, though.
You can see the rest of Lost Chapter coming to try and defend, but the turret's going to fall pretty quickly here. Arrow going to come out, stops Shin Yuna in his tracks as soon as he comes in, flashes out, and the Cataclysm onto 2 members now. Me Crit You Now is very low, is going to be falling as the first casualty of the fight. Filiberto on the backside comes in onto Shin Yuna with the Chaos Storm. Is going to be taken out by Shin Yuna, though. They do trade kills, but Kevin Chen is caught out, and the rest of the team is going to back off. It ends up being a 2-for-2 after all that chaos.
Yeah, overall, a 2-for-2. Tower goes down for collective effort, but a tower also going down on the bot side for Deproprine. And you can call it maybe a little bit of a poorer rotation from Lost Chapter because of the fact that their AD carry wasn't there to support them. But you also have to keep in mind that that was a 4v5 team fight, and it still ends up being a 2-for-2, 2 kills going over to both teams. So that shows me that Lost Chapter is still in a really strong position in that fight. Had the Ezreal been there to rain down some of that additional damage, I really think that that one could could have been turned into the favor of Lost Chapter, but ultimately being able to pick up that entire turret on for the Ezreal is going to be really important, because Ezreal is going to be a huge amount of the damage in the late game for Lost Chapter. Gregorio on the Jarvan will eventually fall off quite a bit with his damage. Obviously, we know Shen doesn't bring very much, and Ryze, while he is a damage threat, his damage is going to become honestly pretty pedestrian in comparison to Filiberto on this Victor. So it's important to funnel the gold down into Deprapine, and they were able to do that. Game still remaining really close here, just a 500 gold lead for Collective Effort.
Oh, Shin Yuna got a good route onto Filiberto. Is going to get stunned by the gravity field, though, and the Chaos Storm is going to push Shin Yuna back. Pretty aggressive trade in the top lane. I feel like Shin Yuna had an angle to maybe get a kill on Filiberto there, but unfortunately could not do so. Is matching pretty well into Filiberto in the mid lane, though. Barely behind in CS and pretty much same on the scoreboard. Has an extra assist, which pretty much makes up for that missing CS.
Yeah,
but other than that,
yeah, and I'm impressed. Go ahead.
Yeah, nothing else going to come out of that. And I want to point out about that earlier fight. Ended up being a 2-for-2, and as you mentioned, Ezreal wasn't even there. But on top of that, Ezreal was free farming bottom and got that bottom turret as well off of that. So it's just a lot of gold going back into the hands of Lost Chapter. And with after everything's settled, they're still even in gold pretty much.
Yeah, and with the dragon spawning in just about 5 seconds here, I would anticipate that we're going to see another fight. It's going to be started up right away by Collective Effort, but if we know anything about Gregorio, he'll have something to say about this.
Oh, Gregorio is going to come in. Smites way too early, but does have the EQ to get out, so no flash needed. Good attempt to steal, though, but now we see Dragon on the board for Collective Effort, and if they can continue to keep stacking those Infernal Dragon buffs are going to keep adding up pretty quickly here.
Yeah, and that's kind of some of the advantage that comes that happens when you are taking the first two.
Oh my gosh, another aggressive trade from these mid laners in the top side. And you can see just how bloodthirsty both of them are. Well, you talked earlier about Filiberto complaining about the league, no one really trading with them in the mid lane, and we're definitely seeing a lot more of that aggression coming out from Shin Yuna now. Doesn't have the Everfrost quite yet, so I don't think he wants to look for another trade until that's up at least. Shin Yuna is at a pretty significant HP deficit, but Gregorio and Yama are here to dive underneath the turret. Quickness comes in onto Filiberto, and that's going to be a kill over to Gregorio. The turret is going to fall before the Ashe ult could hit Gregorio. World Ender coming up from Me Crit You now, trying to chase down Shin Yuna, does pick up the kill with the W. And now it's a 3 versus 2. Me Crit You now has a lot of sustain, though, as Cider Mill comes in. They're looking to chase even further, and you can see that Gregorio just decided to back out the other way and recall. And Kevin Chen is going to be the sacrificial lamb to keep the rest of the players there alive. Gregorio does get spotted going into the jungle, though, so maybe he'll get caught out here before he can finish his recall. But no, you can see Drip Irrigation walking the wrong way, and that is going to be Gregorio getting out. But that's 2 kills over to the side of Collective Effort.
Yeah, and just another extremely close fight there. I really thought that Lost Chapter was going to take everything there just because they had such a jump. I honestly think that maybe if they had backed off of the turret instead of taking it, I know it was really, really low, but Gregorio staying a little bit longer, and then Me Crit You now just very, very impressive on this Aatrox. It's no surprise that he's a one-trick on this champion because of the fact that he knows his limits. He has so much sustain in this fight. You would have expected that 2v3 the Aatrox, you would have expected him to fall, but instead he continues to stay up. He continues to get that lifesteal and stay alive into the top lane. Ends up being an advantage for Collective Effort with kind of a pretty cheeky escape from Gregorio going back into the jungle after hiding in that top lane area. So again, just really close from both teams. It is just a 200, maybe even it looks like just a 100 gold lead separating both of these squads, with the top lane turret going down. And that's really a lot of the difference in the gold right now, or the reason that Lost Chapter is as close as they are, is because there is that difference of the bottom lane turret having fallen for Lost Chapter versus the bottom lane turret still being up on the side of collective effort. So we're getting every little bit of what we wanted so far in this game. These are the top two teams in the CCS for a reason. They're very dominant, they have good communication, they team fight well, and they're showing us every bit of it.
Oh, Rumor coming in from Shinyuna with the root as well. Flash taunt onto Filiberto, and he is going to fall. Chaos Storm should not be able to finish off Shinyuna, and that's going to be Filiberto just getting picked off there, not expecting the Realm Warp to come through.
Yeah, and nice Realm Warp from Shinyuna, just playing the map with the globals in a way that is very impressive, but again, something that we expect from Lost Chapter to play in this coordinated fashion. And twice in a row, Filiberto a little bit caught out in the top lane. He obviously did get dove under that turret, but granted that the turret was so low, he kind of had to expect that he would be under a little bit of pressure. And then in this bottom lane, he's in such a long lane there, and with the Shen having the taunt, it's really a time where and the Rise also having the Realm Warp available, you can't be going up that far if you're Filiberto. So maybe getting just a little too invested in this trading with these champions that he's going 1v1 against in the lane. But here we are again. Naka, it's just 30 seconds until the next Infernal Drake spawns, and both teams are hungry to take it down.
Yeah, and you can see Collective Effort already has the first move on it, already in the river trying to force Lost Chapter out. And they're going to look to try and chase even further before Dragon spawns. World Ender and Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to come out. Unfortunately, it is going to go wide. And with those ultimates down, that's going to give Lost Chapter a little bit of an opportunity to go in here. But the hook is going to land onto Gregorio. Cataclysm's down onto 3 people. But now they're all stuck in the Chaos Storm, as 2 members are already down for Lost Chapter. Kevin Chen looks to be the third. And that's a double kill for Filiberto as the dragon spawns. And they're going to back up towards this and get their second dragon.
And that is just not where you want to fight if you're Collective Effort. You pointed it out in the draft, Naka, but Filiberto on this Victor absolutely thrives in those team fights where you get the enemy team funneled into a small area, and ultimately Gregorio dropping the Cataclysm. I feel that he actually trapped his own team in that area after getting hooked up. So instead of just using his flash to get away from Cider Mill's hook, he's going to get caught. Infernal Drake goes down, and next it's going to be the Baron.
Yeah, and Gregorio just spawned. I don't think he'll actually make it in time to stop this. It's going down pretty fast. They do a lot of damage to this. Oh my gosh. Drip Irrigation got so low, had to smite early, but luckily for him, no one is here to stop them. But they are going to be caught out as they try to recall here. Realm Warp comes in. Cider Mill's going to be the first casualty. Flan's falling as well, and Drip Irrigation can barely get out of this. Isn't going to be able to do so. Deprapine on the backside manages to clean them up on the flank. And that's 4 kills over to the side of Lost Chapter. And only 1 Baron left alive on Me Crit You Now.
Yeah, and Lost Chapter, oh, I wish we could have a replay of that team fight, because the way that they play in these team fights is just so much more advanced than a team of the ELO that they are. The way that you could see all 4 of them as a team moving over onto that left far side of the Baron pit, making sure that they're all grouped together, focusing down targets 1v1. I also would just be really curious to hear their comms, because there just must be some very clear things coming out. And just like that, yes, they do lose the team fight. The Baron ends up going down, but look at the gold lead, Naka. It is going for Lost Chapter, and you would just not expect that after such a disastrous team fight, honestly, on the bottom side, but arguably even more disastrous as a response.
Yeah, and part of that is that Drip Irrigation actually had a shutdown as well. It was 3-0 before that death came out. So that's a lot of gold swapped back over to the side of Lost Chapter. That's a lot of tempo that's going over to their side now. They are being pushed in with the Baron buff here on Me Crit You Now. So that is going to give a little bit of pressure back to the side of Collective Effort. But there's definitely a lot of tempo swung over to the side of Lost Chapter now, and I'm wondering if they're going to be able to use some of that onto this next dragon coming up in 2 minutes and 40 seconds here.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, there is still one, as Kevin Chen just holding down this bottom lane, but there is still one Baron buff available on Me Crit You now, so if Collective Effort is able to use that well, it still will yield some advantages for this team. It is a little bit of a bummer because you want to keep generally the Aatrox in a side lane. He doesn't prefer to stay grouped up with the rest of the team using this Baron buff. You'd like him to be able to generate some sort of split pressure, but as it is, he's going to be grouping up with the team instead, and this honestly really inhibits the wave clear from Shin Yuna on the rise as well as Deborapine with the Ezreal, just because of the reduction in magic damage that these minions do take. So as we see Collective Effort continuing to be grouped up, I think that we're going to see a lot of team fights in the rest of this game, and who team fights is better it will end up separating one of these teams from the other in this extremely close game number 1.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's fun that Me Crit You now has been grouping with the team. We have been seeing them engage off of the World Ender pretty frequently in the mid game here, so I think that's their game plan for the most part. They're going to look to try and start fights off of Me Crit You now with that movement speed and the hard CC coming out from that Aatrox.
Bottom lane turret finally will go down for Lost Chapter. Still a turret lead, 2 turrets up actually for Lost Chapter, which again is going to comprise mostly the entirety of this gold lead. Checking in a little bit on the items, we are seeing 3 items come out from both of the main carries from Lost Chapter, with Shin Yuna picking up the Everfrost as well as finishing their Seraph's Embrace and the Zanya's Hourglass, and then the Divine Sunder, the Sorelda's Grudge from Ezreal, and the Muramana also finished off. So especially with those tier items stacked too, that they hit that a few minutes ago, but that was another big break point that Lost Chapter needed to get through to have some of the strength. But 30 seconds on the dragon, and I'm expecting just yet another brawl. And now that both teams have 2 dragons, and the teleport comes in, it means that they both really want to pick it up.
Oh, and Crystal Arrow's gonna land onto Gregorio before the dragon even spawns. Cataclysm's gonna keep them all in place for now, and Soldermill is gonna be the first casualty of the fight. Me Crit You now is still pretty healthy and has all the champions he needs to heal off of. Is gonna pick up 2 kills. Meanwhile, on the backside, Flan's in trouble, though. Deborapine picks up that kill, flashes out to keep himself alive. Gregorio is very healthy if he wants to continue this fight, but immediately is chunked out by Filiberto, and Drip Irrigation is very low, is going to be taken out, and Deborapine, no fear, went back in to finish off the kill onto Filiberto at the end of that. And it's such a scrappy fight. It ends up being a 4-for-4 so far. Deborapine wants to look for more, does have a lot of range to work with. But Me Crit You now is so scary on this Aatrox already, and has flash as well if he wants to try and contest. Is going to back off though. So that is going to be dragging over to the side of Lost Chapter, and Soul Point for them as well.
And these fights just continue to be so close. And my MVP of this team fight, it has to be Deborapine. At first, he bides his time in the backline on Ezreal, but then eventually he gets so aggressive, eating over the wall, going for that Q to finish off Filiberto. Expending the Zanya's Hourglass to keep himself alive for just a moment longer, but then eventually Deborapine able to snipe him out on the side. And I also want to just point out how long Gregorio was able to survive in that team fight. He dove right in right away using the Cataclysm, and I thought he was a goner. He got pretty low, but his itemization comes in so clutch in this circumstance. The Sterix Gauge ends up popping, which gives him a huge shield, and then Gore Drinker, in my opinion, Naka, the most broken item in the current meta for League, because of the fact that he's able to restore so much of his missing health by hitting the champions using the active for this item. So this game just not disappointing, and now with the Baron having spawned again, that's probably going to be the next objective for both teams. And with 3 dragons for Lost Chapter, that brings them such a big advantage, because as we know, when teams pick up 3 dragons, it means that they're not forced into that bottom lane river to fight over it if they don't want to. Should they get into a circumstance where either they're disadvantaged in vision or they have a member down, they don't have to necessarily fight for that dragon, because it's only the 3rd one for Collective Effort, whereas Collective Effort, they are absolutely locked into fighting for that. So just a little bit of a map advantage once that next dragon does spawn, but for now, both teams dancing around the Baron.
Yeah, and you were talking about Gregorio staying alive for so long in that fight. Part of that was that both sides actually, as soon as the fight started, both sides tried to go deep into the backline, trying to take out the carries first. So Gregorio was kind of left alone there to kind of just do whatever he wants as the fight progressed. And with the range differences on specifically just the Ezreal for the most part, no one could really get onto Depperpine to actually finish him off, and Shin Yuna, the other carry, rises a champion that can stand his ground very well. So you just saw, honestly, a lot of champion differences in the opening stage of that fight.
Yeah, and it also just shows how well planned out this draft from Lost Chapter is, with the Jarvan jumping in. It just, with the Cataclysm, just groups several members in for Yoma to be able to go in on the Rakan and use the quickness ultimate in order to charm up multiple members, and then also with the grand entrance, just knocking multiple people up as well. So Shen also to follow it up. But one thing I want to talk about now is that it's going to be up shortly, but there is currently a teleport advantage for Kevin Chen on the Shen. Not only does he actually have the teleport available, but the Stand United as well. Shin Yuna also with his teleport. Oh, and now we are going to see a disconnect from Gregorio, so we're probably going to get into a pause here for a moment, I would imagine. As it looks like it's actually... it looks like the entire spectator is also going to lag, which is something that we are not a stranger to here in the CCS.
Oh, and as we're going to get back into it right now, it looks like Collective Effort knows Dragon's coming in 2 minutes. They're going to try and force a fight before it even spawns. Gregorio gets hooked right away, but look at the shield coming in from Stand United. It's going to keep him alive for a little bit longer. It's going to fall down to Flan. And look at all members of Collective Effort grouped up here, playing together as a team, trying to chase down Kevin Chen now for the 3rd kill. Is going to fall down to Flan for a triple kill, and that should be Baron for the team. You see Shin Yuna pushing on the bottom side, but you can see here that Filiberto is going to recall and match that, so they aren't even going to be able to trade anything off of this.
And Gregorio once again getting picked off to start the team fight. Yes, he does get the Stand United shield as well as the Sterix Gauge shield. It will be popped as Shin Yuna, it does pick up the turret, but won't be able to get anything more. Oh.
Well, Filiberto picking up the kill onto Shin Yuna on the side as the rest of the team has picked up Baron. Isn't going to recall. They're all going to push up in this top side and get this turret at least. 15 seconds left on Kevin Chen. Gregorio spawning just now, so they should be able to defend the inhibitor turret, but they're going to lose this inner turret here as a result. They're going to keep pushing, actually. Collective Effort wants to go for more. They're going to start hitting the inhibitor turret right now. And Filiberto isn't even here. They don't even need the pressure of the Victor to take out that turret. And they're going to keep the inhibitor alive. I really like this. I really like when teams actually leave up these inhibitors. They don't want to funnel the gold and XP into the enemy team quite yet.
Yeah, absolutely. No reason to. They do have the top lane all the way pushed in, and with the dragon just about to spawn in 18 seconds, they need to make sure that they can get their resets out and are able to get over to that dragon pit in time, just because they really don't want the soul for Lost Chapter. Now, Gregorio, he is up. He is in the area, and there is going to be a fight over this.
Oh, teleport coming out already from Filiberto, and Shin Yuna has arrived as well, pushing up the mid lane just to make sure they have priority there. And this is so crucial for either side to get. Definitely more so for Collective Effort, though. Honestly, if Lost Chapter wants to give this up, they can if they want to try and push out a lane, but they don't really have anything to push, so they definitely want to contest this, being on Soul Point. Yep, the pressure is on Collective Effort for sure to take this, though, because they need to be the ones to deny the soul. Oh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to land onto Shin Yuna, and he can't stay alive for anything. Double kill already down for Filiberto. Gregorio is going to be the 3rd kill. That's a triple kill already for Filiberto. And a beautiful pillar is going to stop Depperpine in his place. Cleanses nothing, and the G is going to come out for not. That's a quadra kill over to Filiberto. And now for 40 seconds, they can do whatever they want on the map.
Yeah, and that might just be the game, Naka. They're going to go straight into the bot lane where they do have this wave and push in. Not worried about the dragon for now because they're able to at least pick up the inhibitor here. Maybe with the fact that this inner turret was still standing, that might have slowed them down just enough. But they're right now collective effort. They showed that their team comp, it just has a larger amount of damage than Lost Chapter does, especially with Shin Yuna falling so early in the fight. It just means that they can't even have a hope or a prayer to take down all these teams.
Seconds left on 2 members. Kevin Chen goes in with Taunt and Yauma as well, trying to stall as much as they can, but they can't do it. And that's gonna be game 1 over to collective effort.
Yeah, then it's going to be a close game, but ultimately a victory for collective effort. Once they're able to take their moment, they snowball the game, they pick up their second Baron, and they don't even need the dragon. They just go for the Nexus. And if that is any representation of what this series is going to be like, wow, we're in for a good one.
This was definitely a hard-fought one from Lost Chapter. We saw both sides not wanting to give a single inch in this game. Neither side really trading anything except for that first Herald Dragon trade, but other than that, they've been both sides contested everything in this game.
Yeah, and just looking at the damage charts, we can see that the Victor was able to pump out by far the most damage in this game. Honestly, that's something that we expected from this pick from the get-go. So, collective effort getting a lot of value off of the last pick. Victor absolutely dominant in these late-game team fights. You know, there was a couple hiccups there in the mid lane where Filiberto did get caught out a couple of times, but it doesn't matter if you show up when all the chips are on the line. Collective effort taking down game 1, and we're gonna go to a short break, but don't change that dial because we'll be back in just a couple of minutes for game 2. Awesome series on our hands. CCS finals. See you in a couple minutes. Welcome back to game 2 of our grand final for the CCS with Lost Chapter once again on the blue side, collective effort on the red side. And I'm not exactly sure, I'll have to get confirmation and look into it, but I think that Lost Chapter had side selection in this game, and they do opt to go back to the blue side. And so that's interesting to me. What it's indicative of is that Lost Chapter is a team that plays very well with just getting priority picks. They're not someone who wants to save a counter pick for something like Shin Yuna in the mid lane. They don't really care for saving counter picks either for Kevin Chen into the top lane. So it shows to me that they're probably going to try to get another strong priority pick. And with Jarvan again first picked, I thought Gregorio was really strong on the Jarvan last time. I just want to see a little bit more damage picked up this time by Lost Chapter.
I really like this actually. I think that the Trundle ban really just indicates that they want to give more priority to Gregorio. He got a lot of priority early, of course, but once Trundle is able to duel the Jarvan, it's a lot harder to play the matchup. So I think taking that out, it's a pretty good adaptation here. But other than that, we might see just a run back here from both sides, playing similar compositions, maybe different champions. But I imagine the overall playstyle of both these teams is going to be pretty similar.
And Sejuani locked in for collective effort. Certainly a champion that we've seen have a lot of prevalence in past metas. Something that it's not out of this world to see it being taken now, but certainly not one of the very strongest jungle picks. And what it signals to me is with Lee Sin being left open by collective effort, or even kind of trying to bait that one from Lost Chapter, because that is one of the signature champions for Gregorio, but instead they stick to the Jarvan 4, and that makes sense to me because there's no way that Drip Irrigation doesn't play Jarvan. So forcing him onto something else like this Sejuani, again, just to speak to more of what you said, Naka, it gives that early priority to Lost Chapter and to Gregorio. But with Ashe and Braum being locked in as the bot lane, this is an extremely strong bot lane from Lost Chapter. I think it gives them a lot of more 2v2 dominance than what they had in the last game. And Echo has been locked in for Filiberto. It was banned all throughout the series that we saw on Monday. It banned away from Filiberto. It was banned last game by Lost Chapter, and Echo is his #1 played champion. Last game we thought maybe the Victor didn't give him as much agency as we would have liked. He's gonna have it with this Echo pick.
Yeah, and collective effort deciding to drop the Ashe pick on second on R2 here, going for the Sejuani instead, and giving themselves the comfort picks in both top and mid this time around before the second ban phase could come through to target them out. So I like the adaptation from them here as well. It shows a lot of confidence after that game 1 win.
Yeah, and looking to the bans, the round 2 bans here, Twisted Fate, Rise, both being banned out alongside the Syndra. They're really just trying to limit the champion pool from Shin Yuna. He's been a little bit untested with this, to be honest, throughout our CCS split. He's played a lot of Syndra and a lot of Rise, definitely by far his 2 most played champions. The TF, I actually happen to know because on an analyst desk earlier when we had Shin Yuna on, he talked about how he didn't really feel very highly of the TF. It's a champion that it seems like it would fit his wheelhouse with the global and with the CC that it brings, but not something he necessarily likes to play. Mordekaiser locked in, just another really safe pick for the top lane. And now with the Graves locked in last, this is something that I've seen a lot of in solo queue. Naka, you talked about those kind of boot camp streams where you've seen a lot of the pros. Graves in the mid lane, that's absolutely where I'm thinking that this pick is going to go, and I'm really excited to see it because it's not something that I'm very familiar with.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see this. Graves is such a dominant champion when he's in lane, especially into champions like Echo who can't really duel him that well. Even if Echo gets onto him, Graves can kind of just stand his ground, dish out his damage there. And of course, Graves thrives in the close range, close quarter combat skirmishes, right? So we're definitely gonna see that here, and Graves should be able to push out the mid lane for the most part. Being able to get that lane priority, so Echo is really gonna have a tough time trying to get out of laning phase against this Graves for sure.
Yeah, and I like the way that Collective Effort has picked up a couple of really supportive champions to go alongside the 3 other very aggressive picks that they took. Aphelios for Flan in the bot lane. I like how they're showing that the bot laner from Collective Effort, that we've got this meme going around in the chat of Flan, maybe he can only play Ziggs, he played Ashe in this last game, you know, so what, kind of some of these champions that are easier to play just because they're centered around very specific roles. But if you want to test the ability of an AD carry, putting them on something like an Aphelios absolutely does that, but having the Lulu from Cidermill in his back pocket, having the wild growth to be able to pop him up and keep him safe is going to be really important as we get into the later game team fights especially. But the wild growth also, I think it synergizes really well with something like the Echo that just dive into the backline. If you're able to get the wild growth onto him, it can pop up a lot of the team members and just kind of create some kind of a wombo combo type situation. So as pedestrian as the drafts in game 1 were, I feel like it's kind of the same but in the opposite direction here for game 2. The Graves being picked up, the Aphelios and Lulu, and then even the Echo, but the most important for me, we already highlighted the mid lane matchup last game, and it really didn't disappoint, as you pointed out, Naka. So well, Shin Yuna was not afraid to trade with Filiberto all throughout the game, and if you like seeing 1v1 mid laner fights, Echo and Graves, that's going to be on a whole nother level from Rise and Victor.
Yeah, honestly, if Shin Yuna plays this as aggressive as I hope he will, I don't think Filiberto will actually be able to play the lane. Just constantly being shoved in by the buck shots coming up from Graves should make it pretty hard for Echo to even look to trade him if he's always constantly being shoved underneath the turret. Graves did get a mana nerf to his Q. 20 mana up is pretty significant, but honestly in lane, it's not really going to matter too much. It's going to make him maybe lose 1, maybe 2 Qs at most in lane before he needs to recall. But other than that, I don't really see it affecting how the lane's going to go that much. So we'll see if Lost Chapter can do anything with that priority in the mid lane, or we'll see if Collective Effort can do anything to stop that from happening. Maybe Filiberto has a way of playing the lane that I'm not really sure of against the Graves, but if he can find an angle to relieve some of that pressure, it'll be really good for Collective Effort.
Yeah, and if there's anyone in this league that would know how to win this lane, it's going to be Filiberto. He has by far the most solo queue games on his account on this Echo Champion. He was on the podcast for people who listened just before this, talking about how Echo is his absolute favorite champion. He loves to pilot this pick, and a lot of it is, I'm sure, because of the assassination potential, because of the agency he has to be able to play in these side lanes, as I anticipate that he will do. Both of these mid laners really do play very well alongside their teams, so I do think that both of them will probably pick up the teleports again, but that won't inhibit them from playing aggressive in the mid lane. And so once again, it's going to be about Drip Irrigation and Gregorio coming into the mid and also fighting over these scuttle crabs with their mid laners. We saw a lot of 2v2 into the mid lane, and I expect to see that again. But going down into going up into the top lane, I like that Kevin Chen was given a little bit more ability to fight and stand up for himself in the lane this time against the Aatrox. I don't think there was necessarily anything wrong with the Shen. Kevin Chen, he did kind of honestly feed that first blood over to me crit you now, which was not something that he needed to do, but now that he has the Mordekaiser with that Death Realm, able to take one member out of the fight and able to win those 1v1s, I think it'll give us the ability to see the all CCS player that he is in this 1v1 matchup.
Yeah, and honestly, yet again, I'm really liking Collective Effort's composition. We're seeing pretty similar standard playstyles from both sides again this time, except in the mid lane. It really indicates that both sides are looking to skirmish a lot more early, looking to get those early leads and push themselves into the mid game to play for those objectives. And Collective Effort in particular, we talked about last game with the Aatrox having so much sustain, just going into the entire enemy team and staying alive, and that survivability is pretty much tripled up here with the Echo, with the Lulu as well. So it's going to be a very tough time for Lost Chapter to manage to pick anyone off.
And just before we go into this spectator delay, I want to talk a little bit about the scaling from both teams. Certainly there are scaling effort elements from both Lost Chapter and Collective Effort, but with the Aphelios and the Lulu being these bottom lane lock-ins, I really think that there's a bit of more of a scaling advantage towards Collective Effort in this game in comparison to the last one, where I felt like it was fairly even. Certainly the Victor did end up outscaling pretty hard in the end in the hands of Filiberto, but if you are Collective Effort and you do fall behind a little bit, you are able to just fall back to, hey, we can continue farming up with this Aphelios, make sure he gets to that 3 or 4 item mark, and then that's the point at which Flan, who did play really well in game 1, should be able to take over. The Sejuani is going to get tankier and tankier, and unlike the Jarvan, who falls off a little bit in his damage, you never really expect Sejuani to do damage, right? She's there to throw out her ultimate and catch members out, so I would look for Lost Chapter have a little bit more pressure on them to get something going in the early game. But until then, we are going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to be back in just a minute. Game 2 of Collective Effort versus Lost Chapter. Game 1 was a banger. We're hoping we're going to get the same from Game 2, and I'm sure we will, so stay tuned. We're back for game 2 of Collective Effort versus Lost Chapter, and Lost Chapter back on the blue side again, running back just the Jarvan 4, but the rest of their composition picking up some new elements, and something that we didn't really touch on so far, Naka, was the Deproprime getting the Ashe, and I do really like this for a couple of reasons. First of all, Flan performed really well in game 1 on the Ashe pick, in particular his enchanted crystal arrows to start the team fights were really on point, so I like taking that away from the bot lane. But secondly, I do like that it's giving a little bit more agency to Deproprime down here in the bot, because he did play really well on the Ezreal. He had the most damage for his team, but ultimately he just didn't have the DPS to be able to fully carry these team fights. And with the Ashe, although it's not generally considered a hyper carry on the level that something like an Aphelios is, it does have quite a bit of agency if you're able to sit back there in the backline to cut through some of the members of Collective Effort. In particular, looking at the Aatrox, which was just kind of impossible eventually in the game for a Deproprime to be able to take down with the Ezreal. So just a little bit more ability to do so on the Ashe, and I'm excited to see that Lost Chapter was willing to trust him with this pick.
Yeah, and you can already see Shin Yuna pressuring the mid lane, positioned to just shove that in pretty much every single wave and deny Filiberto as much as he can.
Yeah, and Shin Yuna, he was, 4 bans coming out, or rather 3 bans coming out against Shin Yuna in this game. Quite a few, considering especially the fact that Naka, every single player on the roster of Lost Chapter was a CCS All-Star except Shin Yuna. I know a lot of people felt like he kind of got shorted in that regard, but it's interesting to see all those bans come down to him, and then I think that it's pretty respectable as a support main player to have something else like this Graves in the back pocket, but it is a little bit different of a playstyle from what we're used to seeing from Shin Yuna. We're used to these AP kind of champions, and then in addition, just to point out the summoner spells, Graves does end up picking up the Ignite. Now, we're so used to Shin Yuna playing for the team, having that teleport. Filiberto does take the teleport on the other side, so I really want to see Shin Yuna taking advantage of that aggressive summoner spell early on in this game.
Yeah, Shin Yuna looking to just bully Filiberto as much as possible here, and I honestly like the Ignite in that regard. Although, I did bring up that Graves does have a little bit of mana issue, as the Q did get nerfed quite a bit, so not taking the TP really makes it hard for Shin Yuna to look for good resets without that teleport as a backup if Filiberto is able to shove out that wave. It is an echo, so even if he is behind, he should be able to clear waves pretty well. But Shin Yuna is already pressuring the jungle here. Drip Irrigation goes in onto Gregorio. Does get stunned up by Filiberto off the parallel convergence. Flashes in to get the second Q onto Gregorio. And Drip Irrigation is just going to be the sacrificial lamb there. As the rest of the team's coming in now, Me Crit You now is going to get stunned up. Oh, no, he's not. Actually, he's going to back up off of it. And Yama came super early here in the game to try and contest with the rest of his team. So Drip Irrigation is just going to be the lone casualty of that. But First Blood did go over to Gregorio, the MVP here for the side of Lost Chapter. So let's see what he can do with that First Blood gold.
Yeah, and just a really close skirmish early on in the jungle for collective effort. Gregorio getting really aggressive with this Jarvan pick, which, as we mentioned, does have a lot of agency early on in the game against something like a Sejuani. So cool to see him taking advantage of that, and it was also great the way that we saw him playing with the Fog of War, going into the brush to make sure that there wasn't any vision for Drip Irrigation or Filiberto to be able to take him down. Such a close skirmish, but ultimately the early power of the Grave shows there too. I mean, the Ignite being dropped ends up being a big difference, but hold on.
Oh, Gregorio forces the flash out of Me Crit You now. Not sure how much that's going to matter, but that flash will be down for quite a while if Kevin Chen can continue the pressure in the top lane and potentially threaten a dive even if Gregorio decides to come back up towards this top side. Dragon's coming up in 5 seconds though, and Drip Irrigation, knowing that Gregorio was in the top side, could try and look for it early, but Flan Insider Mill did decide to reset as well.
And so look at these trades from Kevin Chen
now. Yeah, Kevin Chen really wants to pressure this lane a lot more than last game for sure. Does have a champion that can do it a lot better than Shen this time around.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, and going back to that earlier fight, you can see how aggressive Shin Yuna's playing and how much prio in the lane Graves has over his opponent. He's always going to be on the first move towards any kind of objective fight.
Yeah, he is able to push in, but as you mentioned, Naka, he is falling a little bit lower in CS, but after he crashes this wave into the turret, probably could look to reset if he really wants to do so. But he is going to opt to stay here instead, try to get a few more shots down into that turret. He does have Gregorio right behind him. Echo going to hit the level 6 mark right, or actually ahead of the Graves. So that is one thing, is that once the Echo has his ultimate available in the Chrono Break, it means that Graves is going to have a lot more trouble trying to get that one-on-one kill rather than before. So So, but with Kevin Chen having the flash down against Me Crit You now, he's on a champion that really could try to take advantage of that in the 1v1. And speaking of level 6 advantages, Kevin Chen, he has hit the level 6 before Me Crit You now. He has the Death Realm available, but unfortunately with the wave crashing into the turret, he won't be able to take the 1v1 quite yet.
Looking at the CS lead from Kevin Chen, he's having a much better time this game around. Is going to have a wave crashing into Me Crit You now, but should have a lot of pressure here if he wants to either reset or continue pressuring Me Crit You now and try and stop as much of that CS as possible. And looks like he's doing so. Kevin Chen abusing this lane very well right now.
Yeah, he is. And another thing that I want to point out is the bottom lane where Deproprine once again was left alone during that early skirmish by Yoma, who opted instead to go up into the jungle of a collective effort and provide some backup towards his team. But again, even with that, Deproprine still finding a pretty nice CS advantage for himself. 9 CS up above Flan, but now a little bit of a fight in the mid lane.
Gets engaged onto, and Filiberto doing a pretty significant amount of damage onto this Graves.
Yeah, and so Gregorio also helping out his team by picking up that Mountain Dragon early on. So Lost Chapter going to take the advantage with that right away. Similar to how they did in the first game, both of these teams put a lot of objective priority and focus. So we like to see that one. But that was I believe that Dragon happened. Oh,
Gregorio trying to look for Drip Irrigation here. Does have the Cataclysm if he wants to use it, but Drip Irrigation can't just walk out of it with the Q, so not really sure why they went a little bit extra aggressive there trying to chase down the kill. But that does push Drip Irrigation back, and they now have the information now. And Shin Yuna, Graves just has such good wave clear that he's always going to have that priority in the lane.
So actually in this moment, as we're having hopefully a little bit of a lull here, we are going to actually go to a really quick break because we hear that we're having some spectator issues in the stream. So we're going to go for a really quick break right now.
Right as Filiberto dies. Here is going to fall to the Cataclysm from Gregorio, and the flash was not quite enough to keep himself alive. That's another kill over to this Jarvan.
Yeah, and Filiberto, luckily, he does have the teleport available, but he is going to lose this entire wave due to his death timer. And now we see a lead coming through for this Graves, who does already have the Serrated Dirt completed. So this is going to be an advantage for Shin Yuna. So differently than the first game, where it was really both mid laners staying on par with each other throughout the game, Shin Yuna's going to have a little bit of an advantage.
Onto Shin Yuna, flashes in place, gets hit by the ultimate from Drip Irrigation, and that is going to be the kill over to the Sejuani. I'm pretty sure Filiberto wanted the kill, but unfortunately wasn't going to be able to get it. Me Crit You now with the World Ender gets dropped into the Death Realm, and Kevin Chen feels pretty confident in this fight. I don't think Aatrox has enough sustain, isn't going to be able to survive that. It's a 1v1 kill over to Kevin Chen.
So, but kills going over onto both sides, but this time it's Kevin Chen taking the advantage in the top lane. Last game we saw him getting solo killed by Me Crit You now. This time it's going to be Kevin Chen himself grabbing the solo kill. And I really like the way that Filiberto came in with that teleport to secure this kill with his jungler. Instead of just using his teleport onto that mid lane turret, he goes off onto that ward that was over on the side in the river using that home guard. And Shin Yuna just choking with the flash there. You know, he would have liked to be able to save that one to get away from the Sejuani, but not able to do so.
Oh, Shin Yuna looking for a more aggressive trade onto Filiberto. The parallel convergence did miss. Shin Yuna does have the collateral damage, isn't going to be able to finish off Filiberto. And Filiberto, good trigger discipline, not using the chrono break there, is going to have that up for the future. And Shin Yuna unfortunately cannot get the kill, but does have priority in the mid lane now. And without teleport, Filiberto is going to lose some CS here. Oh, actually decides to stay. He's in a little bit of a risky position, but does have Drip Irrigation on the side if Shin Yuna tries to go for anything too aggressive. And Gregorio is also matching the mid lane here. So both junglers going to find each other, going to leave. And Shin Yuna does get the push into the turret, so does have the priority for the time being. And Filiberto looks like he's hovering, wants to try and stay and push up this next wave. I think it's a little bit greedy considering his HP bar.
Yeah, and I always have to highlight the way that Lost Chapter has this system of communication between their jungler and their mid laner. The second that Shin Yuna wants to go forward and make sure that Filiberto is too pressured to pick up the CS under the turret, he has Gregorio in his back pocket right there to help him. Drip Irrigation there as well, but we could see that Drip Irrigation was pretty pressured by Gregorio. He just felt like he had to run away when he saw that Jarvan 4. That is what you get by using the first pick to take this jungler that's generally regarded as the strongest
Flan might get caught out here as he's gonna get stunned up and hit up by the Glacial Fissure. Forces the flash out. There's the arrow gonna land onto Flan! Deprapine flashes in to try and finish off the kill, but the Wild Growth is gonna keep Flan alive, but that's both summoners down. Meanwhile, on the top side, Kevin Chen taking a pretty hefty trade from Me Crit You now. But honestly, once Kevin Chen gets his passive up, should be able to trade back. World Ender getting popped preemptively again. And Kevin Chen wants to go for more while the World Ender's up. Is going to be dropped into the Death Realm. Stuck together in a 1v1 here unto the death. And Me Crit You now does get the pullback onto Kevin Chen. But Kevin Chen is to follow the Aatrox and does pick up another solo kill for himself. Dragon goes down over to Lost Chapter as they engage. As the fight ends, Drip Irrigation should be able to fall here. Gregorio flashes in onto 2 with the Cataclysm. Jumps into 2 with the Cataclysm and stops them in their tracks. Flan is going to fall. And Cider Mill is going to be able to get out with the flash. But that's a lot going over to Lost Chapter.
It will be ultimately all said all around the map. It's a 3-for-1 for Lost Chapter. And Kevin Chen, again, has been the object of a lot of criticism on this Lost Chapter team. And he is using this game to prove himself. Picking up now 2 solo kills. That Q flash with the Mordekaiser taking down the Aatrox was absolutely a beautiful display of mechanics from him. And he's just displaying his dominance. He looks angry after that first game, and he's hungry to make a difference here. And then even though there's one kill being traded back by collective effort in the bot lane, I want to point out that again, the dragon goes over to Gregorio and over to Lost Chapter again. So this 2 dragon lead coming through similar to the first game, but the difference this time, Naka, is that it's a 2.5k gold lead that's been established by Lost Chapter. Certainly not something that collective effort couldn't possibly overcome, but it is pretty substantial given how close this series has been.
Oh, and Crystal Arrow is going to land from afar onto Flan. The Glacial Fish is going to knock him up as well, and the Wild Growth is here to keep him alive longer, and it's going to help out to the same effect this time around. Me Crit You now comes in with a teleport. Chases them down back underneath the turret, but nothing else going to come out of it. Deprapine looking to chase them back here. Doesn't have backup, but does have a lot of damage already down onto Me Crit You now and Flan, so should be fine here. World Ender gets popped again. Is going to be used to just escape, though. And Deprapine has been playing so well so far this series.
Yeah, he just absolutely knows when he can go forward and be aggressive on that Ashe, even when Me Crit You now is still there, as Yoma looking to maybe interrupt the back, but not going to be able to do so because of how far Me Crit You now is under the turret. But it looks like he actually canceled his recall on the Aatrox, so that's just such a big advantage for Kevin Chen, who is already ahead in this top lane. Chooses to hold the trigger, and not press it with that teleport, but hold on in the mid.
Oh, Filiberto might get dived here. Does have Chrono Break, though. Ignite's going to come out, get Filiberto even lower, and now he's under threat of a dive, but look at Drip Irrigation already on the side, stopping that from happening in its tracks.
Yeah,
and you talked earlier about the Ignite coming out from Shin Yuna. Oh, but hold on, Gregorio does get caught out a little bit here. Does have the stacks, but Drip Irrigation doesn't want to use the stun. So Gregorio isn't able to get out of that. And yeah, so you were talking earlier about the Ignite coming out from Shin Yuna instead of the teleport, and we're seeing that being used very aggressively this game for sure.
Yeah, and the other thing that I didn't really even touch on with the Ignite earlier is Ignite is particularly have
they're
some
already
strength.
Looking at Filiberto. Is going to get hit by the Cataclysm, does have the Chrono Break, is going to use it down towards the bottom side. Yama, can he get the Glacial Fissure on him? Is going to get the knock-up onto him! As well as the Q-Slow. Gregorio's going to pick up that kill, and now this J4 is 3-1-2 at 15 minutes.
He is very, very strong, and if you watch Lost Chapter, you know that they love to funnel those kills onto Gregorio. He is the leader of this team, this 15-year-old jungler. Absolutely so strong, certainly has a bright future ahead of him. And but you almost got out.
Might get caught in the river alone. Is gonna give the kill over to Flan. And despite how bad it looked early, Flan's doing perfectly fine this lane. Barely down in CS, now has the second kill as well, and the Kraken Slayer is finished, so this Aphelios is gonna be hitting so hard.
It is, and the one thing that I will criticize a little bit from Lost Chapter in that play is I would have liked to see Gregorio actually dropping that Rift Herald down onto the mid lane after they took down the Echo. Even if they didn't fully take down that turret, just being able to get enough damage onto it, because we know just how important picking up the mid lane turret is for a team to be able to secure vision into the enemy team's jungle. But with 27 seconds left before this dragon spawns, we do see Collective Effort grabbing quite a bit of priority here, not only with the vision, but also with their members.
Gregorio goes in onto Filiberto, but 3 members are here to stop him in his tracks. He gets a huge heal off the Gore Drinker, and is gonna keep himself for quite a while as Yama comes in with the Unbreakable to block some damage, but Drip Irrigation does pick up the kill onto Gregorio, and Depperpine's on the side here, picking up a trade kill, but unfortunately Yama does fall at the end of that, and ends up being a 2-for-1. And that is definitely the advantage of Collective Effort. They're trying to claw their way back into this game for sure.
Yeah, they are, and it's a nice kill, and it's a little bit of over-aggression once again from Gregorio. We did see this from him last game, flag and dragging in a little bit early, with so many of the members of Collective Effort just waiting in the wings there in the jungle to come into this mid lane. Not what I would have expected him to do. With the dragon having spawned, though, both teams were forced to recall after that big fight. Filiberto is going to use his teleport to get towards the dragon. We'll see if Collective Effort decide to start it up for themselves right away, but Gregorio, he is right, he's on his way there. He is going to be there certainly in time, and I like the fact that he dropped this Rift Herald into the mid lane. It means that for Collective Effort, they need to choose, do they want to defend their turret, or do they want to go for this dragon? And
this is going to be sole point if Lost Chapter does end up getting that, so it's crucial they fight for this dragon. The ultimate comes out from Sejuani very early in the fight, and there's the parallel convergence. Is going to get a lot of zoning control in the fight. Filiberto is going to fall without the Chrono Break coming out, though. And look at Shin Yuna still alive on this Graves. Already has the Eclipse for that Omni Vamp. Depperpine chasing him down even further. There's the shield bow going to be popped. And that's going to give them the opening they need to go for this dragon. That's sole point now for the side of Lost Chapter.
At Lost Chapter, they get just about everything they want there. They win the fight. They get the dragon. They pick up the mid lane turret from that drop of the Rift Herald by Gregorio. And before I criticized him not dropping it earlier, but this was the perfect moment to do it, splitting the focus of Collective Effort, forcing them to make a choice, and neither choice is a good one. And you highlighted Shin Yuna on the Graves being able to continue to drop that DPS on this champion, stay alive for a really long time, but my MVP once again playing consistently from game 1 to game 2 is Depperpine on the Ashe. No one is able to get to him in the backline. Filiberto expending his energy to try to take down this Jarvan and the Graves, who are positioned a little bit further forward, never able to get back onto the Ashe. And I said it at the beginning of the game, now Depperpine has a champion that can put out that consistent DPS at a level that Ezreal is not really able to do until much later in the game. When he's able to do it, he's able to do so much damage. He's certainly online now.
Yeah, and Depperpine, we normally see Ashe going for the shield bow into Wit's End build, but we are always seeing Depperpine go for the Rage Blade first, so that is going to up his damage quite a bit, giving him a very interesting alternative in the itemization. So we'll see what he goes for next. I'm wondering if he's going to just keep stacking on the on-hit damage here, though.
Yeah, and the Rageblade Ashe is something that we've kind of seen as an evolution of this pick as we've gotten later into the season. Ashe also naturally a champion that builds this Immortal Shield Bow, which is something that I'm a really big fan of the Immortal Shield Bow in a meta in which there's so many champions that are built to dive onto AD carry champions.
Gregorio and Yama setting up a trap on the side, though, coming up from behind with the Glacial Fissure, and Flan falls immediately. Kill does go over to the Braum, but that's an AD carry down for quite a while. As they get pressure on the top side here, they might look to try and dive me crit you now on the top side. or they're just going to go for the turret with 4 members strong on the top side. Shin Yuna does cancel the recall out of Filiberto, so they won't have Echo here to defend this top push. And now Gregorio goes in with a knockup onto me. Crit Yuna forces up the World Ender very early on. Drip Irrigation might get stunned up, but no, Yama is going to back up, and that's going to be the turret going down over to Lost Chapter. They have so much priority on this top side. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Shin Yuna and Filiberto duking it out, and look at the damage coming out from that Graves. Already got Filiberto down to about 1/3 HP. Does have the Chrono Break if he needs it, but Shin Yuna is so comfortable in that skirmish.
Yeah, and there's a reason that the Graves is this flavor of the month pick, because look at the damage, like you said, that Shin Yuna is able to output. Generally, we would think of the Echo as the champion that has this upfront burst assassination sort of potential, but instead it's Shin Yuna on the Graves, forcing Filiberto to actually recall, while Shin Yuna can continue to just sit in this bottom lane wave and just push it in. So that's creating a huge advantage for Lost Chapter in the side lane, whereas last game we saw the Rise and the Victor trading extremely evenly. So we got to give it to Shin Yuna, this transplant into the mid lane. You can't find anybody to do it. Well, he's your he's your player here. He's gonna just be going toe-to-toe with this mid laner who we consider to be by far the best in the CCS, and something that's been a little bit more of a quiet difference this game for me too after the solo kills occurred is Kevin Chen just constantly pushing me Crit You Now in towards these towards that top lane turret. In the last game, me Crit You Now was actually a huge factor in the team fights, being able to group up with his squad, and a big reason that is when you're running something like a Shen into the Aatrox, sure, it can deal with it okay in the lane phase, but once the lane phase ends, Shen really doesn't develop very much split push pressure, whereas this Mordekaiser certainly does.
Yeah, and he's almost up 60 CS at this point on over Meet Crit You Now, and Aatrox without items is definitely not very effective at all. We're not going to be seeing him show a big presence in these fights, not going to be able to sustain as much as you would want Aatrox to be doing, being stuck here on one item. And speaking of the itemization, I love the itemization coming out from Shin Yuna on this Graves, going for the Lord Dominic's Regard second. And with that in mind, it's just going to be so hard for them to itemize against them. You can't really build armor, you can't build HP either against this. It's just going to be chunking you out like a truck, basically, in these later stages of the game, whether it's a team fight or a side lane skirmish. Dragon's coming up in 5 seconds now, and you can already see Collective Effort trying to set up a trap, set up the vision already, but you can see Yama and Gregorio on the other side as well. This is what they were doing in that top side, sitting in a bush together with the vision control they do have to try and see if they can flank anyone. And now with the sweepers, they are going to spot out all the members of Collective Effort trying to sit on the bottom side here as the dragon spawns, and both teams are going in towards the river to try and fight here. Gregorio already goes in with the EQ, gets the Cataclysm onto Flan, forces the flash early, and look at that collateral damage, chunking out everyone so quickly. Kevin Chen on the backside, zoning out the bot lane from Collective Effort as the rest of the team falls. And that's gonna be 3 kills over to the side of Lost Chapter. Off the snipe on the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and that's gonna be Dragon, that's gonna be Soul going over to Lost Chapter, and 4 kills. And they should be able
I'd like to see Lost
as well. There's only 20 seconds left on most of the members of Collective Effort. They should be able to take this Baron before anyone can contest.
Yeah, exactly what I was going to say, Naka. I would love to see Lost Chapter just run straight over into this Baron, almost reminiscent of what we saw in Game 1 from Collective Effort. What hopefully for Lost Chapter, they don't fall into the same trap that Collective Effort did last game, which was that the second that Lost Chapter was up, they were able to go into this Baron pit and pick up those 4 kills. But this time, there's no Rise for Collective Effort, there's no Realm Orb, and it looks like it's just Baron for Lost Chapter.
Oh, Kevin Chen might get caught out, though. Gets stunned up, doesn't have flash or anything to get out. Does have the Death Realm if he wants to try and 1v1 someone before falling down. And that's not going to be able to happen. Shutdown goes over to Flan, which is definitely who you don't want to give that shutdown over to at all. Unfortunate that Kevin Chen was caught out there, staying a little bit too long after the Baron went down. But now, with Baron buff, Lost Chapter should be able to play the map pretty well here. 30 seconds of lost time, unfortunately, because Kevin Chen is down is a little bit unfortunate, but they should have a lot of time to work with on this Baron buff, splitting in the side lanes with the Graves and the Mordekaiser in the 1-3-1, unless they get caught out like they are right now. Deprapine gets stunned up by Drip Irrigation. They're chasing him down even further. Shieldwell's going to come out as well. The Polymorph is going to stop Deprapine from doing anything, and Yama's going to fall as well. That's 2 members down for the side of Lost Chapter. 2 Barons gone very early on.
And this is just sloppy play from Lost Chapter. You know, why are they sticking around in these lanes when they don't have enough vision to justify it? Wait for Gregorio at the very least to be here would kind of be my call before you're going to be going forward. And just before that fight broke out, I was going to point out how there was a 1,000 gold bounty, oh well, 700 gold, 1,000 gold total for the kill bounty on Deprapine on the Ashe. And I was also going to say that as long as the Ashe is able to stay alive throughout these fights, there's absolutely no way that Collective Effort will be able to take the team fight. Well, if Ashe goes that far forward, obviously that's not going to be the same story. So
Shin Yuna might get caught out here, or Kevin Chen, as he's stuck in the middle of all the members. But look at that huge knock up into the Cataclysm coming out from Gregorio, followed up with the damage coming out from Shin Yuna. That's 3 kills immediately picked up on this Graves. A 4th one's going to come out as well onto Cider Mill, and that's 4 members down again for the side of Collective Effort. Lost Chapter still has the Baron. They're gonna be able to push out this even more. 30 seconds left on the members of Collective Effort. Is Lost Chapter gonna try and go for anything other than an inhibitor? They still have 15 seconds left before a Drip Irrigation spawns.
yeah, and look at, they're being so smart by tanking the turret with their champions to be able to keep the Barons alive, get the debuff onto the turret. And Shin Yuna, he saw last game, Philly Bearjo. Yeah, a little bit greedy here.
No way, this is actually game. Drip Irrigation is gonna fall, and as the rest of the members spawn, the Nexus is open. It's down to half HP, down to less than half. 2 members down for the side of Collective Effort again, and with that, that's gonna be game 2 over to Lost Chapter, 1-1.
Wow, and Philly Bearjo got that quadra kill in game 1. Shin Yuna was saying, anything you can do, I can do better. Gets a quadra kill for himself, picking up this Graves pick and just doing a ton of damage in that game. And just as a very small note, I want to call out an absolutely fantastic Braum ultimate in that last team fight from Yoma, with Philly Bearjo eating forward on the Echo and getting knocked up before to interrupt that dash from the mid lane champion. And I think it's really, really powerful for Shin Yuna and this Lost Chapter team as a whole to be able to show the fact that they can counter this Echo pick that did come out from Philly Bearjo. As we mentioned in the Champion Select, this is his signature pick, and if you're able to shut down the MVP of the league on the champion he likes best, the sky is your limit.
Yeah, and honestly, that game was so much more decisive than the last one. I honestly didn't expect it to end so early on. All Lost Chapter needed was 2 4-for-0 fights, and they just closed out the game off of that. You talked about the teamwork that was coming out from this team, and we definitely saw that there in their decisive movement in the game.
Yeah, and just taking a look at the damage charts here, the damage coming out from the Graves overall was just absolutely huge. You know, Kevin Chen and the Mordekaiser are also dealing quite a bit of damage. We know that with these top laners, these melee champions that are constantly duking it out, a lot of that does end up being trade damage. But in the team fights, especially that last one, Shin Yuna using that collateral damage to chunk out so many members. Actually, both of the last 2 team fights, we saw this Graves just being so important. 7-1 and 11 at the end for Shin Yuna, and the mid laner for Lost Chapter shows us that they are not to be messed with. They are here to play, and with the series being 1-1, we got a great one on our hands. I'm rolling up my sleeves because we got at least 2 more games to go. We're going to take a little bit of a break. Whew, I know I need to drink some water, so you might, go away for a second, grab a snack and a drink, and come right back, because we're going to have more CCS League of Legends coming right at you in just a few minutes. Hello again, everybody. We are back for the draft of Game 3 for Collective Effort against Lost Chapter. And as we jump into the bans, it's interesting that Collective Effort opts to go for the blue side this time. We'll see what they try to get some priority on. I would expect some priority to go over for the jungle from Collective Effort, especially with this Lee Sin banned out. I think they're kind of daring Lost Chapter to choose, kind of pick their poison. Do they want to ban the Jarvan? Do they want to ban the Trundle? I would expect actually for them to leave both of these picks up so that they could trade them back and forth, but they will actually end up having the Trundle be banned out, and I totally forgot about Xin Zhao. So Xin Zhao, that's the champion we've seen the most power from out of Drip Irrigation, the jungler for Collective Effort. So now with Lost Chapter having the next pick, you have to imagine that they're going to first round the Jarvan here.
Yeah, honestly, Jarvan would be the best option here, just because they've already played it 2 times so far. It's just going to be such a comfortable pick, and Gregoria's going to be so warmed up on it, so I definitely expect to see that here. But they're going to go with the Ashe Braum first, just to secure that ball lane for themselves. Did do well for them last game, so not too surprised to see that coming out here already in Collective Effort. I imagine they'll probably just try and match the bottom lane here, but we did see that they're willing to pick their comfort solo lanes early on. So we'll see if that happens again this time around. The Aatrox didn't do that well that last game, and the Echo, of course, not performing that well either. So I'd imagine that they're more likely to just match the bottom lane here with this draft. And yeah, they are going to pick up the Soraka. Could be flexing to some solo lanes as well if we see anything spicy, but I'd imagine it'll probably just be in the bottom lane. See what it's going to get it matched with. It could be an Ezreal, maybe, just a safer pick. Maybe yeah, maybe another scaling AD carry, but they're gonna pick up the Jinx to match with the Soraka there. It's a very hard lane to play against because there's a lot of zone control coming up from the Flame Chompers and the Silence from the Soraka, so they should match up pretty well into the Ashe Braum in that regard.
Yeah, and so Soraka and Jinx is a duo that we saw from Collective Effort in their matchup on Monday against Predictive Gaming Odin. They played it to a really strong effect, also actually pairing this team composition along with the Shen as well. I would really like to see Shen banned out by Lost Chapter. First, they do ban out the Aatrox. Obviously, this is the best champion for me crit you now, but that one going to be taken away again. And interestingly enough, the Olaf picked up from Lost Chapter. They opt not to take the Jarvan. They're going in a different direction with this Olaf pick. I think both Olaf and Jarvan actually do fare extremely well into this Jinx in particular. Olaf having a little bit more agency on for himself to be able to run down the Jinx and just take her down, being able to shrug off the CC that the Soraka can often bring to the table. And with this Twisted Fate ban again by Collective Effort, if you're listening, anyone from Collective Effort, I'm going to give you a little bit of a tip and tell you that I just think that this is a wasted ban against Shin Yuna. They showed that they've already talked about how this isn't really a champion that they commonly play. So a little bit curious to see that one, but Dr. Mundo being picked up for Kevin Chen, and he has been an absolute powerhouse on this Dr. Mundo champion throughout the season. It's something that I really like. I think it's something that's a little bit underrated. We haven't really seen other teams in the CCS pick it up, but Kevin Chen is certainly happy to blind pick that one. And with the Shen being paired again for Collective Effort, I believe this is just a direct run back of a composition that Collective Effort played on Monday. However, I know that in that composition, the final pick was the Corki to make it that 280 carry composition, but instead they're going to opt for the Victor, which provides kind of a similar consistent damage source from the mid lane.
Oh, I really like this composition from Collective Effort. There's so much zone control they have here. With Victor, obviously, probably the most effective zone control they have, but they have a lot of tools in the other champions as well to really just take control of the objective fights, the area that they're going to be fighting in around those objectives in the river, and they have a perfect team composition for that. The only issue is that I see a lack of really strong engage if they want to try and go for that, so they're going to really have to get that priority first and force Lost Chapter to walk into them.
Yeah, and I do agree with you that there's not very much engaged from Collective Effort, but what we saw from them on Monday against PGO with this team comp is they were really happy to play this reactive style, wait for the enemy team to jump on into them, and then save that stand united to be able to drop it on the Jinx, on the Soraka, keep these picks alive so that the Soraka Cider Mill is able to just continue pumping out this healing for the carries, and this time being the Victor and the Jinx. And I really agree. I think Collective Effort has put together a really strong team composition in this one, but I want to talk about the mid lane counter pick that Lost Chapter was able to pick. Once again, the Cinder being banned out, in my opinion, by far the strongest thing that Shin Yuna is able to play. Instead, he's going to opt for the Zoe, or they're going to opt for the Zoe. Not something that I've seen them play very often in this league, if at all. So excited to see what Shin Yuna is able to do on this pick. In my opinion, Zoe is definitely a champion that you either know how to play it or you don't. It's kind of a difficult one to play just because of the high skill shot intensity of the character. So we'll have to see if Shin Yuna is up to the task of playing that one, but with a mid lane of their caliber, I certainly expect that if they're picking it up in this game, they know what they're doing. And it makes sense that they couldn't pick up the Graves this time just because of the range disadvantage that they would have against the Victor. We already saw that with the Rise pick into it. It would have been even more accelerated with the Graves.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Zoe fits right into Shin Yuna's champ pool. Seeing how well he performed on the Rise, on the Graves, I really think that Zoe is going to fit just fine alongside those champions. They're not really similar in playstyle in particular, but the mechanical ability you need for Rise and the laning and macro ability you need from to play Graves, Zoe is kind of a good mix of those. So we'll see if Shin Yuna is able to play Zoe to effect, but I imagine it's going to be pretty smooth sailing for Shin Yuna, especially into a Victor, which Zoe does pretty well into.
Yeah, so as we go into this game, I really do like, overall, I gotta say that, you know, there's very strong elements in the Lost Chapter team composition, but overall, the Collective Effort one just gels in my mind quite a bit better. Maybe that's because I just saw them play this exact same team composition, basically with just a mid laner swapped out on Monday, but I like the front-to-back team fighting that they're able to provide, with Flan just having a lot of ability to sit on the back line and just continue raining out those rockets from the Jinx. And you already mentioned the zone control that this team comp brings out. I mean, imagine how much space that they can eliminate from Lost Chapter between the gravity field, between the chompers from Jinx, between the Equinox from Soraka. I mean, when you lay all three of those down with some level of coordination, it can basically close off an entire lane from Lost Chapter to be able to find any engage. The one thing that I do think, the one place where that fails for me is with the Olaf. Obviously, Gregorio is going to have this champion with the Ragnarok ultimate that can shrug off a lot of the CC, so I wouldn't rather have my carry on anything else if I'm Lost Chapter in this game, to be able to just run down the Victor as well as the Jinx, who are in fact these immobile champions.
Yeah, but here's the main issue with the Olaf, right? I really do like the pick overall, just because it does enable Olaf to just run through all the zone control that we were talking about on the side of Collective Effort and get into the back line. But look at the range they have, right? They have Jinx, they have Victor, and even Soraka. It's just so hard for Olaf to get in without taking a good chunk of HP off of his HP bar before he can even get to them. So that's part of why I like Collective Effort's composition so much. There's a lot of zone control, but there's also a lot of range, which makes it very annoying for Lost Chapter to actually try and get in. That's why I'm saying the priority is so important for Collective Effort. They need to be able to get to these objectives first so that they can force Lost Chapter to walk into them, so that they can dish out all that damage they need to before anyone can even touch their carries.
Well, we will just have to see which of these team compositions fares better. We had Collective Effort winning game 1, Lost Chapter pretty effortlessly taking down game 2, so it's a 1-1 series. We're going to take a short spectator delay break, but when we come back, game 3 of the CCS finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a minute. once again for Game 3 of this CCS Finals. This time, Collective Effort taking on the blue side with Lost Chapter moving over onto the red side. Looks like both teams taking a pretty defensive formation to start us out here. And when we were in a little bit of a break, I was just thinking a little bit more about Lost Chapter's team composition. And I just wanted to point out the sheer pick potential coming out from this Lost Chapter side. Not only do they have Deprapine once again on the Ashe, who displayed a great ability to snipe people out with that enchanted crystal arrow, getting the snipe on Flan, but they also have the Zoe, and when you're able to hit one of those two skill shots, you automatically get the other one. But with Lost Chapter trying to go for a little bit of an invade here, they are going to be spotted out by a nice ward from Collective Effort.
Yeah, the ward is going to spot them out, unfortunately, stopping them in the tracks. That does give the opening over to Collective Effort if they want to try and push in through that top side of the river. See if they can make an invade on the top side happen. At least they would see Gregorio for information, but they aren't going to do that, unfortunately. And in both junglers going to start on their top side here. Gregorio starting leashless. Drip Irrigation getting a little bit of a leash from me, Crit You now. And they're both going to play towards this bottom side, trying to get Flan and Deprapine ahead. So we'll see which one of them actually makes it there first. Sinjao is such a strong jungler right now, so I'd imagine that we'll see a lot more coming out early from Drip Irrigation. But Gregorio, Olaf is a very strong early game duelist as well, so if he can find Drip Irrigation before he hits that bottom side, should be able to pressure him out.
Yeah, and I've always felt like Olaf is this champion that no matter where the meta is, Olaf is as strong as the player that happens to be piloting him. You know, as an example, we see Closer in the LCS as a player who just makes this champion look so incredibly good. So Gregorio, I mean, I'm sure that at some point in the CCS season, we've seen him on the Olaf. I don't believe that he's played the Olaf on the stream in particular. So I'm excited to see what he can do with this champion that is really able to take a hold of the game and really just run it from there. If you can get an early lead, obviously, as you mentioned, Naka, Drip Irrigation, also with the Xin Zhao and a very strong jungler as well. Both of these champions are particularly extremely strong at early game ganking, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some kind of fight break out over something like the Scuttle Crab. Looks like Gregorio is going to have a little bit of an advantage in his early clear, as Olaf tends to do, but until we see these junglers get over to the Scuttle Crab, I wanted to talk a little bit more about Collective Effort's team composition. With so much of the damage centered on the Jinx as well as Filiberto on the Victor, if Lost Chapter does find a fight where they're able to zero out Flan and Filiberto early, the damage is really going to end up being lacking from Collective Effort. So there is kind of that clear win condition for this Lost Chapter squad. There's going to be a huge red X target on the back of Flan and Filiberto, and it's going to be up to the rest of Collective Effort to keep their carries alive.
Yeah, and look how fast Gregorio's clear was. He did a full clear into the scuttle before Drip Irrigation could even finish his second buff. And unfortunately, that's gonna cost him. Drip Irrigation losing that red buff order to Gregorio in favor of Ganklin's top side. He's gonna get the taunt onto Kevin Chen. Flashes underneath the turret, but now is tanking minions as well as the turret. Minion blocking him from getting out of that one, but he does manage to get out before the final turret shot comes through. But that is flash down for both Kevin Chen and Drip Irrigation. And Kevin Chen is probably gonna have to teleport here.
Yeah, and so that will be a little bit of an early advantage in the top lane for Collective Effort, but I will say this, I'm really not a big fan of junglers immediately flash following when they do find that early gank into the top lane and get the flash out of the opposing enemy top laner, because had Drip Irrigation just held on to his, it's just a straight win, as Trouble Bubble is going to land onto Filiberto. But not able to trade that much more damage back by Shin Yuna, but so that was just a little bit of a sloppy flash forward from Drip Irrigation. There was a little bit of issue, it looked like, with the minions perhaps stopping him in his tracks. So Drip Irrigation just you know, good gank still. I would like to see him follow it back up to Kevin Chen, but it's so much of a more powerful follow-up gank from the Xin Zhao if you save that flash and have it available for a follow-up. And now dragon spawning early here, and this is something that the Olaf does really, really well, clearing this early dragon by himself. Obviously, we know that Olaf, he gains attack speed as he loses health, so not going to be a problem for him to get that one, to zero that one out. And just another early dragon advantage it looks like it's going to be from Lost Chapter, and this was a huge point of power for them in game 2.
Yeah, now with that first dragon, I mean, Olaf is generally the one that's going to get that, so not too surprised there, but that does give him a little bit of pressure and tempo in the early game here. Gregorio looking to go in onto Flan, but here comes Drip Irrigation on the backside to counter the gank, and with the teleport coming in from Meet Crit You now, it's a numbers advantage for the side of Collective Effort. W does land onto Yauma, and Drip Irrigation goes in. Flash is in, Flash coming out from Flan to pick up that first blood. Not sure if that was necessary since the Wind Becomes Lightning did land from Drip Irrigation, but that does give the kill over to Jinx. That's a lot of gold accelerating that 80 carry early here for the side of Collective Effort.
Yeah, and obviously the, you know, Flan is the person that you would most want to get that kill, but as you already mentioned, I don't think it's really worth it to expend the flash from the Jinx to pick that one up, especially when you're playing something against something like an Olaf that should be able to really come back down and take advantage of it with a full 5 minutes to do so. Me Crit You now also expending his teleport, so he's not going to have that one available. He did have that advantage over Kevin Chen, but it doesn't ultimately end up making that much of a difference in the kill. So nice first blood for Collective Effort, but then when we look at the gold charts, it still is a 400 gold lead here in the early game, almost a 600 gold lead now for Lost Chapter, despite giving over that first kill. So something that you might be a little bit surprised to see. And again, I would just really like to see Gregorio punish that decision. It almost looked like there might have been some communication between the Collective Effort team, maybe Flan saying, hey, I've got my flash, I'm going to go forward and pick this one up, because you mentioned, Naka, I really think that Drip Irrigation did have that one if he did want it.
Oh, good chunk onto Filiberto here. And Lost Chapter actually has a lot of priority in these solo lanes at this point. Shin Yuna has a sizable lead over Filiberto, but looking at the top side, Kevin Chen's supposed to pick up a huge wave. Is going to be about 2.5 waves up over Me Crit You now. And it seems like after game 1, Kevin Chen has really stepped up in this top lane.
He certainly has, and I really like him being on this Mundo pick as Deprapine, or rather Drip.
Kevin Chen gets engaged onto by Drip Irrigation and Me Crit You now. The Crescent Guard is going to come out from Xin Zhao, but nothing else comes out of that, and we're seeing it again. Drip Irrigation just forcing a little bit too hard, despite Kevin Chen already being under the safety of his turret.
Yeah, and just using his ultimate just in the nick of time there for Kevin Chen, able to drop the maximum dosage to keep himself healthy and keep himself alive. And so a little bit more time wasted, honestly, from Drip Irrigation. Kevin Chen, he didn't even have a flash to expend in that circumstance, so doesn't do it. And I wanted, you know, really the biggest lead for me, and it's been consistent throughout this series, is here in the bot lane. You know, now it's only about a 200 gold lead right now for Deprapine, on top of Flan, but keep in mind that Flan picked up that first gold blood, but now with Drip Irrigation down into the bot lane, he might be looking for a gank.
Yeah, Drip Irrigation going in, flashes in onto Deprapine, force the flash out of Deprapine, and Yama is caught out here, doesn't have the flash, uses the ignite, or sorry, the exhaust, but does get picked up by the Super Mega Death Rocket, and that's gonna be another kill over to Flan.
Yeah, so a nice gank, and I specifically want to call out Cidermill with a beautiful Equinox there, able to get the root down onto Yoma, which ultimately did secure them the kill. And with another Sleepy Trouble Bubble landing in the mid lane, Shin Yuna once again with a really impressive performance here.
Kevin Chen looking to dive Me Crit You now? And lands another cleaver. Me Crit You now so low, he's going to have to back off this turret. And Kevin Chen's just taking full control of this top side, already 2 plates in.
And that's just the power of this Mundo pick. Even though he was, you know, he was ganked early. He did then drop down. He got ganked 2 times actually, blew his flash early on, but he's still just in complete control of this lane. And even though Shen will continue to get tanky, and eventually will be very difficult for the Mundo to take down, the Mundo is going to be even tankier. And with the CS lead that is developing here, as Shin Yuna taking Filiberto dangerously low, I am impressed with this early game lead that has been able to be developed in the top lane. I think that Kevin Chen is certainly showing us the player that he is, as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow also just going wide onto Philly B. But second dragon has spawned. It's going to go over to Lost Chapter again.
Yeah, Lost Chapter with 2 dragons up. Despite the 2 kills that went over to Flan, and no kills being picked up yet by the side of Lost Chapter, they have such a huge lead. Look at all the lanes. There's even a little bit of a CS lead coming on the mid lane, barely so, but all the other lanes are like 20 to 30 CS up on their laners. Even more so even for top lane. Drip Irrigation, though, does spot Gregorio, and Yama is trying to get out. Does have a stand side coming up from Me Crit You now. Forces the flash out of Gregorio to keep himself alive away from that. But Filiberto on the backside chasing him down. Can't manage to kill Gregorio. Finally does. But it might be a little bit too late as the rest of the team's coming in now. Kevin Chen is just such a raid boss, but does end up falling on the backside. And that's another 2 kills over to the side of collective effort.
Yeah, collective effort coming up positive in that team fight, even though it is Lost Chapter going deep into the jungle of the opposing team to try to make it happen. And, you know, just a really big fight for here in the early game. Gregorio definitely making a lot happen. He has this ability to continue to survive through these early game skirmishes. Honestly, pretty remarkable. We expected him to drop Must earlier in that team fight. Finally, Filiberto, he does end up dropping his flash on the Victor to go forward and pick that one up. And that is going to be important for the Victor to pick up these early kills. You talked about it, Naka, in game 1 with his passive, how that does benefit him. Eventually, he is going to be able to clear out these waves a lot quicker, just one-shotting these minions, which means that Shin Yuna, won't have as much opportunity to successfully lane against him, because as it is right now, the Zoe has been just kind of a terror, to be honest, for this Victor. Philly B has managed to still stay even in CS, but he's definitely had a little bit of trouble. So interesting fight early on, but I do want to point out at the end of it all, Flan now sitting at 3-0-1 on this Jinx, and CS or no CS, he is eventually going to be able to pick up so many items that he will be so strong, much stronger than the Ashe ultimately in these later game team fights. He already has been able to pick up his Mythic.
Oh, Drip Irrigation trying to look to go on to Kevin Chen. The ultimate comes out early, but is the heal going to be enough? Kevin Chen playing so brave here as he knows the ultimate is healing up even more. And Drip Irrigation is pushing so much pressure into this top lane, but it's not really doing much. Honestly, you brought it up earlier. I feel like he's really wasting a lot of time here.
Yeah, he is. And at this point in the game, if I'm Drip Irrigation, I really wouldn't be spending time, as Gregorio does want to fight for this scuttle.
And Me Crit You now is just going to have to back up off of it. Filiberto coming in from the bottom side. But Shin Yuna is here as well to support. There's the Sleepy Bubble Trouble. Gonna land onto Me Crit You now. Gregorio picks up that kill. Filiberto sidesteps the axe, but that's another kill going over to the side of to the side of Lost Chapter here. And they have a gold lead based off of their CS leads alone, but they're also clawing back their way in through these kills.
Yeah, and just a nice pick. If you know, Me Crit You now just being a little bit too aggressive there, trying to go into that jungle, maybe trying to pick up some vision, as he knew that Gregorio would most likely show up to try to get that scuttle crab. But once the Olaf hits you with one of those axes, he will just continue to chase you down again and again. And I think it also displayed how when you are able to get a slow to start off, kind of the engagement, whether it's Gregorio on the Olaf, whether it's Kevin Chen throwing the cleavers with the Mundo, it allows Shin Yuna to be able to hit those sleepy trouble bubbles so much easier when you're with these targets that are really slowed down. It makes it so much less of a skill shot to be able to land that one, so is able to get it down onto Me Crit You Now, and with Me Crit You Now going down one more time, it just continues to extend the gold lead for Kevin Chen. He does have almost a 50 CS lead. He is at a 50 CS lead so far in this top lane, and Mundo is an interesting tank champion as well, Daka, because he scales in a way that to me a lot of other tanks don't, in terms of the amount of damage that he's able to dish out all throughout the game. There will reach a certain point at which Kevin Chen will be virtually unkillable despite the amount of damage that will come from the Victor and the Jinx, and Mundo is just going to be so annoying to deal with if you're Filiberto or Flan, just running up into their face. You already mentioned how he was kind of playing that raid boss role in the earlier fight. He's going to be able to do that even better as the game goes on.
Yeah, but honestly, Mundo has the same issue that we talked about with Olaf, right? He's really just, his only option is to just kind of walk up to you, and by the time he gets there, the Victor and Jinx will have chunked out a good amount of his HP. And of course, he does have the sustain as well as the Olaf, so we'll see whether that actually comes out on top, or if the damage that comes out before he can get there is enough. As they engage in here onto Deprapine, falling down immediately, as well as Yauma, and they're still going. Me Crit You Now and Drip Irrigation playing such a strong front line there, just going in as deep as possible despite being so low on the HP bars, but it is enough to get the rest of the team in so that they can finish them off, and that's 4 kills down for the side of Collective Effort as well as this dragon.
Yeah, and Flan is having a game right here. 5-0 and 3 on the Jinx. Looks like he's got a lot of gold in his back pocket, about 1,300 when he goes back to be able to spend that. Should be very close to picking up his second item, and that's just a huge fight for Collective Effort to get themselves back into this game. Drip Irrigation, it looked like he might have dove a little bit too deep to start that fight, but once again, it's just the power being shown off of this Gore Drinker item that he was able to pick up, keeping himself alive with that sustain, and ultimately not dropping all throughout the fight. And another difference as we go into a pause here, and is quickly going to be canceled out, is that Me Crit You Now was able to use the Stand United to get into the fight, whereas Kevin Chen, despite his teleport being available, he did not use it. So there was just the difference of having an entire another member there by Collective Effort, and if you're a Lost Chapter, you just need to look to protect Deprapine a lot more in these team fights, because he showed us last game, if he's able to stay alive on this Ashe in the backline, he can put down so much damage. However, if he does fall early, you are missing out in the damage department a lot from Lost Chapter, because nothing kind of brings that same DPS. Sure, Zoe can do a lot of
You now gonna get chased down by the Mundo here, getting hit by Cleaver after Cleaver. Drip Irrigation does come in to try and counter that engage, but look at Gregorio on the side coming in as well. Crescent Guard is going to push Gregorio off for a while, but the second axe hits, finishing off the kill, and that's going to be 2 kills over to the side of Lost Chapter right now. Gregorio going really deep onto Flan, but can't actually finish him off. Look at the heals coming out from Soraka. Is going to keep Flan alive for this foreseeable future, picking up a double kill onto Shin Yuna, and Kevin Chen is pretty low, but they don't have anything else to keep chasing, as well as Yauma coming up to defend. It ends up being a 2 for 2, but more kills going over to this Jinx.
Yeah, that's just 2 more in the bank. Now a 700 gold bounty being picked up here by Flan, and I do have to say, I feel like there was maybe just a little bit of the team not being on the same page there from Lost Chapter, as Gregorio continued to dive in when we did see Kevin Chen backing off. Now, the original play, as Filiberto going to drop a really nice gravity well
got
there.
Popped down from Deprapine. That's huge.
Yeah, absolutely. Just trying to stay there. They really wanted to take down that turret. But the original engagement by Kevin Chen and Gregorio looks great. They surely are much stronger in the 2v2 top laner and jungler versus Drip Irrigation and Me Crit, but they just go too deep, and right there we do see the value that Cidermill brings on this Soraka. I think Flan is 100% dead to Gregorio if he doesn't have the Soraka in the backline, just dropping down the Wish, dropping down heal heal after heal after heal onto her AD carry, and again, you know, that's just the reason why they pick up this Soraka cider mill, showing us how it's done.
I'm so concerned about this Jinx because Flan is 7-0-3, has a full 700 gold bounty on him right now. Already has the Kraken Slayer as well, and looks to be going for the lower Dominix Regard right after. So you talked about how Kevin Chen and Gregorio are going to be able to run in, but with that in mind, they're going to get shredded so quickly by Flan with this build.
Yeah, and if you're not able to kill at this point for Lost Chapter, if you can't kill Jinx, there is absolutely no way that you can win a team fight, because she just brings such consistent damage here, and especially with the number of items that she's going to be able to pick up. I do think it's interesting to note the itemization. There has been a Last Whisper here picked up by the Jinx, so we'll see if she decides to go maybe with some healing reduction next, or if she wants to finish the early Lord Dominic's Regards as actually Depperpine did in game 2. So lots of options here, lots of gold in the pocket of Flan, so we'll see what he decides to do. He is sitting on almost 1700 gold at the moment, and next dragon is still about a minute to spawn, so both teams just trying to do a little bit of farming, trying to pick up their next items. It is just about one item completed for almost every champion, it looks like, all across the board so far.
Oh, and while everyone's finishing up their first item, starting to build their second, Flan's already finished 2 full items, already has the lower Dominix Regard as well, and I don't see how they're going to win a 5v5 unless they can find a really early pick with that Crystal Enchanted Arrow or the Sleepy Bubble Trouble from Zoe. Because once the fight actually starts, Flan's just going to be one-shotting people at this point.
Yeah, and also just notable that the flash has come back up for Flan, as well as the cleanse, so that just makes it even more difficult. Even if you are able to land the, you know, the start of the engage by Zoe or Ashe, he will be able to just cleanse that one out to keep himself alive. But both teams posturing around this dragon, I think we're gonna see a fight here.
I'm going to Drip Irrigation, but look at the healing coming over from Soraka. They don't have any healing reduction on their carries yet. Oh, well, they do have the Executioner's Calling, so that is going to help a bit. But Zoe doesn't have the Oblivion Orb quite yet, so Soraka is just healing everyone back up to full as soon as they get chunked out. And Transcruiser Arrow is going to throw in, but Drip Irrigation going into the backline into 4 members alone, and the Crescent Guardian is going to be enough to keep himself alive. Depperpine picks up that kill, and now they're trying to chase for more. Gregorio goes in. It does get chunked out pretty low. Kevin Chen as well, but Depperpine's full HP right now as Shin Yuna goes and picks up a heal, and that's actually going to be pretty significant for this, giving them an HP advantage. But Depperpine gets stunned up by the gravity field. Shield Bill comes out as well, and Mikryu now flashes in to get the taunt on them. And Flan's just going to clean up this fight along with Filiberto. That should be the dragon for them. Oh, Filiberto wants to go for more. A huge laser onto 2 members. Shin Yuna's gonna fall. There's the gravity field gonna slow up and stun Kevin Chen. That's a shutdown over to Filiberto. It's 4 members for 1. And that's gonna be dragon as well for them. So now they're gonna even up to 2-2.
Yeah, and that was just really unfortunate in the middle of the team fight. 2 things. First, Depperpine getting caught by the gravity well, but more importantly, Gregorio just disconnected from the game in the middle of that team fight. You saw him running back towards the base. That's certainly not where he would have wanted to run if he had his choice. So just honestly a little bit lucky there from Collective Effort. Not to say that they couldn't have won the team fight if Gregorio was still in it, but that DC is just really going to hurt Lost Chapter. And as we get a little bit of lag from the spectator here, it is going to be 2 dragons to 2. The Infernal Soul will eventually be on the table, but the dragons have been even out by Collective Effort. And you know, I talked at the beginning of the game about how Filiberto and Flan were going to be so crucial to this team comp because of the damage that they're able to, well, because of really being the sole damage between these 2 champions from Collective Effort, and both of them sitting at 0 death, 4-0-7 for Filiberto, 8-0-4 for Flan, and unless we can see Lost Chapter getting into the backline and finally actually being able to take them down. That's the important part. Just because you can get on top of them doesn't mean that you can stop the Soraka from continuously healing them. It's just such a big problem. But I will note that I think that, you know, as much as we need healing reduction from Lost Chapter to combat Cider Mill on the Soraka, we also need healing reduction for collective effort, ideally, to deal with Kevin Chen as well, because Kevin Chen was running amok on the backline, ultimately wasn't able to pick up the kills on Filiberto or Flan, but the team fight goes a little bit differently. Maybe Deprapine doesn't get stuck on that gravity well, your jungler doesn't disconnect from the game, and we could have seen it going the other way.
Yeah, and honestly, they already have all the healing reduction they need. They really only need it on Filiberto, because once he drops the Chaos Storm and drops his laser, he's pretty much gonna hit everyone that goes into any choke to try and run them down with that healing reduction. So they have everything they need to take over this game, really, and with how much healing Soraka's doing, it might even be better for Gregorio and Kevin Chen to just run in onto Cider Mill and finish him off first. But that's an issue again. All this time they're wasting running up towards them, finishing off Cider Mill. It gives Flan and Filiberto so much time to do all this DPS in the fight and just get the front line out as quickly as possible for Lost Chapter. So as this game progresses, honestly, it's going to get harder and harder for them. They need to find a way to bring the game back into their favor right now, or on at least on this next objective, maybe. If they give over that sole point to collective effort, I think this game's done.
Absolutely, and you know, it is still a very close game, just about a 1.1k gold lead for collective effort, but there's still plenty of item slots left for this Victor as well as for this Jinx.
Kevin Chen having to burn the ultimate early, but now Gregorio's here. Drip Irrigation and Filiberto aren't really the strongest members of the team right now. But look at the AoE damage coming out from Filiberto with that Chaos Storm, is actually able to turn the fight with that Stand United as well. And that's going to be 2 kills going over to collective effort. Just Lost Chapter seems really desperate to make plays now.
Yeah,
they should, honestly, but it's just so unfortunate that it's not working out for them with just how ahead collective effort is. You brought up the gold lead, but honestly, it really doesn't matter with where that gold is focused on, right? Flan and Filiberto are so strong now, with pretty much all the gold funneled into them, and now with this Baron, I definitely see them probably just doing a 1-3-1 and getting a bunch of pressure on the map for that next dragon.
Yeah, and right there in that skirmish in the top lane, we see Cider Mill's ultimate with the Soraka using the Wish in order to just barely keep Filiberto and Drip Irrigation alive, but it ends up making all the difference. Neither of them dropping in that team fight, and then the moment that you see that healing come out, it buys enough time for the rest of collective effort to be able to come back them up in the top lane, and that's when you know, if you're Lost Chapter, that this is done. Kevin Chen trying to retreat, but it's just too late. Baron going over to collective effort, and at this point they have created a pretty nice gold lead for themselves. They are now almost 3,000 gold in the advantage. So as you mentioned, especially with the gold being so centered on Flan with this Jinx pick, it's hard to see Lost Chapter coming back into this game. 30 seconds on the next dragon. Lost Chapter would certainly like to challenge for this one. Of course, they have not given up yet, but it's going to take some kind of really nice Ash Arrow from Deprapine or Sleepy Trouble Bubble from Zoe to start out the fight to try to pick up some kind of...
Oh, Shin Yuna gets to sleep onto Filiberto, but the gravity field's going to zone them out a little bit. Does have the flash to keep himself out. Is going to pick up the kill onto Shin Yuna, but is going to fall to the rest of the team. Is not actually! Gregorio falls just before he can actually finish off Filiberto. And now Drip Irrigation and Meat Crit You now chasing down Kevin Chen. This Mundo is pretty tanky, and they don't have much damage to actually chase him down that much. Deprapine is here as well to stave off the push, but that's 3 members down. And that should be the Dragon Infernal Soul going over to collective effort here in just a moment, unless some random seal happens. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is up. It can damage the dragon if it hits the champion at the same time, but doesn't look like that option is going to be available to them as the dragon just melts down here to Flan.
No, and the third dragon going over to collective effort. Now they do see themselves on soul point. So if they're not able to win the game within the next 5 minutes, they certainly will be able to do it should they be able to pick up the soul. And once again, this healing from the Soraka, it just makes such a massive difference in these team fights. Filiberto just looking impossible to kill, even when they bring him down to 100 health. He uses his Q with the Victor to get the extra move speed, has the fancy feet to be able to dodge out on some of the damage from Gregorio, get away from this Olaf, and continue to keep himself alive. And for the first time, I mean, he played well in game 1, but for the first time in this series, Filiberto really looking like the MVP player that he is on this Victor. Absolutely flawless, still yet to die, despite the fact that Shinyuna has put up a pretty good game on this Zoe, has been able to land quite a few picks. We've seen him chunking out quite a few members from collective effort in the team fights as well, and I just really don't know what you do right now if you're Lost Chapter. To be honest, I think maybe your time is best spent planning out your draft for the next game, because I don't think you can continue to give this amount of scaling to collective effort. We've seen two games that have been advantage towards collective effort. They brought out this Victor pick, and also, you know, it was the Ashe in game 1, the Jinx here in game 3, so just lots of scaling coming from the mid AD position, and it seems like that's their formula for success here.
Yeah, I mean, if one Fed carry wasn't enough, now collective effort has 2 with the Victor, 709 and 20 stacks on that Magi Soul Stealer. So there's just way too much damage for them to deal with, and again, without being able to get a pick onto the Soraka, even if you can get onto Filiberto and Flan and get some damage out onto them, it's just going to be healed back up by the Soraka. And it's just so hard for them to fight now. They have to look for some kind of pick. They have to get some kind of vision control in the river on one of these sides. See if they can look for a pick, and that might be able to happen here in the mid lane, but no. 3 members strong in the mid lane here, as well as Filiberto coming up, and they're going to look to engage onto Yauma. Yauma doesn't have flash, does have the exhaust, but isn't going to waste it as the kill goes over to Drip Irrigation. Now on a killing spree, looking pretty good on the Sinzhao so far.
Yeah, and I think that that's something worth talking about as well, Naka, is that, you know, the Xin Zhao did go over in this draft for the first time towards Drip Irrigation. You know, he has looked pretty strong on it, but with that being said, he did waste a lot of his time in the early game up in the top lane. Now, Kevin Chen's advantage, you know, hasn't been able to affect the game as much as it did in game 2, but with that being said, I do think Drip Irrigation has done a really nice job here. He has served as the primary source of engage on his team, which is certainly not something that usually falls onto the shoulders of something like a Xin Zhao, although I was almost laughing earlier in the team fight because Cider Mill, he did end up picking up the Shurelia's battle song as his first item, and it does provide a little bit more of kind of an engage sort of power to be able to speed up your team, but Cider Mill overall, looking at his score, I mean, we've been talking a lot about Filiberto and Flan just because they're the ones throwing out the majority of this damage, but Cidermill 0, and 19, only hasn't been involved in one of the kills for collective effort so far throughout this game, and that's a perfect support score.
Yeah, now with this pressure they have, Dragon coming up in a minute, they're going to look to get control of this bottom side jungle, taking the blue, giving it over to Filiberto, and that's actually going to be huge on this Victor, being able to dish out even more of these lasers just to stave off any kind of attempt that Lost Chapter could have to get into that river. Dragon coming up in 40 seconds now, with the side lanes pushing in. Collective Effort has all the pressure they need to go for this, but it looks like Lost Chapter wants to fight before that can even happen. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to come down and land onto Cider Mill, but no one sees it, so Soraka is going to be perfectly fine here. Yauma flashes in with the Unbreakable to try and stave off any damage coming out onto the rest of the members, but Flan takes him down, dominating now, and Filiberto chunks out Deprapine for a second kill. Kevin Chen going to fall as well, and now with 10 seconds left on the Dragon, that's going to be Infernal Soul over to Collective Effort, unless they want to try and go for more here in the bottom lane. 30 seconds left on Deprapine and Yauma, 40 seconds left on Kevin Chen. They could try and go for more if they want to, but honestly, I think all they get is an inhibitor if they really want to push this. We have seen them end on less though, so
Yeah, I think this is going to be the game from Collective Effort. They are going to push down on the inhibitor here, and just with the amount of range that they're able to bring, I thought they could be able to end it, but instead, you know, they don't want to throw their lead, especially when there is an absolutely free Infernal Soul on the table, so they're going to back off, pick up that Infernal Soul, and then I can only imagine that the Baron and the game will be to follow. And you pointed out Depperpine with an absolutely beautiful enchanted crystal arrow coming out there to open up this fight, but it's just too far onto the backline. The Cider Mill is already keeping himself very safe back there, and there's just not the ability to dive back there in time from Gregorio or Kevin Chen. So I like the idea from Lost Chapter, but at this point in the game, they've just fallen so far behind that it's not enough, and so they are going to look to set up this death brush here, see if they can pick up a kill, as they know that Lost Chapter is going to come towards the Baron. We'll see if Me Crit You Now will face check.
Oh, Me Crit You Now finds them, but might be a little bit too late as they run in. Sleeve Bubble Trouble is going to land onto Me Crit You Now, but Drip Irrigation going into the rest of the team. Yauma gets picked off immediately, as well as Kevin Chen falling, and the damage is just too much now with both carries so fed and the Infernal Soul with 4 Infernal Dragon stacked on top of it. They should be able to just run down the rest of the team here and end the game off of this. Teleport coming in from Shin Yuna to try and defend the base as Me Crit You Now also teleported in to try and finish them off. But the rest of the team is coming in here. Backups on the way as they push through the mid lane here. Take out that mid lane inhibitor turret, but they don't even need it. As the taunt lands onto Shin Yuna, doesn't have flash, isn't able to get out of that, and that's another kill over to Flan. Look how fed these carries are as they shove out the lane. Shove out the waves and take down these Nexus turrets, as well as the Nexus gonna about to fall here, and that's 2-1 for Collective Effort. That's now match point for them, as well as the entire playoffs.
And it's easy to highlight the carries for Collective Effort for being responsible to win this game. Certainly they did have a wonderful performance, but I just want to point out Cider Mill 0-0-26. There was only 2 kills that he did not participate throughout this game. An almost perfect performance on Soraka throughout this one for him, and this team composition from Collective Effort is just so strong. They played it on Monday against Predictive Gaming Odin, and it went with kind of a similar effect. So I think that it's really going to come down to the draft here in Game 4 for Lost Chapter. How can you adapt and maybe take away some of these pieces to the puzzle from Collective Effort to make sure that they don't get this again? For me, they need to take away the Soraka.
Yeah, and they need to change up the draft quite a bit. They have no way to get in onto anyone here. Just giving this objective control based team so much control over the river, so much control over the fight, and just 2 tanks that can only just run in. Don't really have any way to get onto anyone other than just walking up to them. It's really not going to be enough for them if they try and draft something similar in the next game.
Yeah, and it almost makes me go back to the draft and think about the fact that Lost Chapter, they chose to go with the Olaf rather than the Jarvan. I think Jarvan would have been a lot better in this team composition for them to be able to lock down the Jinx and the Victor. I don't know, I mean, you know, that might not have been the only piece to the puzzle for Lost Chapter, but certainly it would have been something that locked those carries into position a little bit longer for Shin Yuna to perhaps be able to, you know, hit a few more Qs on that Zoe. But we're going to take a short break. When we come back, game point for finals of the CCS. Collective Effort has a chance to close it out and crown themselves as the first champions in this Classic Championship Series. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back. We are back for what could be the last game of the CCS for this season, with Lost Chapter going back over to the blue side, and the blue side has been so absolutely critical throughout these games. We have seen Blue Side take the victory in 2 out of the 3 matches, and now for Lost Chapter, we'll see how they choose to, interact with the ban phase here. They do stick with the Ziggs and the Aurelia ban, which they did come out with in all 3 of the other games, I believe. Similarly, for Collective Effort, they're going to stick with the Syndra as well as Misfortune. So with Trundle being the last ban for Lost Chapter, I'm interested to see how they're going to kind of prevent Collective Effort from coming out with the same team comp that they did in game 3, because that was extremely powerful.
Yeah, I definitely expect to see the Sinjab ban here in just a second, as was the same as game 2. But no, they're gonna ban the J4 instead, giving Sinjab over to Lost Chapter if they do decide to pick it. It was banned against them in game 2, so I'd imagine that would be the pick here. And since Gregorio's been performing so well over the course of the series, I'd imagine they want to give it to him again. But no, they're gonna pick the Lee Sin instead, which has also been banned against them throughout the series.
Yeah, and even though it gives Jin Zhao over to Collective Effort, I love the Lee Sin here for Lost Chapter, for Gregorio, his favorite champion, in my opinion, his best champion. And when everything is on the line, you throw down with the best that you've got with a comfort pick. That is the Lee Sin. And I mean, not to mention that it is an extremely strong pick in this current meta. So Collective Effort, they're going to pair up the Jin Zhao up with the Shen. And what this shows to me is they are really trying to put together a similar team comp to what they did in game 3, which it looked very impenetrable from Collective Effort. So we'll see if Lost Chapter, do they decide to take any of those pieces again away from Collective Effort? They're happy with picking the Dr. Mundo again, but this time it looks like it's going to be a little bit of adaptation with the Aphelios coming out on the blue side. I do like giving Deprapine, the #1 AD in the CCS, the ability to have this late game scaling option, because it did feel like, although he performed okay in game 3 with his Ashe, there was a certain point at which you just knew he was going to be outscaled heavily by the Jinx. So Aphelios, gives a lot more of an option to continue to scale. TF continuing to be banned out by Collective Effort, and the Soraka was picked up as the 3rd pick. So Ashe banned from Lost Chapter. I would heavily expect Jinx to be the next ban for Lost Chapter. Take away that hyper carry. Sure, the Victor was an issue, but I felt that the bigger issue was the late game scaling ability of this Jinx. So I really want to see Lost Chapter ban that one out next.
And instead the Nautilus can be banned, and the Jinx can be banned instead for the side of Lost Chapter, as you predicted there. It's pretty understandable here, as the Soraka was already picked. You just want to make sure that that doesn't come through. Seems like the rest of the draft is pretty similar here. I wonder if they're going to go for a different hyper carry here to match with this team composition. But instead they're going to go with the Ezreal. Very interesting. So this is actually going to change the playstyle of this composition quite a bit. Normally it would just be the Shen and Soraka just making sure that Jinx can do whatever she wants, but now with the Ezreal here, they're definitely going to be playing a lot more towards this potential mid lane pick. I wonder if it's going to be the Victor again, and Collective Effort's just going to run it back with a pretty similar composition, or if they're going to go with something a little bit different here. Maybe a different hyper carry in the mid lane that the Shen and Soraka would be buffing up instead.
Yeah,
Reliphilios is a pretty good matchup to pair with each other, and especially into this immobile Soraka. Definitely a very good option for them here. And with Lee Sin picked up, I feel like they're looking to try and push back on this bottom lane a little bit more than they did last game, and make sure, if not Ezreal, the Soraka at least is very far behind, to the point where she'd probably just get one-shot by someone at any point. And in fact, Lost Chapter is actually going to be the one to pick up the Victor here on B5 instead, not giving Collective Effort the chance to even pick it up. So Filiberto is going to be picking up a different mid laner here. Won't be able to pick up that Victor again this time around. I wonder if the Echo might come out a little bit more aggressive there. And we are going to see Yone being hovered. Is going to be locked in, so that is the hyper carry going over to the mid lane instead of the bottom lane. Ezreal being picked as more of a supportive champion here. This does give him a little bit of weird damage spread, because they don't really have that much magic damage. Yone does do some magic damage, of course, with his passive, but Overall, they're very AD focused this time around, which gives Mundo a good opportunity to stack on the armor, making him even more killable than he was last game. But with that in mind, though, the Yone is a very good option to turn into a hyper carry with the Shen and Soraka helping him out. So I definitely really like this coming out from Collective Effort, and Yone is definitely the kind of champion that you're going to see from Filiberto.
Yeah, and I like that Shin Yuna stepped up to the plate and picked the victor. My only concern is when you're making this move to kind of pick up a champion that you saw the enemy mid laner being so powerful on, my question is, are Lost Chapter grabbing the victor just to take it away from Filiberto, which does bring some power in and of itself, or is this actually something that Shin Yuna is well practiced on and can make a big difference on? Because Victor, not at a lower skill level, not necessarily the most difficult champion, but to be able to pilot it to the fullest extent of its power, it's certainly something that is, it takes a lot of practice, it takes a lot of skill, and not that Shin Yuna isn't a very skilled mid laner, but we'll see how well they're able to fare in lane, especially in a heavily kind of pressured mid lane matchup against something like this Yone. So I think it's really hyped to see Filiberto picking up the Yone here in game 4, when they have the chance to end out the series. But I would have to agree with what you said, Naka. I really don't like the fact that they're pigeonholing themselves into so much AD damage here for Collective Effort. Dr. Mundo is just going to have an absolute field day. I can't imagine he's going to be pressured again too much by the Shen. We saw Kevin Chen, even despite getting ganked several times in the early to mid game there, just took some huge advantages against me crit you now. So I would expect that matchup would probably go similarly here in game 4. So we'll just have to see how both these team comps end up turning out. I like that Lost Chapter were able to get those 80 carry bans out in the second phase of bans just to force the Ezreal for Collective Effort. Now, what I will say is, it was difficult enough for them to kill Jinx last game. It's going to be even more difficult to kill Ezreal in this one, because Ezreal already a slippery champion, and with the Soraka there to, dish out those heals as needed, as well as the Stand United, he's going to be pretty much invincible.
Yeah, this is really going to come down to whether Lost Chapter can get that early lead. Otherwise, I imagine Yone is just going to blow up very quickly as soon as he gets the 2 items. With Shen and Soraka backing him up, it's going to be extremely hard to play against this team composition coming up from the side of Collective Effort. But Lost Chapter has shown their ability to get those early leads, especially Gregorio, and he's now on a champion that just enables that even more on the Lee Sin here, and has so much setup from these lanes as well to be able to facilitate these ganks. So it's really going to come down again to whether Gregorio can get those early leads for his team.
Yeah, and what we generally see with Lost Chapter when Gregorio is able to run this Lee Sin is kind of honestly a funnel of kills over to the side of this Lee. Generally we see teams kind of avoid putting a lot of the gold or a lot of the kills onto something like a Lee Sin, just because it doesn't scale into the late game very well. But Gregorio almost makes this look like a scaling jungler pick, generally, just because of how strong he is on it. So I would look for a lot of early ganks to come out from Gregorio onto the top lane from Kevin Chen, who has the setup with the slows for this Mundo, as well as Shin Yuna. That's just generally his tried and true lane to camp, is the mid lane. The Victor will have the gravity well, and a little bit of priority if he's able to take that early lead, just because of the range versus melee advantage that he does have against the Yone. So Gregorio, the onus is on him to start the tempo early on in this jungle and get Lost Chapter off to a good start. But we're gonna jump onto the Rift in just a couple minutes, so stay with us. It could be the last game of our CCS season, with Collective Effort trying to go for match point against Lost Chapter. Don't go anywhere, don't change that dial, because we're going to be right back. And we are back for what could be the last game of the CCS season, game 4 of our grand finals. Lost Chapter headed back over to the blue side, taking on Collective Effort on the red side. And this Yone pick is very, very hype, coming out from our CCS MVP Filiberto showing us something new here. We haven't seen it in the semifinals or the finals so far, and I generally not gonna think of Yone as something that you need to have a lot of practice on in order to make it happen. So excited to see what he's able to do on this pick, as he will be the primary hyper carry for this collective effort squad.
Yeah, and we're seeing a pretty standard start here from both sides. Nothing too fancy, as both sides just want to make sure that they get through this early game without any hiccups coming out at level 1. As it is match point for the side of collective effort. There's a lot of pressure on this match right now.
Absolutely, and Cider Mill had such an incredible game in Game 3 on this Soraka. He does get it again here in Game 4, and I'm just wondering what Lost Chapter can possibly do to try to, make sure that the Soraka just doesn't have the same impact on the game that he was able to have last time, because it was just so incredibly immense. Obviously, doesn't have the same type of hyper carry to prop himself up as he did in Game 1 or Game 3, I'm sorry, because he has Ezreal as his AD carry instead of Jinx. But beyond that, I mean, the Jinx was able to be funneled a lot of kills very, very early on in the game. So if that doesn't happen again, it could be just a totally different match from Lost Chapter, who are really, really desperate to send us to a Game 5.
Yeah, and you can already see Shin Yuna trying to make as much use of that range as he can in this matchup. Already bullying out Filiberto a bit. Yone does have a decent amount of sustain though, and with the Dorn shield being picked up, is going to be even safer in this lane. Both solo laners actually from the side of collective effort taking that Dorn shield, so we're going to see a very slow start here from collective effort, just making sure they don't give anything early over to Gregorio on this Lee Sin.
Yeah, and I really like that itemization early on here from Filiberto, just because when you're playing the Yone that you're not going to, as a little bit of a trade coming out.
Oh, Filiberto getting a pretty decent trade here, actually. Misses the Q, though. I think that was actually pretty important as that Q would have given him quite a bit of extra damage there to chunk out Shin Yuna even further and make him second guess walking up to trade against this Yone.
Absolutely, and we do see drip irrigation coming here into this mid lane. Looks like Shin Yuna could be in a bit of trouble here.
Oh, Wind Becomes Lightning is going to miss, but the knockup lands from Filiberto, forcing out the flash from Shin Yuna, but it's not going to be quite enough as drip irrigation does pick up first blood off of the flash follow. And we're already seeing the tempo here sweep over to the side of collective effort, despite Gregorio being in the area. Just wasn't there quite fast enough to actually counter gank, unfortunately. But very good from drip irrigation to find that gank so early in the game.
And Gregorio, he wasn't there because he was up in the top lane instead, trying to pay a visit to Kevin Chen, who does have really good gank setup on this Mundo. Now, if we check out the summoner spells, we do see that Me Crit You now was forced to expend the flash, so there was that picked up as a result of the gank by Gregorio, but in exchange, Shin Yuna is going to fall into the mid lane, and you have to feel a little bit worried if you're Lost Chapter when that happens, as we do see probably a 2v2 here.
Oh, Filiberto saw Gregorio, but still went in onto Shin Yuna. Gets a good chunk of damage onto him, and they should be able to shove this into the turret on this next wave. I think drip irrigation knows that Filiberto wants to force this in, either to look for a roam or to reset, so he's going to help him clear this wave. He's going to smite the minion just to make sure it kind of happens even faster. And neither mid lane has teleport, so once these waves get shoved in, they don't really have a way to find a good reset afterwards.
No, not at all. And at this point, as we do see quite a bit of a roam over here onto the top side by Filiberto and drip irrigation, forcing Gregorio to move away from the top lane. But we do see that at this point, if you're Shin Yuna, you're really just waiting to be able to pick up a little bit more AP. We see that he did back pretty early in TP to the lane so that he could get that tier, but really waiting to pick up something like you know, the Lost Chapter and then eventually that Luden's Echo to have the sort of wave clear such that he doesn't have to continually interact with Filiberto in this lane. If you're Rise, you obviously, as we saw from Filiberto himself in the last game as well as game one, you want to have kind of this passive play style where you are able to sit back and just continue throwing out those lasers time after time to clear the waves and do that sort of AoE damage. But until Shin Yuna can pick up some of those items, it's going to be difficult for him. And we do see Filiberto just trading here really well early on the Yone.
Oh, Filiberto does have the knock-up. Chaos Storm is going to force Filiberto to back up, though. But that's the ultimate down now from Shin Yuna, making it very scary for him to try and duel any further if an engage does go down onto him. And Filiberto does have the ultimate now. Fate sealed if needed for that extra damage, extra CC. So this mid lane's looking to already go into the favor of Filiberto very, very early on.
Yeah, and but also look at this top lane with a 20 CS lead. There are some minions under the turret here, but for Kevin Chen, he did at one point there have a 2-level lead, so probably about a 1.5 level advantage for Kevin Chen in the top lane. But looks like Filiberto, he's in trouble.
In here. Flash comes down onto Filiberto, but he did buffer the Q before Yamo could get the knockup out. Does force the Fate sealed out of him to get himself over the wall, but very aggressive gank from the side of Lost Chapter there.
And I do like it because Shin Yuna just needed a little bit of a bailout from this mid lane, especially after he used his ultimate with Yoma in the river here. I wonder if there will be a little bit of a fight over the Scuttle Crab. Doesn't look like there will be, but, you know, Shin Yuna, he wasn't able to push out this lane all the way, and now he's just a little bit stuck here. He doesn't have teleport. Filiberto obviously doesn't have the disadvantage of being dependent on mana like the Victor is. Also has pretty quick wave clear. So Shin Yuna forced to back off.
Oh, Gregorio goes in for a gank on the top side. Me crit you now. Does get the taunt onto him, but doesn't have flash. So that should be the kill. Going over to Gregorio. Very important that he actually picked that up for himself. They are going to answer on the bottom side. So very good adaptation from them going for this once they find Gregorio up in the top side. But that is a kill over to this Lee Sin, getting him rolling.
Lee Sin does pick up the kill. Critical for Gregorio playing this jungler that is supposed to be so strong in the early game to be able to grab that advantage. But I like that Drip Irrigation also is reading the map. He heads straight down to the Dragon with his bot lane. Flan and Cider Mill have been able to push this one in throughout the lane so far. And having that control does mean that they also have much more vision in the river. You can kind of see the vision line that they've been able to establish so far. And they do pick up the Baron. But a little bit of a CS lead for Deprapine early on. It will be pretty close, but just like last game, there was kind of this fallback win condition for collective effort of having the scaling mid lane and the scaling AD carry. Lost Chapter has something similar this game. As long as they can continue to gain items on Shin Yuna and Deprapine, as we do see a very strong trade here in the mid lane from Filiberto, just absolutely bullying Shin Yuna. But as long as these two carries from Lost Chapter continue to have item slots, they do have this fallback that they can go to, and it looks like we're getting a little bit of a lag from Shin Yuna right now, so we are going into a short pause here. We are aware of some issues that Riot was having with custom games, having a little bit of lag, but it looks like this was just a momentary thing as we are right back into the game.
Yeah, and with Herald up, neither team has been looking to go for it quite yet. Drip Irrigation does have prio if he wants to make a first move onto it right now, as we do go into that little bit of spectator pause after the in-game pause. We should get back into it pretty soon. But yeah, you see Gregorio just now going up towards this top side, whereas Drip Irrigation already finishing up his camps on that side. They could look for the Herald if they want to, but Drip Irrigation just going to go into the bottom side, take his bottom side camps. Now, Gregorio doesn't actually have information on that, so they don't know where Drip Irrigation is quite yet. But if they did get that information, Gregorio could go up towards that Herald. I'm just waiting to see which side wants to go for this Herald first. Plays are still up if either side wants to go for it. Filiberto goes in onto Shin Yuna. The flash is going to dodge the Fate Sealed, forcing Filiberto to go back, and neither side is going to pick up a kill, but the flash does get burned from Shin Yuna.
Yeah, and Shin Yuna with a really nice gravity well there. If I don't know if I saw it right, but it looked like Filiberto actually ended up getting stunned by the gravity well after he snapped forward with his ultimate. So that was just kind of very interesting to see, and I do like that Shin Yuna did deal with that all in pretty well. But keep in mind, he was forced to expend the flash, which is a really valuable cooldown for the Victor. Drip Irrigation should look now to try to take some kind of advantage. As Mikretu now is going to taunt up Kevin Chen
this is
onto
not
this
good for
turret.
Mikretu now. He took some damage during that trade. Now Gregorio's here, comes in with a flash kick. Lands the Sonic Wave onto Mikretu now, and the kill goes over to Kevin Chen. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, they're going to look to try and trade kills. Going in onto Yama, flashes in to try and finish him off. Does have the Magnet Storm, but it's not going to be quite enough as Drip Irrigation picks up that kill for himself. Cidermail taking a bit of damage from Deprapine, but it's not going to do much else. So the support does fall. But look at the gold lead that came out through the top side. They got plates off of that. They got the kill. And Gregorio's just getting pretty far ahead on this Lee Sin.
Yeah, and it is about a 30 CS, or more than a 30 CS advantage for this Dr. Mundo, who is now going to find himself about 1,500 gold in the advantage.
Deprapine with the Moonlight Vigil flashes in to finish him off as well. And that's Cidermill going down. It's just a ton of damage in such short amount of time coming out from Deprapine. Beautifully played there.
Yeah, and he was 1v2 in that situation, so
Drip Irrigation might get caught here. No, it's just going to walk out. Deprapine doesn't have any CC to lock him down. Looked a little bit scary there for a moment.
Yeah, but Deprapine, just such an incredible play as Filiberto is going to go
more
forward.
Action coming out over and over as the Chaos Storm gets dropped down onto Filiberto. Filiberto flashing back in with the Fate Seal is going to pick up the kill onto Shin Yuna, but now has two members on his back. Here comes the Stand United, now it's a 2v2. Gregorio going to get taunted up as Filiberto stacking up more damage on top of him. Yama is trying to protect Gregorio to the best of his ability, but he can't really do anything. Gonna get up as Gregorio gets the kick back down onto Filiberto, gets a smite heal off of the Raptors as well, and is going to live. But Filiberto just making the plays right now.
Yeah, Filiberto, he has so much ability to do things on his own with this pick that he has, having the Yone, so just really showing us how much he is able to do on that champion. But now with Kevin Chen picking up that turret, looks like Mikretu now might be in trouble.
You now getting pretty low here. I don't think there's a way for him to live this. It's just going to get smacked down by that briefcase coming out from Kevin Chen. And that's going to be his second kill. Mikretu now is now 0-3-0. And Yama goes in, forces the flash out of Cyberman and just laughs at him afterwards. Kevin Chen, though, might get caught out here by Filiberto and Drip Irrigation. Very crucially, though, the wind becomes lightning does not land, but it's not going to matter as Filiberto is going to finish off the kill onto Kevin Chen. Gets a little bit of a shutdown gold for himself there, and now Yone is looking pretty strong.
Yone is definitely looking very strong, but it will be the dragon answered back from that kill because Drip Irrigation was seen up into the top lane. Gregorio feels totally comfortable to go for that second dragon. We are going to see the Infernal Rift come out once again. Has it been the Infernal Rift every single game? I feel like it's definitely at least 3 of the games. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know why I was... Yeah, oh yeah, you're right. But anyways,
a lot of Infernal Dragon this game though, so very excited for that. Honestly, it's made these later game fights, especially around the dragon, so much more exciting, so much more intense to watch, just because of how strong Infernal Dragon is, and Infernal Soul in particular, of course.
Yeah, so if you're collective effort, you've got to be extremely happy. Oh.
Fights across the map as in the bottom lane, the flash gets forced out of flank. Meanwhile, on the mid side, Shin Yuna decides not even to flash, knowing he was already dead to Filiberto. But Drip Irrigation does pick up the kill and now is on a killing spree. 301 on the Xin Zhao, playing very well in the Xin Zhao. As they drop the Herald mid, is going to get that turret down for them. And should be able to get a second charge here onto...
again?
The second turret here, Gregorio. I'm not sure if he wants to give up his life to try and stop this charge necessarily. So it is going to go through. But the lead's just getting further and further ahead for the mid-jungle duo here from collective effort. Even though the gold lead's still over on the side of Lost Chapter, I think the focus of gold here on the Xin Zhao and the Yone is going to be very important.
Yeah, it
Meanwhile,
certainly is.
Top lane though,
Yeah,
Philly
Kevin
Berto
Chen's in
chasing
trouble.
down Kevin Chen. When it becomes lightning does land onto him, they're going to try and chase even further. Teleport coming in after the turret, but the taunt is going to keep Kevin Chen in his place. Kill goes over to Drip Irrigation, and now here's Gregorio if they want to try and chase, but it's only 2 members. Philly Berto trying to go back in onto Gregorio actually, and Gregorio is going to kick him into the turret. With the Magnet Storm forcing him to stay underneath that turret as well. Shutdown goes over to Shin Yuna. And now Gregorio wants more. Is going to get taunted up, and that kill goes over to Me Crit You now. Picking up the first kill for himself, tries to stand United to get out, but the rest of the team is here to back up for Lost Chapter. And that's going to be a 2-for-2 at the end of it.
And even though Gregorio got a little bit of aggressive later in the fight and does end up going down, a beautiful use of the Dragon's Rage kick to knock Philly Berto into his own team's turret and take him down. And I think that it was so crucial as well that Shin Yuna ends up being the beneficiary of that shutdown goal. He definitely had fallen quite far behind on this victor, was sitting at 0-3-0. So to pick up that additional gold for him is super important to accelerate the build. And then with Depperpine arriving into the fight later and picking up the other kill onto Me Crit You now, we are seeing the gold go into the right areas for Lost Chapter. And you know, I was just saying before this fight broke out, if you're collective effort, you have to be happy with the amount of gold and advantage that has gone over to Philly Berto. But on the other side, Depperpine has been quietly amassing himself a lead in CS, but also now has 2 kills. He does have the Immortal Shield Bow done, as well as the Executioner's Calling, which he picked up first to cut down some of the healing from the Soraka. So this is a nice late game win condition, but Shin Yuna might be in trouble again.
Onto Shin Yuna very early on, gets the knock-up. That should be enough to finish him off. Chaos Storm isn't going to do anything as Philly Berto finds himself a solo kill.
Yeah, and Shin Yuna, I questioned it a little bit in the draft. You know, he was willing to blind pick this victor, which was working fine for Philly Berto, but I just have to wonder whether or not this is something that Shin Yuna really feels comfortable with, because they just don't seem to be displaying the level of mastery on it that they usually do on other champions, and I understand why they wanted to grab this away from collective effort, just because it was so powerful in the hands of Philly B, but you just have to wonder whether or not it's worth it in comparison to grabbing something that Shin Yuna is just a little bit more familiar with. And we'll have to see throughout as this game continues on. Certainly later in the game, Victor does continue to scale and can just do things like drop that Chaos Storm for a lot of AoE damage. But as there's 30 seconds toward the next dragon, I think we will see another fight breaking out here shortly. There are still a few more seconds ticking down until Me Crit You now has his teleport available, whereas Kevin Chen should have his. It is almost a 70 CS gap that's now developed in this top lane.
Yeah, and you can see the teleport coming up now from Me Crit You now. Down onto the dragon, teleport being mashed by Kevin Chen. It's gonna be a little bit late, but the dragon is now just spawning. And look at all 5 members here dancing in the river. Well, 4 members. Shin Yuna is just clearing out that bottom lane, but it's gonna come here. And now it's a 5-minute 5v5 dance as the dragon finally gets hit. Is gonna start hitting some members here. Drip Irrigation gonna want to back up a little bit to try and reduce some of that damage, but someone's gonna have to take this dragon. Someone's gonna have to start a fight. In just a moment, it's just the dance is continuing on as both sides are backing off. Kevin Chen still trying to push up, trying to create space in the river here for his team. And both sides are just going to shove out waves as the dragon resets and is finally going to start getting hit again. Neither side wanting to be the one to start a fight. I imagine it's going to be Philly Berto as he's been the playmaker so far, but look at Yama on the side, looking for a flank, is going to flash in with the Magnus onto 2 members. But look at Drip Irrigation drawing so much aggro onto himself as the rest of the team comes in as to follow up. There's the Fate Seal landing onto 3 members there, and everyone's so low now. The Wish barely enough to keep themselves alive. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but the jungler's down for the side of collective effort. The dance is still going on as both sides don't want to give up this dragon at all. It's only 1-to-1, guys. You don't need to fight this so hard, but they are going to go in to do so. Gregorio falls. It's another 1-for-1 trade, and Kevin Chen gets very low, has to flash out, but Shin Yuna, feeling very confident here, is going to step forward and push them back. And with neither side having smite, are they going to start the dragon again? Depperpine's still confident in this. Is going to start the dragon. They do have the vision if they want to try and contest this, but I don't know if they will. They're actually taking this very slow though. Dragon's only down to half HP, but there's no True Shot Barrage, so they are gonna finally give it up, and Lost Chapter is going to take their second dragon.
Yeah, and ultimately, it looked so weird that, you know, both of these teams just kind of dancing around, neither one really wanting to be the one to go in first. Finally, Yauma does find the initial engage, but seeing as it's just the third dragon and both teams had picked up one so far, it isn't valuable enough for either team that they're willing to lose members over it. So that's why we kind of saw this really interesting kind of dragon dance, so to speak, around that area. And ultimately, I would say that it comes up a little bit for the advantage of Lost Chapter, just because they did pick up the dragon, in the end. But Filiberto able to stay alive throughout that entire fight. He does have the Immortal Shield Bow, and you can just see how hard, how difficult it is to take down this Yone in the fights. And it does feel like, as long as Filiberto is up and available, it's never over for collective effort. So we'll have to see if Lost Chapter can find some way to sort of pick him off later in the fights and be able to shut down that huge amount of pressure that he is able to generate for collective effort. But as it is, on the other side, you know, whenever Deprapine is able to be alive, there's similar pressure being generated by the Aphelios as well. But here's Shin Yuna getting jumped on once again by Filiberto. Luckily, he does have the turret that he's able to run under and keep himself alive. But for the rest of this game, Filiberto is going to be able to have so much more pressure in the side lane than Shin Yuna will have on the Victor.
Onto Shin Yuna. The Chaos Storm is going to save him off a bit, but it's not going to be quite enough as the Immortal Shield Bow procs. And Filiberto picks up another solo kill. It's now 5-1-5 on this Yone. 40 CS up, has free reign over that bottom turret, has teleport as well as the rest of the team goes up towards this Herald.
Yeah, this is a little bit of an issue with the laning assignments, as Baron is going to be started up by collective effort. We'll see if they're able to finish it off.
No, that's the thing. No one can match this Yone anymore. He's already way too strong. Maybe Deprapine, but would definitely need support to follow up. And with that in mind, that's just too much resources spent over to one lane. They have to either commit to fighting the rest of the team or fighting Filiberto on the side lane and losing something for either way, right? So it's just a really rough time for them right now.
Yeah, and I think that ultimately it does need to be Kevin Chen matching him, as you do see here, just because Filiberto is going to struggle to have a lot of kill pressure. I'm not sure about the Mundo's kill pressure in the other direction. Eventually, I believe the Yone will start to outscale once he can get some healing reduction against the Mundo, but for now, Kevin Chen, he is able to go down there, and I misspoke. Or no, I didn't misspeak. It was the Baron being started up. For some reason, the icon is looking a little funny on my spectator map, so I got a little bit mixed up there. But just collective effort forcing some decision making out of Lost Chapter, because they start up the Baron. I don't think that they ever really intended to finish that one up, but it did buy a lot of space for Philly B to, you know, push down that first turret and then just continue his push. He was able to chunk, I believe, more than half of the HP out of that bottom lane turret. Did grab about 3/4 of it, so should he return to that one again, it's going to be easy to finish it off. But collective effort, it feels like they're in the driver's seat right now, which is bizarre, given the fact that we do see a slight goal lead, about 1.5k over to the side of Lost Chapter. So just a very, very close game. I think it really just depends on how these team fights end up playing themselves out. It, to me, in my eyes, obviously there's a lot of supporting cast members, but it really is Filiberto against Deprapine. Will Deprapine be able to stay alive on this hyper carry Aphelios champion and wipe the enemy team, or will it be Filiberto on this more of an assassination style Yone diving into the back line and taking him out?
Yeah, well, now Kevin Chen does have the healing reduction off the Bramble Vest, as well as the Anthemus Chains to really reduce that damage coming up from Filiberto. So as you mentioned, he is definitely the best one to match him in the side lane here. But even then, is it really going to be enough? Because as you can see already, Immortal Shield Bow and Infinity Edge already coming out from Filiberto, as well as the healing reduction to reduce any of that regen coming out from Kevin Chen. And this Yone is just going to get stronger and stronger as the game progresses. They really need to find a way to stop him in his tracks right now, or find a way to cross-map trade an objective. See if they can maybe even just give up this dragon, go for the Baron, try and get an attempt there. See if they can just get anything done on that side of the map. As Drip Irrigation's gonna go in alone onto Depripine. Already gets a good chunk of him down to half HP, but does get kicked away. Depripine is gonna have to flash out. Mortal Shield popped as well as the rest of the team goes in. Drip Irrigation gets popped very early on. And look at the HP bars from the members of Collective Effort. They're already pretty low as the taunt comes in, and Gregorio is going to fall as Filiberto, looking with the face sealed onto 3 members, picks up a triple kill for himself. That's 4 members down for the side of Lost Chapter, and this should be the dragon for Collective Effort. They don't have a smite, but it shouldn't really matter as Filiberto is looking for more onto Shin Yuna. Doesn't have quite enough damage to finish him off before the gravity field would have stunned him anyways. But that is a huge tempo swing over to Collective Effort.
Not only is that going to be the dragon, but it's going to be the Baron as well, and Filiberto of all players will be the absolute... Oh, they're not going to go for the Baron, but Filiberto, he is the absolute MVP of this team fight for Collective Effort. He lies in wait. Drip Irrigation does end up going down as the first casualty of the team fight, but he waits for the perfect ultimate, and he's looking for more.
Yeah, there was only 10 seconds left in the memory, so I don't imagine they'd be going for the Baron so early. Chaos Storm does get dropped down by Shin Yuna, and you can see Filiberto pinging that ultimate away, knowing that it was pretty much wasted there. So honestly, with that Chaos Storm down, they could try and look for a Baron attempt here if they want to, even though all 5 members are up. Either a Baron attempt, or they could try and look for a pick in that river, get control of the vision, and see if they can pick someone off as they walk up to try and get vision of that. Otherwise, again, they really could just go for this Baron if they want to. I think they're strong enough right now. They take it very quickly. So either going for the Baron or looking for a pick off of the vision control in the river, I'd imagine that's going to be their play if they really want to go for a game-ending play here.
Yeah, and there's a lot of flexibility still available for Collective Effort because Filiberto has this teleport available. So he's happy to sit down here in this side lane. We can see at this point he's 2 levels up over Kevin Chen on the Mundo, and then he's going to go in.
Oh, Filiberto getting a good chunk of damage onto Kevin Chen already, down to about half HP. Kevin Chen does have a lot of regen, though.
Yeah, and it is slow for this Yone to be able to take down something like a Mundo, but with with the Mortal Reminder completed for Philly, he doesn't have to worry too much about the healing while they're actually duking it out on the 1v1. So just this is just a really big advantage. This is the point where even, you can see the HP bar of Kevin Chen right now. This is the point where Filiberto is not able to be matched by anyone else, and you love to see it with this, which is that the MVP of the CCS is absolutely putting his team on his back. Yes, there are other members performing well from Collective Effort as well, but none to the level that Filiberto is showing us with this Yone. And now we do see that the gold lead has flipped over to Collective Effort. Very, very scary to see if you're Lost Chapter. And at this point, if you're Lost Chapter, it's going to be all about controlling the vision. Can you set up some kind of situation where you can get a pick to start the team fight? Specifically on Filiberto, would be nice, but anyone that they can get to start the team fight and get a 4v5 advantage will be, they're going to go ahead and take it. And that's why you can see these sweepers coming out, this pink ward in the brush, in the river for Shin Yuna and Gregorio. They're lying in wait for someone to show up, but there's not really any reason that Collective Effort needs to go in that direction. They know that Lost Chapter isn't taking down the Baron because they just don't have the speed to be able to do that yet. So Collective Effort just playing it very calm, cool, and collected at this point in the game.
Yeah, they're taking their time here. They're honestly just waiting for the next dragon. It doesn't seem like they're very interested in going for the Baron quite yet, so they really just want to wait and force Lost Chapter to make a choice, right? To either contest that dragon and potentially lose it again, as Collective Effort should be just extremely confident here. Filiberto trying to look to go on to Kevin Chen. No, isn't going to do so. Oh, Gregorio got the steal on that scuttle. I'm not sure if it's going to matter too much. I don't think they're going to fight here, but definitely a little bit of an advantage going back over to them, over to Lost Chapter. But overall, really, they just want to wait for the dragon. They want to force Lost Chapter to contest it and potentially lose the game off of it, or force them to try and go for something else, maybe cross map, maybe go for the Baron instead. But either way, collective effort is going to be on the front foot.
Yeah, absolutely they are. And with something like the Scuttle Steel like that, it's Gregorio just showing kind of the mechanical prowess that he is able to have. Now, I will say I'm a little bit disappointed. I mean, he certainly did make a couple of plays early in this game up towards that top lane alongside Kevin Chen, but I would have liked to see Gregorio pop off a little bit more on this signature Lee Sin pick, especially given that they did expend their first pick onto it. It really just hasn't shown that value for me. And as another turret is going to go down from Lost Chapter, the gold lead will continue to expand a little bit, actually stand pretty similar, and now Dragon up. It is just the third Dragon, so if you're Lost Chapter, I don't want to see them necessarily force a fight over this no matter what.
Yeah, and even if they force something, you already see me crit you now, already pushing up the mid lane here. It doesn't need to be here because it does have the stand united, but the Dragon's already down to half HP. There has to be a fight that starts here as the Shusha Barrage goes out, gets a good chunk onto Gregorio. Chaos Storm being dropped as well is going to zone them out a little bit, but here's the Fate Sealed with the stand united on top of the Yone, goes in as the rest of the team, and the Dragon does go over to Lost Chapter, but can they win the fight afterwards? Look at that huge shield coming out from Philly Barito off that Immortal Shield Bow. And he's now taking out 3 members of the enemy team. Lost Chapter is only down to 1 member. Kevin Chen walking through the turrets. Looks like he might be able to recall here. He's going to be fine, but that's 4 members down for 40 seconds. And we already saw how quickly collective effort can end the game off of 1 clean fight. And we might see that here after this pause. Really shows a little bit of a draft difference in this game here. As we finally go back into the game after the pause, we probably will see a little bit of a spectator delay pause after this. But overall, yeah, this is exactly what I was saying. They take the inhibitor turret, just the inhibitor turret, and then they go straight for the Baron. They're giving up on that huge bottom wave in favor of tempo on this Baron, as members are still yet to spawn for the side of Lost Chapter, and all 4 members here for the side of collective effort are going towards this Baron to get it down as quickly as possible before there's even a chance to answer. And I imagine after that they're going to look for one last push to end the game.
Yeah, I think you're right, and obviously it'll be pretty easy for them to come back and grab that inhibitor with the Baron buff on. I'm sure that they have a lot of gold in their pockets after that fight in particular.
Philly B, though, to zone them out by killing them even. Yeah, with the laugh right in Philly Berto's face, knowing that he couldn't kill.
Good to see the spirits are still high from Yoma for Lost Chapter, so, you know, still a little bit of energy left in them. But look at the amount of golds that's sitting in the pocket for collective effort. 1,200 from the Ezreal, 1,000 from the Yone, 1,200 for drip irrigation. So they have a lot of money that they're able to spend here, able to pick up some of these last items. You know, interestingly, one that catches my eye is Ezreal does complete his Frozen Heart, which means he's going to be just about completely unkillable. And as you said, Naka, I think that they're going to make one last push here. Looks like they're grouping into the bottom lane to try to take out some more turrets, probably take down an inhibitor, and crown themselves as the first ever champions of the Classic Championship Series. Filiberto, though, he's trying to just do it by himself. Not able to make anything happen, but the rest of the members do join him as well. Shen with that Baron buff into the top lane. So powerful because he has the stand united in order to grow.
Already underneath the turret, goes down, picks up the kill. And Shin Yuna falls immediately. That's 1 member down already. Filiberto is still on the run looking for more. Does not have Fate Sealed anymore, so won't be able to make that play again. But with only 3 members to defend here, and Depripine not really able to clear this wave, not able to walk up and auto these minions at all. And with me, Crit You now pushing out the top lane as well. They have to make a decision now. They have to try and look to engage this 3v4 or just give it up. They're really just not doing anything by standing here. They're giving me Crit You now all the free time in the top lane to push as they take out the bottom inhibitor turret, as they take out the bottom inhibitor. And look at that, 3 super minions. Or sorry, cannon, buffed up cannon minions pushing out the bottom side. Flan might be a little bit too deep though. It's very low. Gets picked up by Shin Yuna off spawn. Drip Irrigation backing up a little bit. Philly Berto looking for more though. And Drip Irrigation is following up as well. Here's the Stand United to defend him for a little bit longer, but is going to fall to Shin Yuna underneath the turret. And they might have bit off more than they can chew as me Crit You now is so low. Cider Mill is so low and they have to back off.
Yeah, and so Lost Chapter, they are able to keep their base alive, but it's going to be 3 inhibitors falling down for them, so they are just going to be spending basically all of their time in the base trying to defend themselves against this onslaught of minions, and collective effort able to, you know, they are able to just totally monopolize the vision for themselves as a result of that. And we thought the Baron was going to be the very end of this, but with 40 seconds remaining until the Infernal Soul here for collective effort, they might end up just waiting a little bit longer to pick that one up. At the very least, they might try to just force a fight around it. And again, it's just one more fight for collective effort, and they will be able to seal their fate as the CCS champions. Obviously not 100% guaranteed, but I would give it about 99% at this point, as 10 more seconds until this one's going to spawn, and it actually might be that Lost Chapter doesn't even leave their base for it, because there's just so much for them to deal with there, and they're just so outmatched in terms of the items at this point in the game.
Yeah, 3 inhibitors down. This cannot be contested. It is only up to soul point now for the side of collective effort. But of course, Lost Chapter would have wanted that soul for themselves. And now it's up for grabs on either side in the next 5 minutes. But I don't know if the game's going to last that long, as they drop the Shurelias to try and run down bottom lane here with 2 super minions already pushed up. And all the waves, look at all these super minions crashing in on all 3 lanes here. This has to be the end of the game, or else Lost Chapter has to go for some hero defense here. Or maybe Flan gets a little bit over aggressive again, but I'm not really sure it's going to be the case here, as all 5 members are stacked up, pushing into the Nexus turrets now. Drip Irrigation gets rooted up, gets stunned. Filiberto trying to look for some damage. Storm is going to get dropped down onto me, Crit You now, but Yama's already fallen down to Flan. Kevin Chen already very low as well, and Filiberto looking for more. Is going to dive underneath the turret with the face seal on 2 members, and there's the taunt as well, as with the spectator glitch. Unfortunately, we won't see the end of that, but that is going to be the end of the game for collective effort after an amazing series, 3-1.
Yeah, and so unfortunate with that spectator issue at the very end, but that is going to be it. That is collective effort crowning themselves as the Season 0 champions for the Classic Championship Series. Absolutely awesome series to be able to watch. Although it was 4 games, there definitely were some incredibly close moments in many of these games. And now just taking a look at the damage charts at the end, Filiberto, he showed us that he is the deserving CCS MVP, absolutely smashing the rest of the members in this game in terms of damage with the most on this Yone pick. He led his team to victory all throughout the split, and he does the same thing in the final. And thank you so much for being here today with us. I am Elsa the Queen. I was joined today by Naka. I really appreciate you being here, just being able to fill in on providing that awesome play-by-play commentary. So, very glad that we were able to cast this one together, and that is the finale for our CCS split. So, just a very exciting split of League of Legends from week 1 all the way to the finals. But don't worry, we will see you next season. We will surely be back. See you next time, y'all.
See ya.
What's going on, everybody? It's Thursday, and you know what that means. We got some CCS action for you, but not just any action. Today is the quarter final, so you know it's going to be a banger. We got Predictive Gaming Odin taking on Sensei Squad. I'm Rye Chains, joined by Elsa the Queen. We're rocking with our hats and hoodies today. You already know how it goes. And are you ready for today's matchup, Elsa?
I am ready, and it's been a really long time since we've been able to cast PGO, so I'm really excited to be able to do it alongside another veteran caster of the CCS who knows kind of the rich history that this team does bring to our league, and so excited for that. And I'm also excited for Sensei Squad because this is one of the most exciting teams that I've casted this split. I was saying to you earlier, Rye Chains, they usually tend to win hard or lose hard, but they'll really surprise you when they win hard. They look really, really good when they do get off to a good start. So I think we're going to have a series on our hands here.
Yeah, this one definitely is one that could go the distance here, and just differently than the regular season. This is going to be a best of five, so it takes 3 games to win the series. We are into the pick ban here coming out, and the bans are flying as Camille Nocturne taken off the table by Sensei Squad and Vigar Thresh taken off the table by PGO.
Yeah, and it seems like probably makes sense to me that these teams have really kind of planned out what exactly they want to take away from the other side. All of these champions that we do see banned are all pretty strong in the current meta. I would say maybe the one that stands out is specifically the Nocturne, which is something that Charizard played last week in the win for PGO against Horizon. So being taken there, and I really think this is Sensei Squad already kind of trying to pinch that jungle pool away from Charizard. Like I said, doesn't necessarily, he plays a large variety of picks, but I don't know that he plays them all to a very effective level. So interested to see what they'll come out with here. The Warwick is the one that's kind of like the staple pick, kind of that's the tool, the random pocket pick is what I'm trying to say. Sorry for Charizard in the jungle. So, but Ash for now, which is something that they played last week as well. So I'm liking the Ash, and then Wukong too. So that could be in the jungle. I'll stop talking. I've been talking for a long time, but we saw Wukong in the jungle yesterday in the Dorado series. So
Yeah, I mean, I really like Volibear as a pick. This pick is rising in priority a whole lot right now, and it kind of seems like one of the premier junglers, and it can even be played top lane and does so much damage and is very tanky. So definitely like the first pick here. Hecarim is still available, and that's kind of one of the higher tier picks that has come up as well, but has received a few nerfs, so it's dropping a little bit. But Ezreal is going to be the option for
yeah.
Matrix in the AD carry role into this Ashe.
Yeah, and so Matrix Shadow picking up the Ezreal, I think they're just wanting to take it before that second round of bans because that would give PGO the opportunity to pinch the pool even a little bit more. And I mean, I think Ezreal is good against Ashe just as far as being able to have the mobility to survive, even when she has the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. But I feel like the early game it's going to be paired with Renata Gloss, and I feel like the early game Ezreal kind of gets smashed. Maybe not. I mean, I guess if you can land all your Qs, but I really want to go back to the Wukong again because it got buffed just yesterday. I know one of the biggest things about it is now the W can take you over walls, which is a big part of why people are thinking it's a lot stronger in the jungle. So it would be cool if Charizard had kind of would bring this one out. It's an exciting pick to see with the ultimate, just always creating a lot of mayhem, and then Zillion locked in. Technically a flex pick, but we did see it surprise playing that in the support role last week as well for PGO. So I anticipate for it to go there again as we get into the next set of bans.
Yeah, and I guess we'll kind of have to see what happens with this jungle pick for PGO here. Obviously, since the squad has the Volibear, it can still go into the top lane, but usually what you see in these competitive picks is going to be jungle and bot lane secured in the first rotation, and then bans coming out to get, favorable matchups in the solo lane. So
Yeah.
kind of what I'm expecting here. As you can see now, mid laners getting banned
Yeah.
away, Victor and Corki. What I imagine PGO is going to do is they're going to give their counter to top lane just
Oh
because,
yeah.
a lot of talk around that matchup, which we'll get into in a little bit. But nonetheless, I'm I don't know. I'm not too big on Renata right now, or even since she's come out. I think the ultimate's very easy to dodge and it goes very slowly. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what you think about it, but I'm not the biggest fan of Renata just as a champion in general.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's kind of hard. I feel like Renata benefits a lot to me from sort of the tendency to forget the worst times and remember the good times, because when you do hit the ultimate on multiple people, it is a lot of CC for a long time. Great way to be able to provide some disengage. So those can be big moments, but it is really difficult to consistently make that happen unless you're a really good on the champion. And I know that for like on a pro level, it is considered a pretty hard counter to things like Nautilus, which is very popular right now. But instead, it is, probably, like I said, going to be the Zillion, could be a flex. I think we'll find out here. I very much agree with you that they do want to save this counter pick top lane for P Huff Zone. Feels very confident in this matchup, especially if he can have priority. So with LeBlanc being locked in here, that's definitely a different look for Whole Grain. I don't think that we've seen Whole Grain Man on this champion this season. That being said, LeBlanc obviously been around for a long time, and pretty strong blind pick in the current meta right now. Kind of provides a lot of safety.
Yeah, a lot of safety indeed on this champion, and with this, I kind of expect to see some sort of AP artillery mage that comes through
Okay,
like
that's a
Seraph.
terrible matchup. Yeah,
It seems pretty. Yeah, I
I
mean,
yeah. I played a lot of LeBlanc, I'll say. Like, it's one of my most played champions. I'm not very high level player, but also, well, anyways, I played a lot of LeBlanc, and I can tell you, Xerath, like the first 3 levels, like if you do
yeah.
not get a kill, which in competitive is a lot more risky, it starts to just get really, really annoying really, really quickly because he's just going to poke you out every single time. So with the Gragas being locked in, though, a lot of AP, I'll say, on the side of Sensei squad. I'd be interested to see if a tank could potentially come out here, especially against Gragas, who is really good at nullifying lane. But on the other hand, if you're gonna save this counter pick, I mean, there are things open. The Tryndamere, which is almost perma banned against zone, is open here. But with that being said, is this kind of a bait? It's hard to tell. So they're definitely talking it out here, really trying to discuss what would be the strongest. And it will be this. I was laughing because it could be Sejuani top still. We have seen Ulveric of TA Knight, rest in peace. May their souls ever rest in peace after losing to Dorado last night. But he was big on this one. So CCS legend Ulveric endorses it. So we'll see as we go into the client draft. But I mean, what do you think? What do you think, Ride Chains? Which one do you think is going to go top?
I mean, it's most certainly Wukong top here. I think. I
Probably,
mean,
probably.
Gragas is a very safe blind pick, and it kind of gives the power here to Predictive. Basically, they have the Wukong picked up, and it's like, okay, do we want to send it top or jungle? They see, okay, it's Gragas. Okay, we think we can punish this matchup, so we'll just pick we'll pick a Sejuani and let the Wukong go into the top lane. So
Yeah.
I think it makes sense. Wukong is a pick that can snowball very hard if given the resources and opportunity, and Sejuani is known for getting early ganks off. A lot of CC, very good lockdown on one target. So
Yep.
I kind of do like this combination in this top jungle, and especially, we know what PGO wants to do here, right? Is just to play around this top lane and get zone ahead. So I like the combination here, and it's going to be big to see what Nicolas can do to actually absorb that pressure.
Yeah, and just the amount of synergy there is between Sejuani and Wukong, like you said, the CC comes through, but just Wukong's ability to complement the passive from Sejuani, getting that additional stun in because Wukong can just auto and then reset with his Q. So there is strong synergy there. I also Gragas. Is one of those kind of tank top laners. It could also be AP. Gragas, sometimes it's kind of a bruiser sort of AP in between. But I will say, like, a really good Gragas top player, I think can do pretty well against Wukong, just because if you max the body slam, you can counter Wukong jumping in at you. I'm pretty sure it interrupts. I would imagine that that's the interaction. It is with pretty much every dash forward. So I think there's a lot of opportunity here for Nick Lawls to be able to outplay this matchup, but and we know that those are situations that Huff Zone finds himself in. So I think you normally think of Gragas as kind of this passive top laner, but I don't necessarily think that will be the case given the two players that we're going to watch in this match.
Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be action in this top lane, and I'm excited to see how it goes. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk about Zone. Honestly, this entire year, um, just very very loud voice, very
Yep.
outspoken in the league. So if Nicholas can put on a show here today in this series, I mean that's gonna be a big statement, especially in game one. Even in game one, if Nicholas can, perform well in the top lane. And I mean, yeah, okay, I guess they picked top jungle, but it could have also been Gragas jungle, I guess. But there's no reason to even mention that because they've already locked in. But yeah.
Yeah, no. Yeah, and that actually was a good point. I didn't even think about that flex. But not going to see it this time, but yeah, I mean, there has certainly been a lot of talk around PGO. I think that now is obviously the time where we're going to see if they can actually follow up on that. But, for Sensei Squad coming in new to the league this season, had one of the most memorable series of the season definitively when they 2-0'd Horizon. And then Horizon kind of continued or proceeded to fall off a cliff after that. So Sensei Squad obviously hit them really hard, and they're a fun team to watch. And like you said, it would be huge for Nicholas to get ahead in the early game, not only for himself, but also for this team as a whole. And there, Mossy of Goldfish Gaming, he was awesome enough to do a bunch of player interviews this last week, and he had one that he just released today with Aquatic Bear, the jungler of Sensei Squad, who's the captain of this team, the leader of this team, and someone that we've seen be really impressive, for instance, in that series against Horizon. So I'm excited to see what Aquatic Bear can do, playing a bear in this game, actually, and having a little bit of early priority. And I just think this is going to be a competitive series. These are two really scrappy teams that we have coming onto the Rift.
Yeah, absolutely. Aquatic Bear's got to make stuff happen in this game. That's the role of a captain. You gotta put the team on your back and
Oh, yeah.
kind of facilitate here. Before we throw it off into a break, and we are on to the Rift for game number 1 of the Thursday quarterfinals between Predictive Gaming Odin and Sensei Squad. On the red side, Predictive Gaming Odin. In the top lane, P. Huffstone on the Wukong, Charizard in the jungle, on the Sejuani, Wholegrain Man on LeBlanc in the mid lane, and then Odd Mitch and Surprise rounding out the bottom lane with the Ashe and the Zillion.
And on the other side, as Aquatic Bear tries to get some poke down in, we do have... They're scrapping. All right. We got Nick Lulz in the top lane for Sensei Squad on the Gragas, Aquatic Bear on the bear with the Vola Bear in the jungle, Veneris as they continue to fight on the Xerath in the mid lane. We got Matrix Shadow on the Ezreal, and the kid on Renata Glass.
All right, and we are just scrapping all over. Level 1 action coming out everywhere.
I mean,
and Goldie is in favor of Sensei Squad at 1 minute, so it's kind of a Goldie that's hard to come back from at this point. So
yeah, devastating.
It might be over. It might be over for PGO here.
Definitely going to be a Spell Thief's Edge diff in this one. But I mean, like, I will say, the poke did go really heavily in favor of Sensei Squad. Sensei got a lot more poke down than PGO was able to. Ultimately, it shouldn't be that big of a deal, but sometimes those little bits of HP in that early laning phase can be impactful. And like I said, Wholegrain Man definitely going to want to go pretty much as aggressive as he can in these first couple of levels and shove the Xerath either shove Xerath in, or ideally, just get the level 2 and try to go for some kind of all-in here. And Nick Lulz playing pretty well so far up into the top lane as well. So as these junglers are both sort of pathing towards the top side, we'll see if they do end up meeting. Oh, never mind. What am I saying? They're going opposite ways. Dear God.
Yeah, and I think just thinking about it, the more I think about it, I mean, Gragas is gonna be stronger than Wukong in this early game. Wukong kind of needs those items to scale up, and also Gragas has the sustain with the passives. I mean, you can see Nicholas is happy to take trades in, and he's been getting better. I mean, he still has 2 pots left, so feeling good on this Gragas in the early game. Does have to be careful of the potential Charizard gank, and they do know that that actually is coming due to the fact that Aquatic Bear was able to get a ward on the red buff of Predictive Gaming, so shouldn't come to a surprise to anyone. But here we go into this bottom lane as it's gonna land. Surprise! Thunder threat does have to flash away, and the heal is also burned by Odd Mitch, so Summoner Spell advantage in this bottom lane for Sensei Squad.
Yeah, and I wanted to point out as well, looking at the item start here from Gragas, did go with the tier first, which is kind of the greed start, in my opinion. So not only pushing the Wukong out of lane early, but even doing it with sort of this, this item start that doesn't really give you any stats at the beginning. But as you said, does have sustain as long as you can keep chugging those casks with the W. So having the tier right away and building up that mana is impactful.
Yeah, and Nicolas able to get a cheater off, grab a pink ward and a ruby crystal, so he's feeling good right now. He's gonna push back to him. He can try to freeze and basically just kind of choke this Wukong out in the early game. But Aquatic Bear is on this bottom side, gonna get spotted out by the ward. The kid, oh my lord, going in, does have the passive coming through. The W's gonna come through, but the first blood goes over to PGO as one's gonna fall, but surprise on the backside will fall as well. So all of a sudden it's a 2 for 2 in this bottom lane, but both of the kills go to surprise.
Yeah, okay, so both of them going to surprise. I think Zillion is pretty annoying. I mean, it's not like a tank support getting both of them, but we're gonna get the gank here.
Yeah, Charizard going on here is going to land that Q, and Nicolas going to have to flash away. Otherwise, would have been death potentially for this Gragas in the top lane. So good job there by Charizard making the play cross map, and I think either way, Nicolas going in the 1v2 does not even care. But I think all in all, you're going to be happy with that if you're Sensei Squad. And Nicolas is still aggressing, trying to hold this wave. This is crazy. I think this is Ant here, as Sejuani is still in. Stun's going to come up. One more auto should be enough. The flash comes through. Oh! The tower. 3 steps. Look at, the kid is here with the flash. Going to find the stun onto Charizard as now Puffstone has to run, is behind the tower.
No mana.
Charizard
Nice.
and Veneris on the roam is beautiful. They're going to pick up that kill, and just like that, Sensei Squad has the 1 kill lead and is up 700 gold.
Yeah, and I love the rotation there from the kid into the top side. Definitely not expecting that was Huff Zone. So not only was Matrix Shadow just like on a pretty natural back, gonna get back to lane here and not really miss very many CS at all, but also it's Ezreal. So very comfortable to let him sit down there if they needed to for a little bit. But whole grain.
Flash, okay. And the
okay,
pause. Wow,
interesting time to pause.
That is really unlucky there.
Yeah, whole grain is down, so he's down a level. Bummer that he does not have a level 6 for him, because with Ignite still available here, if he did have R, he could just literally press R right now to do another satchel, and Ignite would take it down, but doesn't have it available. None of those minions look very close to dying either, so...
Yeah, but he's one minion away from actually getting 6, so a little bit unlucky timing. But Veneris still has... Oh, we're back. Veneris does a barrier, and we'll just use that, and should be no problem there.
Yeah, and I mean, so Veneris does get pretty far pushed out, and with that wave that is pushing in, the downside is, of course, that LeBlanc did not have 6, but the upside is going to force the Xerath into a fairly awkward back there. Does not have the teleport, as we just saw with the barrier being used instead, so whole grain is going to be able to deny some farm here and pick up this as well. But now that Xerath has hit level 6, starting to... get some items in his inventory, doesn't have any serious sort of mana regeneration yet, but even as soon as the Lost Chapter starts to come in, that is when Xerath can kind of start to clear the waves, as well as hitting something around, level 8 especially, getting another point in probably the W. So that's when it gets really hard for LeBlanc, and you tend to get pushed in, which for LeBlanc is really bad, because whole grain definitely would like to be roaming at this point, and being in Fog of War as much as possible, just to force Aquatic Bear to play around that, and as well as the lanes. But Xerath does a really good job of pushing it in. So we'll have to see if whole grain is able to escape mid and can impact the rest of the map. But no big objectives going down either so far.
Interestingly enough, CS is pretty even all across the board. In the bot lane though, Matrix is up you know, about 9 CS, which is very, very interesting, judging from the fact that he was 1v2 for, you know,
Eh,
a good
yeah.
few minutes in this lane. But here we go. As you know, the kid is under threat. As Holgren Man just gonna walk in, do a little combo, and you know, all of a sudden you're half HP.
Yeah, and when I referenced the interview with Aquatic Bear, and he did talk about Matrix Shadow a lot, and just how dedicated he is to improving his game, and how he was by far the most improved player on this team throughout the split. So it's exciting to kind of see the results of that here. And as you said, playing 1v2 much of this lane just as real things. And with Aquatic Bear now into this bottom side, I don't know. They might be able to pull off some sort of gank here if PGO does go aggressive. No level 6 yet for the Ashe, but might be difficult to pull this one off.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Charizard is making his way down as well, but I mean, you do have the Stormbringer to take out the tower, but in the mid lane, oh, nice stun coming through there
Ignite up.
from Daenerys, but we'll see what happens. No barrier yet. A couple seconds come through, but Holgren Man's still looking for it. Ooh. One more ability, but we're diving in the bottom lane. This Stormbringer is going to disable the tower. Odin is taking very low. Will go down. So you know the kid, and Charizard is chasing. And look at Sensei squad. They're feeling it right now.
Yeah, that was very clean, and they they have drafted this team composition that they've drafted specifically thinking about, you know, kind of the Volibear as well as the okay.
Oh my
came
gosh.
out of the base.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow just headshotting Veneris.
Yeah, and okay, yeah, so we did have just a little bit of a kill in the mid lane there. So that, I mean, that's actually really, really important for Holgren, and just a really good arrow by Odd Mitch, and or kind of a lucky arrow to be able to make that one happen. But you know, Sensei squad, with that, you know, being said, just a 500 gold lead, but for 9 minutes, that's definitely you know, significant enough to show that they are in the lead right now. And they talked about wanting to take advantage of the early and mid game where they see PGO struggling, and I would agree with that. You know, I think that Charizard has really had a hard time getting off effective ganks this season when I've watched their team, which is quite a bit. So that I feel like personally that's been the pattern also so far in this one. I haven't, not too much of an impact from this Sejuani.
Yeah, I mean, you had the nice kill in the top lane. Okay, Aquatic Bear and Hearthstone is going to try and sort of cause some shenanigans in this top side, but the numbers are here first actually for PGO. But look at this bottom lane as Odd Mitch could be in trouble, but here we go. Hearthstone taking 1 HP, has to flash away to safety. We'll see as the bite comes through from Aquatic Bear. And now Aquatic Bear sitting at 3-1 and 2, and this Rift Herald should be pretty free for Sensei squad.
Yeah, Rift Herald is going to be taken off of that. So again, just kind of this theme of wanting to snowball the game, which Rift Herald is so big for doing it pre 14 minutes when those turret plates are still available. And they're looking at the mid lane, though, now for Charizard. Oh
yeah, Glacial Prism not going to land, but they're still going in as the chain finds the mark. Stun under tower is nice. Holgren Man, oh, he's going to go down. Am I delayed?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure out if I'm ahead or if you're delayed. But sorry if on the stream I'm ruining everything that's happening. But
yeah,
I'm waiting for our producer to give me some word. I have tagged him on Discord, but you never know with this one. Ludiolo252.
Okay, I think
yeah,
I'm
it looks like
a little bit behind.
You're a little bit, all right, okay. So I'll narrate for a second. Okay, yep. So they're at the dragon right now, and they're getting it. It's 11:15, and the dragon's going down. All right, and so PGO is going to claim that first dragon. So it will be a little bit of a trade of objectives here, just as I mentioned that objectives were not being taken. Niklaus, though, also just getting a huge trade off there on Hearthstone, taking a really big advantage. And are you still with us, right, Chance?
I think so, yeah. I think I'm good.
Might be. Oh.
Okay. All right, I think we're good. I think we're back.
Okay.
I don't know what happened, but
yeah,
right.
I mean, well, it's pause things. All right, Holgren Man.
Now, you know the kid could be in trouble here as the Ashe arrows are going to slow. Holgren Man's in the area as the Rihanna ulti's going to come through. Berserk onto 2. True-Shot Barrage over the top is not going to be enough damage, but now Body Bear is going in. Stormbringer is going to find the stun on to Surprise as the Thunder comes down, but look at the shot from Xerath. Can Veneris find the mark? Low HP bar on Odd Mitch, but the Zillion ulti is used there to repel any sort of damage, and the Herald is going to be spawned up in this bottom lane. This tower is going to go down. Oh! Oh my gosh, Aquatic Bear stepped a bit too far and just getting absolutely one-shotted here.
Yeah.
Gonna get the charge. Oh, tower's alive at 1 HP.
Oh my gosh, it's at 29 HP. Doesn't get the turret, but they still should. Well, I don't know. I mean, you know, probably they'll be able to get it. Aquatic Bear just getting absolutely blown up, and I do not think that he needed to walk up in that situation. I think that you can just sit there. You know, local gold is pretty generous with the Rift Herald there, so he, you know, just going up a little bit too far, and I think it can be deceiving with Volibear because he can like have a lot of HP, how fast he can get blown up like by a champion like LeBlanc, who can just cut right through that, no magic resist picked up whatsoever yet. So Old Green Man is starting to get a little bit scary for some of these squishier members of the Sensei squad.
Ooh. Aquatic Bear finding Charizard in this river. We'll see if they go. Yes, I'm gonna find the mark. If Aquatic Bear, I mean Charizard does have the flash, not gonna use it, but True-Shot Barrage is a little bit wide. So Charizard will get out for the time being, but you know, you can see that, Ogre Man looking for it on to, you know, the kid, but doesn't the W available? We'll have to go back as the Ignite's ticking. I don't think they'll be able to find it here. Veneris is just alt-tabbed or something. I don't know what's going on there. What's gonna find the full combo is on the chase him down and will find the kill. I don't know what was going on there, but nonetheless, you know, kill over to the PGO AD carry.
Yeah, Odd Mitch with the solo kill there, and Odd Mitch is getting jumped on now as well with Aquatic Bear.
Maybe a bit too far as Charizard's in the area now. It's a 2v2 in this red side quadrant of PGO. And Aquatic Bear and, you know, the kid are going to be able to get out, but the bottom tower falls for PGO, so gold lead now increased to 2.5k in favor of Sensei squad.
Yeah, and that was a point I was going to make after after Charizard was poked out there, is even though they weren't able to make any kills happen off of that, I feel like the larger idea there was to be able to just, you know, get the lane pushed up so Matrix Shadow could pick up that first turret gold, which is going to be really big for this Ezreal. But Nick Lulz,
oh, we're going to get a big fight in this top lane. It's a 3v2 in favor of PGO, but they're flashing away. Nick Lulz going to get stunned up as Hubzone is spinning. Sorry about that. Ultimates are coming over the top. True-Shot Barrage not going to land. But the Thunder will come down. And Xerath ulti was also canceled. But look at the low health bars here on PGO. And with 3 members in this top side, you know, Sensei squad could look to just take down this top side tower, as PGO can't really defend it. Their health bars are just too low.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, I don't want to cast or curse here as Whole Grain Man goes a little bit aggressive, but theoretically, Matrix Shadow should be able to stay fairly safe against LeBlanc. So with no one down bottom lane pushing or anything like that because of the recalls forced, it looks like that turret is going to be taken down by Veneris. So nice for him to be able to get a little bit more gold in his pocket as well. Has managed to finish up the Luden's Echo already. Going to be working into a second item after that. And then also for Ezreal with the Manamune already almost being upgraded. He's got just you know, looks about like three more stacks, so functionally is upgraded. 1 item done just all across the board for Sensei squad, whereas we still do see just pieces for Hubzone. So we'll see.
Bear could be getting caught here. We'll have to use a Stormbringer over the wall, but Holger Man's still looking for more. Chain's gonna connect. We'll find the root. And we'll see if the damage comes through, but the Blast Cone utilized. Does Holger Man have another jump? So chasing. Yeah, we'll flash over the wall with the distortion and find a kill onto Aquatic Bear, but the mid lane push is going to be gotten by Sensei squad. So they'll try to hit this tower, get some damage down. Actually, might be able to take the tower as PGO is just all on the dragon.
Yeah, and that makes it 3 turrets to 0. So even though PGO has picked up quite a few kills, they are in the lead in terms of kills. They're behind fairly substantially in the game.
Oh, that chain was the long. Okay, Glacial Prism is not going to find the stun onto Matrix Shadow, but he has to run to the hills. A nice usage of the cast here, but Hogan still looking for more. A nice W from Renata to buy some time. Does the kill come through? No, it doesn't, as the shutdown goes over to Surprise, and Matrix Shadow will fall just a little bit too far pushed up in that mid lane. I mean, there's no reason to be there.
Yeah, no, I think that pathing in particular.
Veneris?
Okay.
One more!
Oh,
Yes, sir! Finds the snipes!
Okay.
Finds the snipe. Veneris locked and loaded in game number 1 and is going to take down Charizard.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to me as we kind of see the developing dynamic of both of these mid laners being really annoying and really a problem for the opposing team, but in totally different ways, just kind of with the poke versus sort of assassin style. So both of these mid laners are going to end up having a lot of agency in saying, having a say at where this game goes. If Whole Brain Man can find some flanks, especially if they can get some vision control, clear out some of those wards, and pick up a one-shot on one of the Veneris or Matrix Shadow, that's going to be the key for PGO. But yeah, I'm just really excited to see how this can continue to develop, because both players having a really strong game, even though they're in the same role.
Yeah, absolutely. Both players looking solid here, and they are going to be playing kind of they have different play styles for sure. Uh-oh, Matrix Shadow aggressed on by zone as the double bomb comes in, and it is beautiful from Surprise, and now Aquatic Bear's going to get hit in the face with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and a double kill comes through now for the Monkey King in the top lane, and all of a sudden the kills are back in favor of PGO, but the gold is still with Sensei squad.
Yeah, and that's what this PGO composition is built to do. It's to get picks. Pretty much every single champion PGO selected in the draft assists with that. Definitely Wukong brings that team fighting element as well, but the amount of CC that they have on their team is huge. So being able to catch Sensei squad out one by one, and again, just control this vision as they set down these pink wards, around the bottom side river, that is what they need to do if they can, have priority in forcing Sensei into these situations. When objectives are up, then they're going to have a good time in this game. So we're seeing them execute that here, but we'll see how well they can continue to do it throughout this game.
Yeah, and I guess the thing that we need to look at, as this game goes further on, is the scaling potential of both of these sides, right? Obviously, PGO does have the Dragon advantage right now, so if Sensei squad does want to, come back in that aspect of it, they're gonna have to stall the game for at least another 20 minutes to sort of delay that soul if they want to get the soul themselves. So my question to you is, which scaling are you liking better?
Yeah, I honestly, that's what I was expecting you to say, and I feel like both of these teams don't really scale. Both of them have scaling, but it's not at the level. All right. Poking them out is pretty big here. Anyways, neither of them scale particularly well, but I think Xerath gets so horrible to play against with the Ezreal because Sensei squad is just going to be able to draw out this game for as long as they want.
Oh, Charizard on the flank. Glacial Prism's going to land onto Veneris. There's no follow-up from the team as this tower in the mid lane is under siege. It's going to go down, and Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to find the mark as well onto Veneris, but the Stormbringer diving in the back lines. Wolverine Man looking for him. Flash is coming through. A Surprise going to find the killing spree onto Veneris, and now Aquatic Bear's in trouble in the 1v2 behind enemy lines. 1v3 actually, as Charizard is there as well, and Sensei squad just pushes too far forward.
Yeah, and it's honestly kind of frustrating to watch because this is just a very disorganized lack of communication happening in this fight for Sensei squad. As that is a pretty nice Gragas barrel. They are going to take down the turret, but does kill a lot of the minions. But just Aquatic Bear jumping in after Veneris is caught it doesn't make sense to me. I think they need to peel back in that situation if they can get the Volibear. Okay, though.
Oh, they're going in onto Wolverine Man. Chrono Break is used. Or Chrono Shift, rather.
Yeah, it just seems like some of them are going in while others are going out, and as True Shot Barrage almost picks it up, they're going to have to play better than that if they're going to win this series. PGO, we can meme all that we want, but when it comes down to it, I think in the serious situations, they do have a pretty heavy amount of synergy in their team fighting. I think that is one of the strengths of their team when they're playing well, and So that is a dragon. So denying the soul point is going to extend the game. And as I was mentioning earlier, you know, only real ones remember when Xerath Ziggs was the mid meta in like season like 5, and games were consistently going to 50+ minutes. So I think we could, I mean, you know, maybe, I don't know if we'll see that now, but they can definitely draw it out with the Ezreal and the Xerath.
Yeah, and I mean, I really like Ezreal Xerath just as a combination. A lot of poke potential there. The only thing becomes, you know, you have to be able to play that sort of composition. And a lot of teams that I see are not able to play that composition effectively. You know what I mean? And we've been seeing it here. Like, you know, in that last fight, Veneris getting picked off by standing a bit too far forward, not being able to see not having enough vision to see, you know, flanks coming in. Nicholas should be okay. But yeah, I mean, it seems it's a lot harder to play this poke-centric composition than it seems, especially in duels like this. You know the kid is going to get absolutely one-shotted here. Nice usage of the locket, but the Ignite's ticking down, and it should just be enough here. As, oh, Matrix Shadow. Does he go down?
No.
Oh my gosh, he didn't go down. You know the kid stays alive somehow. I don't know how there, and both summoners burned from Holgrain Man is going to be huge in this next, you know, for this next 5 minutes.
Yeah, and it is going to be huge having the flash. So really, you know, the kid ends up winning out hard on the situation in which he just got so hard burst. And that is what starts to happen with LeBlanc is as the game goes later and later, it does become harder to get that full one shot. So she's going to become a little bit less useful unless you get that perfect sort of flank. But it looks like Aquatic Bear might be in trouble here. We see 4 members of PGO on the top side and 1 lonely bear under the turret. Here comes the team.
Yeah, this looks bad. I mean, they're coming, but nice use of the storm here to dodge out on the CC.
What?
Their chain, wow, connects somehow. Aquatic Bear, for the time being, lives. Oh, surprise getting chunked so heavily. We'll use that Chrono Break. He's going to get popped off. Teleport coming in from Nicholas here as Puffstone still just staying on the bot side, and a 700 gold shutdown goes over to Matrix. And that is definitely someone that you want this extra gold on.
Yeah, and you know, Huffzone making the choice not to use the teleport. And I don't really know if there was an optimal angle for it. You definitely would have wanted to be coming from a flank, and now they're gonna go after him. But he's gonna get away, and so for PGO there, not using the teleport means that they do have it for a future fight. Yeah, so hopefully they'll be able to take advantage of that, maybe trying to force the teleport out of Nick Lulz if they start up the Baron or something like that, potentially. But going back to a little bit of what you were talking about of, you know, needing to be able to know how to play one of these comps, it really takes a lot of discipline, I think, to play this poke kind of style. You need to be 2 steps ahead of your opponent as far as clearing out vision like they're doing right now, setting down your own so you make sure that you don't get picked like happened earlier. So I'm sure they understand kind of how this is supposed to work, but it's a question of whether or not, again, they can have that discipline to actually make it happen.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, just with ease of execution, you know, the composition for PGO is just easier, I would say.
Yeah.
There's less kind of nuances. There's less about having to play perfectly or having to make less mistakes. It's just kind of just running in. Puffstone is going to get it caught here in this jungle. Going to be spinning for the time being as only Ignite used by, you know, the kid there. No other summoner spells at all, but the dragon spawning in 1 minute. You'd like to see these teams take some resets right now and spend their gold if they have it here. Matrix has 1,800 gold in the bank right now. And Holgrain Man going to secure that top tower, going to be sitting on 17.5. So a lot of gold to be spent here, and you know, Matrix Shadow should be backing soon, I would imagine.
Yeah.
You want to be here for this dragon.
Yeah, I would definitely imagine that as well, but did want to clear out the mid lane to make sure that they have that wave priority with it coming up. But you know, if you're not actually there, how much priority can you have? He is going to be out back on his way now. So probably will be able to influence the fight. Plus, he's got the ultimate up in just a few seconds here. So this is, again, a pretty impactful dragon because if PGO can get it, it really gives them a lot of autonomy to be able to force a fight on the subsequent dragon afterwards. So if you are Sensei Squad, I think you just want to, you know, you do want to fight this, but they got to keep in mind as well, it's not worth sacking a 5-for-0 for, you know, if you're going to lose it.
Yeah, and this is kind of the issue, right, with resetting so late is PGO is just they've set up their, you know,
Yep.
they're fully set up in this bot side river.
Yep.
And it's so hard for Sensei Squad to walk in here, especially with no Blasco, and that might have been a misclick, but
Yeah.
Aquatic Bear is gonna have to be going in on that one-way trip if he wants to get in and steal this dragon. So, you know, probably just gonna be a give angle
Yeah.
for Sensei Squad on this dragon and, you know, try to fight the soul.
Yeah, and we keep harping on it, but it is that vision priority, which is so crucial for both of these team compositions. And Veneris is caught out again.
Oh, Charizard is a little bit forward. Gonna get CC'd up as the teleport now coming in from Huff Zone. Enchantress Arrow finds the mark, but buffered nicely by Matrix as the Locket's gonna buy some time with the shield. Charizard jumping back in as Holgren Man, trying to find the one shot on the Kid, but he does have the W available. And it just looks like it is gonna be all PGO in this fight. They don't 5 for 0 for the dragon, but they 0 for 3 after. And PGO turn their sights onto Baron.
Anytime that your Xerath is on the side of your team and also over a wall and, you know, further on the enemy side, it is not going to be a good fight for you as, you know, Veneris just, again, walking too far forward, man. You're playing a champion that has more range wave clear than anything else and, like, just walking too far forward. So, Nikolals, you know, they do want to try to contest, but I just, you know, there's low health bars. Oh, look at him,
Baron
though.
is taken very low. Will be secured by Odd Mitch here. But yeah, I mean, PGO is gonna get away with that Baron just off the back of the dominant team fight that they had previously, and they're in the driver's seat in this game now.
I mean, and yeah, I agree, and quietly as well. You know, look at P Hop Zone 6-2-0 currently on this Wukong, and Wukong always, in my opinion, will outscale this Gragas. That's kind of just the nature of damage v tank matchups, but that's going to be super accelerated with the amount of gold that he has been able to pick up for himself. Already completing the Black Cleaver, which is kind of a crucial part of cutting through these tank and healing kind of champions like Gragas. So it is going to be the Huff Zone in the driver's seat as far as the split push here. Teleport is back up for Nikolals though, so they do have that advantage for a moment, but with the Baron buff, I expect them to go hard on the split, and Veneris is not the ideal answer.
Oh, Charizard aggressive forward. You can see Sensei Squad is waiting in that pocket of vision there. A nice idea, but, you know, Charizard is able to get out without any difficulties at all.
Where
there.
is LeBlanc? Why? LeBlanc is
I think
just...
I think they're trying to
get all
1v1.
three lanes. Like,
Push.
understand what's happening, but honestly, it looks like what I do in my silver elo games on LeBlanc, and the team's like, where the hell are you, man? And I'm just split pushing the top lane. But
Yeah. I don't mind it. I mean, you have Baron. This is where you want to try and maximize. You want to push as hard as you can. Just in general here, Enchantress Arrow finds a mark on the Kid, but the ultimate from Renata is going to hit a lot, and Stormbringer over the top here. This is looking very, very good for Sensei Squad as Odd Mitch is going to resurrect. Should be able to just fall right away there. And we'll go down. Another kill going over to Matrix Shadow, but in the top side, the tier 2 is going to fall to Whole Grain Man. And, you know, you can see they're just getting this split push across the map. Only one tower left outside of the base for Sensei Squad, and, you know, that gets taken away right now. So their map is in kind of shambles here, and they have to just sort of turtle in their base.
yeah, we have come a long way from the 3-turret lead that Sensei Squad did build up in the early part of the game. PGO managing to turn things around, and that is the thing about especially these outer turrets is they are kind of considered standing gold, assuming that you're able to stay competitive in the game. But as far as that last skirmish, I mean, that's as good as you can kind of hope for Sensei Squad winning that engagement. And you can't help but thinking, you know, if only PGO had another person on their team who was joined with them instead of being in the top lane, perhaps they could have turned the fight the other direction. But
but I think that whole play was stemmed off the back of Enchantress Arrow hitting.
Yeah.
So
No, they opted into it.
opted
Yeah.
into the outnumbered fight, which is a little strange, but
You're right.
I think they just thought they could get a pick there. And now with the dragon spawning in 40 seconds here, everyone is going to be making their way back down into this bottom side river. Holgren Man trying to loop around, and you can see there the Wukong W going over the wall. It's kind of crazy, I think. But
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. And I mean, you can just see now
Huffzone.
that Huffzone has so much healing. Gragas can't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, just pretty dominant in the 1v1 as of now. I mean, obviously 6-2 versus 0-2 is going to be very, very strong, and it is kind of a shame because Niklaus played the early game pretty well.
And he does still have the opportunity to have a really big impact in the team fights. I have been very impressed, actually, by his Gragas ults. I think that's one of the highest skill cap ults in the entire game, and he has been using it for disengage really effectively. So
Here we go.
Here we go. Teleports are both up.
Both coming in.
Here.
As it's going to be a 5v5 in the Dragon Pit for Hextech Soul. Look at this huge flank from Huffzone to the backside, spinning onto 3. As Renan ultimate is going to buy some time. Pokemon over the top is going to find the absolute assassination on 1. As Odin is going to find Aquatic Bear, and the entire Sensei squad team is in shambles. It's only Matrix alive, but he's not alive for long, as it is a 5-0 in favor of PGO. They're going to get the Dragon Soul, and they're going to be pushing into the base.
Yeah, and multiple members of PGO just showcasing really strong team fighting in this fight as the dragon does spawn. Huffzone, as you mentioned, getting the flank off on the teleport was absolutely huge. Being able to get the Cyclone off there, but also Odd Mitch has actually just been really, really, really big in this game. I don't feel like his KDA reflects, despite that one engagement, I guess, mid, how strong his arrows have been. So props to PGO, definitely sort of playing like the team that is, like a team that is favored in this matchup, falling a little bit behind early, but now just looking like the better team when it comes to these coordinated team fight situations.
Definitely, and now going to be sitting at about an 8,000 gold lead here, going to take away everything from the Sensei squad jungle and just leave them super starved out. A huge play there. Gonna take 2 inhibs, the mid and the bottom lane. So, gonna see them take a reset. They got a lot of gold to buy or to spend with right now. Go top.
Yep,
Try to end it up.
Yeah, just the one last turret available, and for Sensei squad, we've talked a lot about this kind of poke composition that they put together, and PGO being able to have priority on these objectives has just been huge, because if Sensei squad starts the fight full health versus full health, they're just going to lose it every single time. I think even if they're not behind, it's pretty hard for them. They really need to lay down some poke early, but with this control that PGO has just managed to hold on to over the map, with the Sparin being started up, will they be able to make anything happen?
Yeah, this is numbers advantage for PGO, as Nicholas has to be in the bot, but Huffzone again on the backside, gonna find 2-man. Cyclone, and Veneris is just dead. Matrix Shadow is gonna fall as well here. The Renata ulti can't even save you, and it's already 2 dead, and it is the most important 2 dead for Sensei squad. They're still trying to run down more. Surprise is gonna find the kill onto the Kid, and Nicholas and Aquatic Bear are the last 2 remaining, but I don't think they can do anything here as they are diving the tower. Gonna go golden, but it's just gonna delay the inevitable here. The Nexus towers are falling. PGO gonna take game 1.
Yeah, PGO, it looked a little rocky at first, as it always does with this team, but they pulled it together, and at the, I would say once they got some advantages in this game, they really took them and ran with them. So that was something that was impressive to see, for sure, for PGO. And I got complimented just earlier Odd Mitch. I feel like he had a really good game this time on the Ashe, finding a lot of initiation, being doing a lot of damage on the back line, kind of quietly. But for PGO too, speaking of kind of Odd Mitch, being quiet, I think that they've struggled to find an identity in this split. I think that that's been one of their biggest issues. And to me, when they are the strongest is when Huffzone is enabled on these things like Wukong, be able to scale and find those 1v1 advantages. And, he showed the discipline to not die early in the game, and the kind of skill to follow through with the resources that he was able to pick up. So.
Yeah, Odd Mitch looking good, very crucial with those enchanted crystal arrows here. And, it begs the question, what if PGO didn't int in the early game? I mean, how good would this team actually be? Definitely something to look out for in the next couple games of this series. But we're gonna take a short break. We'll be back for the pick ban for game number 2 of the quarterfinals between Predictive Gaming Odin and Sensei Squad. So don't go anywhere. You're not gonna want to miss it. All right, everybody, we are back for the pick ban of game number 2. PGO pulling it together in the mid to late game, able to take game 1 pretty dominantly. The story of their lives, a little bit of a sus early game, but then able to bring it back. So we'll see if we see that again here. And you have to imagine that the games would be so much easier if they just didn't int early.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, and we were saying during the break, that's just kind of been the issue all split long for PGO is they do tend to struggle in these early games, and we heard Aquatic Bear say that this week in his interview, and it's definitely true, but unfortunately it kind of looks like Sensei Squad has the opposite issue going on, where they did have a pretty strong early game, all across the board really. They were able to find at least small advantages, but then just not able to translate that into anything. And even more so, I would honestly just say kind of throwing it away with some of the engages that we saw Aquatic Bear taking. But as I talk through that, we are already into the draft. We already got some picks coming out here, and it's going to be Wukong Part 2.
Yeah, Wukong first pick for PGO, and they seem to like it in game 1. Sensei Squad gonna respond with a Viego and a Victor, so a little more meta picks coming out for Sensei Squad in game number 2, especially with this mid jungle. I think it's very solid. I like what Viego brings to the table when it comes to early ganks. You have a stun available. Victor obviously is gonna have to take a while to get up into that powered position, but I do like the Viego in this situation, and Victor is going to be facing down an Ari in the mid lane.
Yeah, it is going to be Ari for Whole Grain Man. So I'm interested to see how kind of practiced he is on this particular pick. Um, Ari is something that we've seen heavy in this meta, as the Ezreal is going to get picked up as well. But I really feel like Ari is as good as the player playing it, at least at this point, after some
Yeah.
changes have been made. You really got to be able to get those picks and hit that charm consistently. But Victor is an immobile sort of mage, so excited to see what Whole Grain can do against Veneris, who's probably looking for some vindication after the last game. There was some struggles. So we'll see what they pick up here. Might see an 80 carry probably, possibly a support, but it will be the Caitlyn coming through.
Yeah, and this is just kind of like the overall rule that I follow when I'm looking at an Ezreal on the other team is sort of pick a champion that is gonna scale just as well, if not better. Jinx is one of those champions. Kaylin scales, relatively well with crit. Vayne, Kaisa, Jin, same kind of those kind of hyper carry 80 or hyper scaling 80 carries. And I mean, obviously Ash was picked first in the last game. Not my favorite, but I think Sensei Squad does have a better composition even just now than they had in the last game.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Caitlyn into the Ezreal, bringing sort of that range and the early advantage. I will say in general, it's not quite as much of a poke team as Ezreal Xerath, but Caitlyn and Victor still kind of a similar situation of needing to have some discipline as far as laying down that poke, and that kind of being the area to gain advantage. So we saw Sensei struggle with that last game. Maybe they can learn from their mistakes this time and have a little bit better positioning and priority on these objectives. So Sensei Squad, we'll see what they, probably going to be last pick top, we can definitely assume. So
Yeah.
Jaxman does come through. This Wukong could be a flex. I'm interested to see if they pick something else flexible as well. But Morgana and Caitlyn, really strong lane. Ezreal has a lot of mobility, but if you do ever get caught out by one of those bindings into the trap, that could definitely spell your doom. So we'll see what they want to pair with the Ezreal to give it a little bit of protection from this Morgana.
Yeah, and I enjoy the Morgana Caitlyn Balian a lot, but I mean, like you said, Ezreal should never get hit by a W or a Morgana bind ever, like in the history of the entire game. So
It's true.
I mean, we'll
Well,
see.
it
We'll
is a
see what
plat
happens.
league.
Yeah,
So,
we'll see what
well,
happens.
and even in pro, well, everybody makes mistakes, but yes, I mean theoretically, Oddmit should just be holding the E for in lane at the very least for exclusively the Morgana. So Brand coming in though as the support, and as I said, oh, we need to find some protection for this this Ezreal. Yeah, they're like surprises, like I got some protection for you right here. But
I
no, that's a spicy one right there. Into the Morgana is interesting.
Yeah, so a few things to talk about here. Camille gonna be picked up.
Yep.
So it's gonna be Wukong jungle this game, it
Yep.
looks like. Camille into the top lane for Huff Zone, but I mean, this is such a strange pick for me because first of all, you're into Morgana, who has a magic damage shield and a shield that can also block CC, which is basically all of Brand's kit. And this Brand is gonna get one-shotted on repeat, right? You can't hit the Ezreal with the Q, so you go for the non-mobile mage instead, and it should be very easy for Sensei Squad to kill Brand in this lane.
Yeah, and I would be interested to kind of know what PGO is thinking about, kind of, or as they what their justification of this pick is. But for me, I can see them I can see the thought that maybe we do want to pick a range support at the very least going into Morgana, just because some kind of CC engage struggles against the spell shield. Plus, you're just going to get poked out in lane, especially with an Ezreal. But like with that being said, there's definitely some middle ground to pick something that has maybe a little some healing or shielding.
Yumi.
Like yeah, exactly. Just like anything to assist the AD carry and not just have the incidental farm
Yeah.
stealing and kill stealing that Brand comes with. But also like Brand does do tons of damage if he starts to get strong, and there are a lot of squishy members too. In this game for Sensei Squad, which is what Brand kind of thrives in that environment when his ultimate can kind of one-shot everyone. So, I mean, I guess I'm judgmental of it, but I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. We
I'm
didn't mention.
skeptical, not judgmental. I'm skeptical. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, we didn't talk about it, but Poppy is going to be the pick for Nicholas in the top lane to Camille. I think this is a good matchup. Obviously, when you're counterpicking R5, you want to have that good matchup, but Poppy makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Poppy, really, I mean, it makes a lot of sense in terms of just denying what Camille brings, with the hook shot kind of being that major piece of the engage. So as we see these full team compositions coming through, the Camille makes a lot of sense for me for Huffzone picking that one up. I think this is probably the champion that he is the most comfortable on in a blind setting, and I think that makes sense to me in that Camille can do a lot of things in the 1v1, but also has the ability to sit back and farm a little bit up under turret in order to get to the team fight phase where he can kind of force engages, which can provide a lot of utility with teleport flanks and things of that nature. So I like the engage that PGO has been able to pick up between the Wukong and the Camille. And in the chat, we do see that Surprise said it's Brand or nothing. So holding the team hostage a little bit there, as I also wanted to point out that our graphic has switched the PGO bot laners, but that is to be fair because they have switched back and forth multiple times, which we can talk about that we can talk about that as well. But so it is Surprise on the Brand, again holding the team hostage, refusing to pick anything else. He did pick it for himself, their last pick, blue side. So you love to see that from a support player taking a little bit of control.
Yeah, and I mean, it'll be interesting to see. I already kind of expressed my displeasure with the pick, but this is why they play, to prove me wrong, to prove the haters wrong. We'll see what Surprise can do on this Brand, and we'll see if Predictive Gaming Odin can take a 2-game series in this best of 5 against Sensei Squad, or if Sensei Squad will even it up. We'll be right back for game number 2. And we are back onto the rift for game number 2 between Predictive Gaming Odin and Sensei Squad. Sensei Squad on the red side this time. Nicholas in the top lane on the Poppy, Aquatic Bear on the Viego, and the jungle Veneris on Victor in the mid lane. And Matrix shout out, and the kid rounding it out with the Caitlyn and the Morgana.
And for Predictive Gaming Odin on the blue side, we got TTVP Huffzone in the top lane. On Camille, we have PG Charizard. On Wukong in the jungle, Whole Grain Man. On Ari in the mid lane, Odd Mitch with the Ezreal. And surprise, whipping out the brand in this one, which, by the way, according to Pro Comps, which is the official word of everything in terms of League, brand is a weak pick against Morgana. So good luck. Surprise. I don't know how well this is going to go, as we do see wards being placed by both teams, kind of trying to suss out where these jungle starts are, but Sweeper will come through as well, and but I think they probably will still have a fairly good idea of where our Aquatic Bear starts. I'm interested to see if this bot lane gives it away or not.
Oh, we're getting the early 2v2 action in the bottom lane. Surprise gets moved up with the traps, flashing forward, and Matrix Shadow's gonna find the first blood. And you know what we said in the oh, you know the kid is sniping right now. A second one comes through here. You know we talked about it in the draft, and you know what Pro Comp says? Brand is a bad pick into Morgana.
Yeah, dude. The one-of-a-kind drafting tool, CCS 25, U2.
Oh, another one!
Oh!
DJ Khaled, what does he say? Matrix Shadow gonna find a second kill of the game, and you know the kid is hitting it right now.
Yeah, and I mean this is I mean actually some truly impressive bindings, and Rychains, you said Ezreal should never in any century or million years be hit by Morgana bindings. Well, he's already been hit by 2, and to be fair, I guess level 1 is maybe the exception to that. But not respecting overall, I would say on Mitch there with the positioning. Those did hit like just on the very edge for, you know, the kid. So pretty impressive, and this is exactly what this bottom lane wants to do early on. So we are going to see an invade here.
Little invade from Aquatic Bear, gonna find Charizard on his red buff as Matrix Shadow is here as well. Charizard has to burn the smite. We'll try to flash away to safety. This Whole Grain Man's gonna be first on the roam. And this will be a little bit interesting here. Whole Grain Man could now be caught. Uh-oh, Whole Grain Man's caught in the middle. The flash bind, he connects from you know the kid. You know him, Aquatic Bear on the back side, and Odd Mitch is gonna have to flash over the wall. You know exactly who it is. That's the kid right there.
Oh yeah, you know who it is. Is he scripting? Seriously, like this doesn't even look like the same. Like, I mean, no disrespect, but you know, last game on Renata, I feel like we saw, you know, the kid getting picked off quite a bit. This game just really taking that Pro Comp's advice and running with it here in that matchup. And Odd Mitch now is level 2, but he was still level 1 during that jungle engagement, so had to burn the flash to get over the wall, and all of a sudden is going to look a lot more vulnerable. Huff zone though.
Nice usage of the W, and yeah, it's just gonna be a trade 1-for-1 there with that Q explosion coming back and taking down Huffstone. So Nicholas makes the best out of a pretty bad situation and ends up trading 1-for-1.
Yeah, and I mean, and crucially, you know, does end up denying quite a bit of XP to P Huffzone there in that wave that was going to crash as well. So will be picked up instead by Charizard, so doesn't go to waste. But it is Nicholas finding an advantage in the 1v2 in the top lane off of what I think is just really just a really copium gank there coming through from Charizard. Like, if I'm Huffzone in that situation, there are just too many juicy minions that you want to pick up under that turret, and probably will be able to. So I feel like I would be screaming for him not to continue coming, but he does opt into it, and just that minion damage makes all the difference. As I think that's like the first one he's missed.
And I mean, if you think about it, like, if Charizard wasn't there, Huffstone would have just gotten solo killed, so maybe it was good that he ended up being there, but...
Yeah. I mean, I think he wouldn't have... I don't think he would have opted into the one-on-one, though, if he wasn't there. But I see what you're saying. I mean, he did... Like, Huffstone obviously did choose to engage in that situation, so it is going to be pushing back towards Nicholas, which is probably what he wants, as... Aquatic Bear is in the area, but I'm not going to be able to set anything up.
Yeah, I mean, it is really impossible to press E on Camille when you're playing against a Poppy, just because of that. I think it's called steadfast presence.
Yep.
But like, you're just never gonna get out, and you're gonna take damage, and you're gonna lose your E cooldown, And the dragon is apparently going to go over to PGO here. The bind's going to land, but still numbers advantages. Oh, Veneris! Maybe solo kill in the mid lane. Whole Grain Man! Yes, it is enough with the ignite. And Whole Grain Man finds the solo kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, it doesn't even need the ultimate to make it happen, and Aquatic Bear will not be opting into this 1v1, as Whole Grain Man would probably just use the Spirit Rush to get out of there. So PGO able to pick up the dragon and a kill in the mid lane at the same time. You know, that shouldn't happen. That's not how it should work. But Whole Grain hitting those skill shots, and Veneris just once again playing out of position on these sort of vulnerable champions that just can't afford to do so. And they have put really, you know, this game and last game, all of their eggs in the Veneris and Matrix Shadow basket here. You know, Viego does provide, I would say, a lot more damage as the game goes on than Volibear. But putting this amount of kind of stock in both your mid lane and your ADC means that you can't afford to play that aggressive early and end up dying. So Whole Grain now being able to pick up that kill probably will look to try to get some roams going with that level 6 that has been picked up also for the Ahri. So probably going to start to see more cross map plays.
Yeah, I would hope to see some more cross map plays, but I mean, interestingly enough here, the lead for Matrix Shadow and, you know, the kid in this bot lane is not as much as I would expect it to be. I mean, okay, it's a 900 gold lead, but like,
yeah,
I would expect a bigger CS lead just from a Caitlyn in general, and then the fact that Caitlyn has 2 kills as well. I mean, yeah, you know, Ezreal's hard to track down and lock down, but nonetheless, I mean, I kind of expect a little more, I think.
Yeah, and we got Viego wrapping around here mid.
Whole Grain Man, ooh, nice flash with the stun, but Spirit Rush, I mean, I don't know. It's a little bit committal from Aquatic Bear there.
Yeah, when that cooldown is up, it's really, really difficult to catch out this Ahri, even when Whole Grain was pretty far pushed up there. And just to expand on what you were saying before in terms of the lead in the bot lane, I think kind of for Caitlyn, you take for granted that she's going to get a lead as a part of kind of your assessment of this champion, right? Because if she doesn't get a lead, she doesn't remain competitive at all. And as the bindings have now started to not be quite as cracked and accurate, it is getting more difficult for them.
1v1 in the top, and Aquatic Bear though might be in trouble.
No Spirit Rush.
Charizard is hitting the Herald, but will now come down, and a lot of damage traded from Whole Grain Man, so feeling a lot back there. But look at Nicholas, he's first on the play, and Husum can't come to this, so...
Yeah, he doesn't have TP.
You have to get off the Herald and sort of, you know, seed that play.
Yeah, they do have to give that one away, and I mean, it definitely did look like Aquatic Bear might have been in a little bit of danger there at first, but Veneris now, you know, like sitting really far back after dying earlier, and as I say that, burns the gravity well and takes a big trade, so now going to be a little bit vulnerable, but really trying to find kind of that mid point for this Victor to be able to not be so far up that you're dying, but also not be so far back that you can't assist. But he will be able to pick up this wave, so that's going to be big for him. We know that our Victor, once he upgrades his laser, the wave clear gets a lot more intense and it's a lot more difficult to deal with. So right now, though, just, you know, kind of assessing where we are at with the gold. Looks like it's, you know, about a 1.3k, if I can do math correctly, gold lead for Sensei squad. So both games, they've been able to come out strong in the early game, and they've definitely picked towards that, at least in the bot lane. So again, can they translate it into the later stages is what we still have to question here.
Yeah, and I mean, we kind of saw a similar thing last game, right? And, you know, just the early game lead for Sensei squad, and you know, PGO was able to take that game over, so we'll see what happens here. I really want to see Sensei squad kind of being more cognizant in the game as it moves to, you know, past the 15-minute mark. But gank mid, Whole Grain Man, Spirit Rush, the Soul Shock was gonna get broken, and yeah, I mean, nothing really in that play. But
that's worth, I think. It's just such a big cooldown for the Ahri, and we do see there might be some kind of engagement going on in the bot lane, or bot river, rather. We don't know because we're just watching these top laners too. But
Oh,
fair enough.
cancel Nichols. Oh, that was the cutest, the next dimension, but going back in Hextech Ultimatum, and Hearthstone is gonna be able to turn it around and find the solo kill. No way, dude.
Oh, the super top strikes
Oh,
again.
Aquatic
But
Bear.
can they take advantage?
Charizard going in, taking very low as the binding's gonna land onto on Mitch, and he's rooted there for 10 years. Charm's gonna find the mark on to Matrix, and Matrix has to run for the hills, but gets one-shotted by Whole
Yeah.
Grain Man. Finds the 450 gold shutdown. And now,
Yeah, and-
3v3. Oh no,
Yeah,
4v3. Teleport coming in. Teleport should be coming for both of these top laners, I think. Should be 4v4. We'll see what happens.
Might just
No?
be Sensei giving it away, not wanting to burn the teleport, and
Yeah.
you know, to some extent, I do understand this call. They don't necessarily want to force fights, which was what plagued them last game. That's really what lost them the game. Was at this point, you know, coin flipping sort of for every single objective. So I think that there is, it is kind of a smart call in a way to say, hey. Know that Hearthstone has already used the teleport. They have kind of the advantage in terms of rotations around this dragon, having their members in the right place at the right time. So instead, we're just going to hedge our bets on a later fight and save this teleport for the Poppy. So it's a hard play to kind of figure out who comes out on top until we see what they can do with the teleport.
No, Spirit Rush. Oh, Aquatic Bear goes at
Okay.
it again. No damage.
No
Oh,
ult.
Spirit Rush just came up. Wow. I mean, Aquatic Bear is just repeat ganking with Flash on cooldown in this mid lane with the Flash stuns, but somehow Whole Grain Man is still living, you know?
Yeah, but it does keep pressure on the Ahri. I feel like it kind of puts in the back of her mind all the time that you can't be pushing up and threatening Veneris because there might be a Viego in the bush just waiting to take you down if you do that. And for Aquatic Bear, as the captain, we talked about, as the leader of this team, does have more agency to scale on Viego than something like the Bola Bear, which just kind of becomes a stun bot at a certain point in the game. So will be wrapped around by a couple members here as he will get out, was able to steal the blue buff. So I think that he has set himself up for success on this pick, does find himself up ahead of the Wukong in farm overall, as well as gold, is sitting about 600 gold ahead. So here's his chance.
Here we go. Herald is going to be picked up by PGO, as the gold lead is still about 1.5k in favor of Sensei squad, but been pretty static. I mean, the objectives have been all PGO in this entire game, so definitely a plus for them in that aspect of it. And you can see the wave clear from Brand just destroys the entire wave.
Yeah, PGO definitely doing a nice job fixing what was going wrong last game and getting some of that early gold, or rather, I'm sorry, excuse me, trying to get some of that push onto the turrets, or rather at least not letting their turrets die so early. And, you know, as the turret plating does fall at 14 minutes, you have to say, Chains, with a Caitlyn, yes, Matrix Shadow does still have the advantage, but you would have liked to see a lot more turret plating taken down before this 14-minute mark.
Absolutely. So now in trouble. He is canceled out. Hextech Ultimatum is going to get one isolated. Ace in the hole is coming through over the top side, and Matrix Shadow going to get credit for that kill with the ace in the hole. And, you know, like we were saying, that the fact that the tower is only half HP bot lane is almost insulting if you're playing Caitlyn Morgana and you get a double kill at, like, level 1.
Yeah, and it would be one thing if, you know, there was kind of a camp set up from Wukong, but I don't really feel like that's what we've seen as nice wave clear.
Grand Man and Veneris. Trump's gonna land, and yeah, I mean, this should just... Okay. Okay.
What?
Okay. Alright.
Yeah.
Pan away. Pan away.
Yeah, we just haven't... Alright, well, I have nothing more to say about that. Pretty self-explanatory. But it does mean that Whole Grain Man is going to be really dangerous. We'll be able to one rotation pretty much everyone but Nikolals, I would say, over on the side of Sensei squad, but off zone.
Going in. Canceled out, and yeah, I mean, Nick's just going to be able to take that blast cone of the wall and take his reset in peace. But Dragon spawning in 1 minute, potential soul point opportunity for PGO here. Gold lead has increased to about 1.9k, so At least the gold lead is not staying completely stagnant for Sensei squad. Gonna be securing this bot lane river, and trying to find their first dragon of the game here. We'll see if they can, but definitely looking forward and putting their resources into this bottom side for now.
Yeah, and they have struggled with setting up for these dragons last game and this game as well. Already 2 dragon lead, a surprise.
Oh my gosh, yeah, and just goodbye. Surprise, you're dead again. Veneris, oh no, Veneris is gonna be dead again as Charizard flashing in. Cyclone's gonna find the knockups. Ooh,
Calculated.
flash. Black Shield, is it enough?
He's got it.
For Poppy? No.
Oh.
Sidestepped by Charizard, and Charizard's running for the hills. Does Nicolau have the speed coming through with the charge, and the hammer will find the kill there as Upson's gonna bring up Shelly into this top lane. Sensei squad is going to be taking this Herald in the bottom lane, or taking the dragon in the bottom lane.
Yeah, all in all, I think it could be much worse with the Herald drop. They are going to get this mid lane turret, which is an extra advantage that they will Matrix.
Whole Grain Man going for it, and yeah, I mean, Matrix Shadow is gonna go golden to delay the inevitable, but a 450 gold shutdown again goes over to Whole Grain Man on this Ahri, and Shelly's gonna get 2 charges in this top lane, so pretty solid there as 2 towers are gonna fall in favor of PGO, and we'll see if Hearthstone wants to continue pushing forward here. You can see Bramble Vest completed for Nicolau, so it's gonna feel nice. The kids finding that mark with the binding. Oh, as the E is just so powerful by Hearthstone when it's not blocked out by that Poppy W. Surprise was there just for the backups, just in case, but for the time being, no more fighting has occurred, and I'm just gonna be pushing out waves.
Yeah, they will, and just with that mid lane turret going down, Matrix Shadow getting picked off, and Aquatic Bear had said in his interview, it's these bad habits, it's these little mistakes, and if there's one thing we know about bad habits, it's that they die hard. And we continue to see that from Veneris as well as Matrix Shadow in this series getting caught out, and Aquatic Bear as well, I'll say, just kind of not understanding the limits of the champions that they are facing, and maybe not just having as much respect as they need to. So if they could clean that up, I think that these games would be a really different story. I mean, Sensei squad is still in the gold lead. I do want to keep that in mind. But as we see PGO start to take advantages here and there, you can't help but think back to the last game when PGO was so dominant in the team fights, and they are set up to have that kind of pick style that they had last game and do the same thing again.
Nicolau's gonna walk into Whole Grain Man and just get CC'd for an eternity. Gonna go down. His object's gonna take down, but Charizard on the other side is spinning, but Matrix Shadow will find the kill there. Surprise. Looking for some damage over the wall, but not gonna find much, just a W. And yeah, I mean, you know what they say, history repeats itself. And it's kind of looking like that here with the neutral objectives all going over to PGO. Yeah, they had a little bit of a sus early game, but their team fighting is coming back. The gold lead is still only 1k, right? So it's very negligible. I mean, the gold lead is relatively negligible.
Yeah.
And just like that, just like that, the gold lead is going to shrink even further as Hearthstone's going to take down that tier 2 in the top lane. Grab 600 gold for himself there, but I mean, just chipping away. PGO just chipping away at this lead, and it seems like this is, obviously this is where they're at in the season, the story of their team, but it seems like this is where they're the most comfortable.
Yeah, it does. And speaking of the story of these teams, Nicolau's playing 2 tanks so far against Hearthstone in the top lane is a little bit disappointing to me, because this is a player that we've seen pretty much exclusively on kind of carry champions, things like the Aurelia, things like even the Fiora, as well as Gwen, Jax, Camille. I can read them off, Mordekaiser as well, Jace. So this is kind of off-brand for him, and even though I think out of all the members, I've probably been the happiest with the performance of Nicolau's. It hasn't been the best.
Whole Grain Man onto Veneris, and I mean, we've seen this story before. Another solo kill for Whole Grain Man. He has been dominating this mid matchup in this series so far. And, Veneris got to figure it out. Charizard and Aquatic Bear are going to find each other here. We'll see this 1v1 looking to a Cyclone. It's going to be spinning. Aquatic Bear's trying to kite it out. You don't really have the numbers. So you don't want to overextend too far. Charizard are just going to dip out of here, but
Yeah.
Dragon spawning in a minute.
does have another Herald in inventory.
Yeah, and I think, oh my gosh, Holgren, man, under the tower. But this is kind of the time where Camille is going to start winning this 1v1 matchup, just based on the items. You can see Divine Thunder picked up Tiamat and Steel Shoes, but, you know, Nicholas still fighting away. Nicholas can still win this. Does have the Bramble Vest completed. And here we go. I mean, look at the Q2 damage from Hearthstone there, just taking almost a half of Nicholas' HP and, you know, building full armor. So, obviously that Q2 does true damage, but either way. Hearthstone,
yeah, I mean, it's
kind of minus solo kill.
It's kind of the same thing. Yeah, he's gonna look. It's kind of, and it is a lot of this matchup is the skill matchup with hitting the Steadfast Presidents at the right moment. But you know, again, repeat of last game, the Hearthstone's champion is just going to end up outscaling. Aquatic Bear is trying to chase him down, but not going to happen. And you know, they both do a substantial amount of damage.
Oh my god, man! Please.
Okay. Yeah, I just
Please
don't.
stop. Veneris again. In the silent. Oh, looking to try to turn it around actually, but Ignite taking down. I think it's enough. Yeah, it should be enough there. Just take him down.
That was respectable.
It was close at least, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I can only imagine that there was some sort of misplay from Holgrain Man to make that close at all. I mean, I guess Verdant Barrier picked up, but
yeah.
I don't know.
Imagine how close it would be if he didn't have like 3 solo kills. It would definitely be a lot. I mean, you know, because this Victor, in my opinion, the Victor scales much heavier than the Ari. As far as just, you know, both champions have a lot of damage, but for Victor, I feel like it's a little bit easier to execute. Getting the damage off, you don't necessarily need to dump it onto one character to be successful as the game goes on. But again, like I referenced, when Veneris finds himself at such a deficit at this point, you just can't. I mean, you can't afford to be walking up that far. I mean, you know, I don't know. There's no point in continuing to harp on it, I suppose, as, you know, people understand, and these players are all better than I am, but, you know, we'll see if I would like to see Sensei have, again, just a little bit more discipline. I think they can do it, you know. I believe in them. I wouldn't say it if I didn't believe in them, so
Yeah,
let's see. You know, this Rift Herald is ticking down. He's gotta drop it soon.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think Sensei can do it, and they're showing that they can gain early game advantages, just having a little bit of trouble, you know, executing them into the late game here. Gold lead is back in favor of PGO here, about 500, as the Herald is just going to be used in the bottom lane. I think it was timing out there, so had to use that, and we'll see now with this 1v1 if they can do anything. A lot of the members of PGO are actually, you know, postured around this Baron, so they might look to do that if Aquatic Bear shows bot lane. And I think that's what they're going to do. Yeah, Aquatic Bear shows bot lane, and the 4 members strong of PGO are just hitting the Baron. And no one from Sensei is checking, and Aquatic Bear is just going to get solo killed. Next ultimate over the top, and yeah, and Hearthstone securing a solo kill there on the other side of the map. The team securing the Baron, and PGO is starting to run away with this one.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it looks like Sensei almost seems kind of tilted to me. The way that Veneris got caught earlier, particularly that last time, and then, you know, everything that's going on now.
Hammer of Justice. Yeah, I agree. I mean,
it just seems like they're kind of trying to force things that aren't really there. That is not how they win this game. But I mean, you know, again, I think that they did set themselves up in a position where they certainly could have been. Well, I mean, you know, they're still in the game. They're not like way out of it, to be honest. But they could have set themselves up for a little bit more success. Just playing around kind of what their team is built to do with this Poppy. I don't feel like they've gotten a lot of team fighting done around Nick Lawls, but also credit to Hearthstone for locking him down with the split push. But now we're fighting.
Yeah. I mean, here we go. We'll see if Aquatic Bear can do anything here, as Hearthstone looking for the 1v2, taking pretty low as the ultimates are coming down from everyone, and the shutdown's going to go over to Aquatic Bear, but the rest of the team is coming. Surprise! Face tanking, you know, frontlining there, and Surprise is going to go down as a double kill comes through. Resets are flying as Aquatic Bear. Oh, look at the damage from Whole Grain, man! He's going to find a double kill on the backside as Charizard is going to take down, you know, the kid. Oh my gosh, Veneris is looking for the smoke, flashing forward, but Nothing is cooking right now. A triple kill for Whole Grain Man, and PGO is going to be pushing down this bottom lane.
And it was a 4v4, both teams missing the 80 carry, but Whole Grain Man shining through, now has the 1k gold bounty on his head for a reason. 9 kills picked up so far and just 1 death on this Ahri, which has been really powerful. And I put a spotlight on Whole Grain Man in the champion select, saying that this is a difficult champion to play, and it's about the strength of the particular Ahri player that determines the strength of the pick, and Whole Grain Man has shown us that it can be a strong pick for PGO.
I agree. I mean, you mentioned it in the select is, this champion in Ahri is only as good as the player who's playing it. And Whole Grain Man has been looking very, very nice, playing it very, very effectively in this lane, being able to, take over and find a few solo kills on Veneris in the side lanes, and just kind of being an overall menace here. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds is a potential Hextech Soul for PGO as a nice black shield there. You can see PGO already has this completely set up. Veneris pushing in the side lane, doesn't have the TP available, so can come in. True Barrage gonna do a lot of damage. Charm's gonna land. Look at the back line. Puffzone diving in, gonna find the kills in the back lines as the entire Sensei squad. The back line is exploding. Niklaus is gonna go down as the Mystic shots are being thrown around, and it's 3 dead for Sensei squad. Veneris is the next on the table, it looks like. They're trying to collapse on him. This is going to be pretty funny if Oddmitch is able to find that 1v1 there, but the rest of the team going to go back onto this dragon. The carries for PGO are going to be hitting this inhib and should be able to take it for free. So Hextech Soul and bottom inhib for PGO. They should be able to close this game out with this 7k gold lead in the next couple minutes.
Yeah, and looking pretty clean there. Definitely, just once again, I mean, it really is just so much of a repeat of the last game, controlling vision around the dragon, prioritizing objectives. They picked up both the Rift Heralds this time, as well as now this Hextech Soul. So, Aquatic Bear looking for a last stand.
Yeah, beautiful Everfrost there. Finding 3 members in that Everfrost and just kind of repelling any sort of possible engage there. Oh my goodness. A Whole Grain Man maybe feeling himself a bit too much, but Charizard is here to bail him out. Niklaus. Oh, the 1k shutdown is going to go over to Aquatic Bear, and now PGO could be extended a bit too far here. As Puffzone in the middle of 4 members should go down as well as they're flying. Yeah. Oh, Aquatic Bear onto Oddmitch, going to E over the wall. It's only the bot lane left for PGO. But aggressing a bit too far forward and just kind of giving away bounties for fun.
Yeah, I mean, this Viego is really, really strong. Was able, even previous to this play, was able to pick up multiple kills. So 2 items completed plus the Tiamat means that Aquatic Bear is, I mean, I would say arguably the hardest scaling champion in this game, like in terms of kind of side lane situations and kind of the ability to really sort of 1v5 these team fights. I mean, we've seen people do it on Viego in particular, usually, mostly before some of the healing was nerfed on the champion, but still once you have death stance completed, you're gonna still have that really, really strong sustain. So we'll see if Aquatic Bear can kind of have his inspired moment here and find some kind of crazy fight, because the way that it looked in that one, I mean, he's very capable of being a huge factor.
Absolutely. Aquatic Bear, can't put this game on the back of the team, or can't put his team on his back. There we go. That's the right words there. But either way, Baron is going to be spawning in 15 seconds. PGO still has a significant gold lead, 5,000 in favor. They still have that bot lane inhibitor down. So the super minions are going to be flowing in that bottom side, and that's going to force, one member of Sensei squad to be down there and clearing the waves. Veneris is down there right now, walking over though. The Baron has already been started up. Does Aquatic Bear have the heroics in him to steal this away? Look at Puffzone on the side, looking for a flank. We saw what it was in the last game, but Whole Grain Man going in. Charm's going to land onto Aquatic Bear. But everything's okay for now. Everyone's taking pretty low. Puffzone spotted out. but Aquatic Bear has gone in a bit too early. Maybe as the Baron is 1k HP. Does he have the smite? No! The smite, 46 HP on the Baron. Looking for Neris. The damage is flowing. But Hobson over the wall is going to find one on the back side. Charizard is spinning Cyclone. His Matrix Shadow is going to go down, maybe flashing up the wall. Another knockup should come soon. Yes, Matrix Shadow is going to fall. And it is a 4 for 2 in favor of PGO. Veneris is going to find Hubsel on the back side. Kind of even up the numbers a little bit, but it is 4 for 3 now.
Meanwhile, the base, though.
Look at the Nexus. One tower has fallen. The next one, the Super Minions. 2 Super Minions are smacking away at it, and it might fall too. Veneris just got here. No, it won't fall. It won't fall. But the mid lane inhib will fall. Probably both inhibs, actually, as you know, these members are still full HP from PGO. And the minions are going to be wearing purple now. Charizard going to get aggressed on by Nicholas. We'll see if they have the damage to follow it up. As Veneris and Nicholas are running him down. Ooh, nice stun there. As Charizard's going to go down. A shutdown for Veneris.
Okay.
Aquatic Bear looking for Odd Mitch.
All right.
Might be able to find him, actually.
Yep.
Oh, no. Odd Mitch will use the flash to get out there, but a little bit of signs of life. A little bit of overextension there from PGO, but giving over a lot of gold, I think just in general, is maybe not the most optimal situation, but either way, I think they're still in full control of this game.
Yeah, I do think they are, and part of it is the lack of agency that the Caitlyn has to control these team fights as the game goes later and later. You know, she does kind of have that. Ooh, Aquatic Bear.
Aquatic Bear could be getting caught here. Slogan Man looking for him, and will find the kill there. That's a really big pick for PGO, as I imagine with these numbers, they're just gonna go in. Veneris, oh no, a bit too far forward. Everfrost's gonna go wide a little bit, but Veneris doing a lot of damage back. Almost one-shotting Holgren Man. Now Hearthstone exit ultimatum onto the kid, and is gonna easily take him down. Nicholas gonna try and peel for the mid laner, but there's no peeling to be done. The Camille is too big, and this bottom lane inhib is gonna fall here. Only 2 members left for Sensei squad, and I don't think they're gonna be able to defend this at all as the last Nexus tower falls. The Nexus is under siege. Surprise is looking for some kills, but there are no more left besides the Nexus, as PGO gonna take game 2.
Yeah, PGO claiming the second victory in a little over 33 minutes. Very similar game in the second one to the first, but we did see a little resurgence, some signs of life there from Sensei squad as we went later and later on until Huffstone put his foot down. He was done joking around and just took some matters into his own hands with pretty impressive engage there in the end on the Camille. So really, kind of the same game plan from PGO, going all in on this style of allowing Huffzone to pick something that can scale strong and will be able to eventually out 1v1 his opponent, and has shown that, you know, he has the ability to do that in this matchup against Nick Lal. So going into the third game here, you know, it's going to be do or die for Sensei squad to stay in this series, and I really want to see them give Nick Lals a little bit more to work with here. Try to pick him something that can let him keep up with Huffzone as the game scales longer and longer.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see what sort of adaptations are made in between games here, but we're going to take a short break, but we'll be back for game number 3 to see if Predictive Gaming Odin can take it in 3-0 fashion, or if Sensei Squad is going to force a game 4. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss it. And we are back for the pick ban of game number 3 between Sensei Squad and Predictive Gaming Odin. PGO leading the series in 2-0 fashion right now. And my question for you here is, what do you think has to change for Sensei Squad as we go into this game number 3?
I alluded to this at the end of the last or the second game, but I think I would like to see Sensei Squad put Nick Lals on something that has more potential to carry, and maybe shift either, well, probably Veneris primarily into something that can afford to sit back in the lane and, take a few disadvantages, maybe fall behind a few CS, but still stay in the game, because yeah, I mean, I will say Veneris definitely turned the performance around in a big way. as we went through later into the game, but it was just too little, too late. And for me, I've been impressed by Nick Laws, especially his ability to get ahead in the early game on these sort of more aggressive champions. But with that being said, obviously Sensei Squad has taken the lead in the early part of both of these two games, so there's no guarantee that of the translation to that into actual objectives, and then later, taking down the Nexus and actually winning the game.
Yeah, so PGO is going to be on the red side this game, so they're going to have counter pick again, similar to game one.
Yep. And that's the
Uh, s-
difficulty too. Sorry to
yeah,
interrupt you, but that's the difficulty because you want to put Nichols on something, aggressive, something with agency, but that doesn't really mesh well with being on the blue side, especially given the fact that, we anticipate PGO to save that counter pick for Huffzone again.
yeah, and I mean a lot of similar bands that we've been seeing. I believe these are all the bands from the first game, actually. Yes, same bands as the first game. Sensei Squad have the blue side last game, or in game one they picked Volley Bear. I actually did enjoy the Volley Bear in that game, so I wouldn't be surprised. But instead, we're gonna get a Zeri for Matrix Shadow.
Yeah, and so that is interesting. Riot just chipping away at this Zeri did receive some additional nerfs in this last patch, and we are going to see the Teemo hover. We did see some requests for Teemo, I believe, in the chat, but are going to be able to flop over to the Wukong instead. So Zeri a little bit weaker, but Wukong getting buffed up on the other side. However, I don't really feel like Charizard made the pick look particularly impressive. It wasn't that he played bad, it was just that I honestly couldn't even tell you that much of what he did in that game because it wasn't the biggest part. So is going to be flexible again to jungle and top lane, and that's one of the strong things about the pick. So I think it is strong for PGO to at least be able to show that they can flex it and win with it in multiple roles.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm pretty sure it's just going to be sort of the same situation as game number one, right? Wukong picked
Yep.
R1. I mean, they did Ash Wukong. This time they're doing Wukong Ash, but same sort of
Yep.
situation. As far as I'm aware, though, with these Zeri nerfs, I believe they are kind of, um, pushing her in the direction of going crit. So I believe that the crit build on Zarya is actually gonna be back as the main build. Just due to the fact that she's getting like extra. I believe she gets like ult changes to where like her ult is more effective when she has crit or something like that. But either way, Zillion is gonna be the second champion locked in for Sensei Squad. Um, Third pick here, probably jungle, I would imagine. I mean, I think that's kind of just what we come to see from these
Okay.
squads. And Shyvana gonna be the pick for Aquatic Bear. So,
What? They okay.
oh, they
Okay
locked it.
though. Okay. All right. Oh my god.
Wow,
Oh.
they locked the Teemo.
All right. All right. We got the Teemo coming through here. I had some other things to say about the other picks, but it is gonna be that little foxy person thing running around the top lane, probably for Huffzone. I mean, theoretically, it could go other places, but probably not. Unless, I mean, to be honest, you're gonna pick Brand, you might as well just pick Teemo next. So it could be the support Teemo. You never know.
It could go anywhere. It literally could go anywhere. It could be
I can't
Teemo
wait to see what Pro
AD.
Comps has to say about this in particular.
Yeah, I mean, it could be Teemo AD carry Ash support even. I mean, the
Yeah, it's
options
true.
are endless. The options
It's
are
true.
absolutely endless here. Victor and Jack's gonna be the bans for PGO. Tryndamere and the last one coming soon are gonna be taken off the table for Sensei Squad. I wonder if LeBlanc is gonna get banned here.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely like to see that banned, just based on the way that the first game went. But with the Tryndamere ban, it definitely does indicate that Sensei Squad is not convinced of where this Teemo is going to go. Do think that it still has a chance to, maybe go down into the bot lane or mid lane. I don't know. I mean, PGO, I think they're maybe just trying to keep it a little bit spicy, keep it a little bit interesting for us. But speaking of interesting picks, I think in a world where we didn't have a Teemo locked in, we would talk a little bit more about, or be a little bit more hyped for this Shyvana. It is, I
Wow.
guess, our second week in a row seeing a jungle Shyvana. Last week we saw Hunter Wolfsteel playing it, and actually, having a massive impact, even though they ended up losing. So Galio has been locked in next, which has a lot of synergy with Wukong, in my opinion, but not so much synergy necessarily with the Teemo. So I that one's probably gonna go into the mid lane.
Mid or
Could go
support.
support as well. But I feel like we've been seeing it a little bit more mid lane recently. And it looks like Oriana is going to be the answer, which will bring some safety, like I kind of like I prescribed to Sensei Squad as how they could stay competitive. So I'm excited to see, though. This should probably be the top pick here last, and we'll see if this time Nicholas gets something a little bit juicier for us. It's
Yeah,
counting
I
down.
mean, I don't even know what you pick here, to be honest, if you're Sensei Squad. I mean, there's a
Yeah.
lot going on.
All right.
Aurelia, okay.
That's what we have seen. That's kind of the pick that stands out in my mind. In the past,
Hmm.
we casted Sensei Squad, I think losing in a 2-0 to Shadows, and I just remember Nick Law's like just solo
Yeah.
killing young Nats like multiple times on this Aurelia pick. So definitely knows his way around it, and I agree, Rychins, that it's hard to think of what you want to pick in this situation as the Warwick gets locked in for Charizard, which is kind of a staple there. But Aurelia does do well in ranged matchups, in melee matchups too. Um, you know, Certainly some are harder than others, but does have that
Oh,
versatility. So at the end of the day, it must be the Teemo top here, or wait,
Teemo
it must
mid
be Teemo support here,
or
or
support.
ADC, right? I
I
don't know what I'm
mean,
saying.
I, we don't even know.
True.
I think
Wukong
is the best
support,
way to put it. No,
Warwick top.
I think it'll be Wukong top, Warwick jungle, and then either Ash or Teemo. I mean, either Galio or Teemo, and then whoever the other end is gonna be support.
Yeah.
That's my prediction. Probably,
I mean,
I don't know. I think Surprise is gonna pick. I think Surprise is gonna
yeah,
take Teemo actually,
yeah. Dirty Brand player is gonna definitely be the one to lock in Teemo support for sure.
and
Here
it's.
for surprise.
I don't. I wonder does Teemo blind block Zerikyu?
That's a good question,
I
because
don't think so.
that's kind of a unique. I feel like no, because it's not like an auto. It does. I mean, well, because it does count. Does it count as an auto attack?
I
Like
don't think so.
it certainly, is basically her auto attack. You want to weave in the other autos in between. But I feel
Oh,
like it probably doesn't. I'm not sure. It does make it a
yes,
little
it
bit hard to
does.
hit.
It does.
Oh, okay. Okay, so
Yeah.
that's actually pretty good. I still do think that it's probably kind of a meme pick overall, but yeah, that's pretty devastating. Obviously, that is Zeri's kit basically. She has the mobility and all that, but without the Q, you're definitely not going to be doing a lot of damage here for Matrix Shadow. So maybe we got this hidden tech from PGO. I know there was some talk about that with Huff Zone throughout the week, so I assumed it was with him, but I guess it's with Surprise with these troll support picks instead.
We'll see. We'll see. The pick's coming in here soon.
Yeah,
Um,
it's
are they allowed to swap or no? Is
not
there a rule about that?
at this point. I believe just mid and top are able to swap. How or no. I'm saying it
Like
wrong. I always get
champions,
this
like
wrong.
trade
They can
champions.
swap champions up until I think 10, 15 seconds or something like that. 20, 29 seconds. I don't know. Some amount of seconds they can swap the champions up. So they could do that. Could look to
Okay.
troll us a little bit. And that would be the thing to do, right? Like
I
if you're
think
gonna
you're
pick Teemo.
muted or something happened.
There's another
I don't know. I
theory.
don't know what
Hear me
happened
out.
there, but yeah,
I'm
always
just gonna
something to look
say,
out for
sorry, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
to see if. Oh wait, maybe I just disconnected actually.
Oh, you may have disconnected. I can hear you. I was just gonna say, putting it out there that Wukong bot lane with Ash support, slowing them down. This is another option. They really are limitless here for PGO, so we'll have to see if they trade at the end. Overall, looking at the team comps, I do like the scaling offered from Sensei Squad though, because Oriana definitely going to scale pretty hard, as well as the Zeri, and even though the Teemo will be annoying for the Zeri, Surprise isn't going to be in a position to be blinding Zeri. As we get into later team fights, it's really more of a lane phase counter, if anything.
Yeah, yeah, and I think it actually is going to be pretty valuable against Aurelia as well.
That's fair.
Just due to the fact that it kind of halts Aurelia in her place. So oh, okay, so they are swapping. Let's see if they swap back. I'm gonna go with
I think
15
it's
just because you said 15 as the
I actually think it's more.
threshold.
I think it's past.
It
I
should
think
be
it's
more. It should be about 20, but
yeah.
either way, yeah. I mean, Holgrain Man's gonna be taking Team on the mid lane here, into
Okay, okay.
Oriana. So I think, honestly,
It
I
could be
think
worse. I mean, it's into a matchup that's definitely not going to like pressure him as hard as like, I don't know, something like a LeBlanc would or something like that. But yeah, so I mean, I guess he'll probably just be looking to farm through lane phase. I mean, I don't imagine that you would have a large amount of pressure on Oriana either. Oriana's auto attacks are buffed up by the passive, but certainly she doesn't need them to like that's not her primary form of wave clear necessarily. So
yeah. I mean, I don't think that Teemo should be able to play in this lane at all.
I
But
mean, you
that's
are
my opinion.
I mean, well, here's what I'll say. I think that the first couple levels as Teemo, if you can substantially damage the Oriana and kind of push her out of the lane and build a little bit of an XP advantage, you're pretty much going to look to use that to like roam around. But at the same time that I say that, it's Teemo. It doesn't have any wave clear at all. So your ability to push out the lane and do that is limited. And then I do agree with you. Like once Oriana just gets a few levels under her belt and kind of hits that first like lost chapter and especially first full item, she just outranges. And I mean, there's no way Teemo can ever be in it. But PGO as always keeping it interesting for us in this one with this pick.
Yep, interesting compositions all around here. We're gonna take a short break for the competitive integrity spectator delay, but we'll be back for game number 3 of the Thursday quarterfinals between PGO and Sensei Squad. And we are back onto the Rift for game number 3 between PGO and Sensei Squad. PGO back on the red side. Huffzone on Wukong in the top lane, Charizard on Warwick in the jungle, Holgrain Man bringing out the Teemo in the mid lane, and Odd Mitch and Surprise rounding out the bottom lane with the Ashe and the Gallia. Hold on 1 second here, as Aquatic Bear might be in trouble. Caught on the wrong side of the rift.
Yeah, I think he should be able to run it out. Does also have the Ghost, if that was actually needed, but Charizard is going to try to set that up. So the Ghost will be popped, but pretty short cooldown.
Nicholas started E also. I think that's pretty bad.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I don't think that that's ideal at all for the Aurelia, especially in the matchup that's going to bring this much pressure with the Wukong bringing the Ignite. But speaking of the Aurelia, on the blue side, we do have the Sensei Squad with potentially their last hurrah here on Summoner's Rift in the CCS this split. If they cannot find the victory, Nicholas in the top lane on the Aurelia. We got Aquatic Bear, Shyvana in the jungle, Veneris in the mid lane with Oriana, Matrix Shadow on the Zeri, and then the kid, you know what it is, has the Zillion this time. So a little late on the intro there, but nothing happening so far. Oh, we missed. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, you didn't get to give your prediction, bro.
Yeah, it's okay.
You would have been wrong.
It's okay.
My play-by-play caster thought that Teemo was going to camp the bush.
I was thinking Holgrain Man was going to do some sort of cheese action, like every good Teemo player does, and just get an early first blood and burn flash, but instead they invaded. You know what? If Aquatic Bear didn't get caught on the other side of the rift there, on the other side of that wall, he would have done it. I'm sticking to it.
Yeah. I mean, they went for the invade, or, I mean, not really even, I guess. They kind of went for the stack at the beginning instead and didn't get anything out of it. But already here, even just level 2, you can see, like, yes, Holgrain Man can blind away there with the Q, but Veneris is able to trade back pretty well, and Holgrain Man does pick up the press the attack here. I guess, maybe I'm not as familiar with Teemo builds Ride chains, but I mean, I know that this is a pretty common choice, even if you are going to end up building AP, but I feel like he might struggle to actually get, like, proc the press of the attack, specifically against Orianna in this mid lane, where, you know, there's not as long as in the top lane.
Yeah, I agree, actually. I mean, Orianna's going to pretty much outrange you all around. As some fighting going down in the bottom lane here, but yeah, it's gonna be pretty hard, I think, for Hogerman to ever proc that. Usually you see it taken into, like, you know, melee matchups where you're
Right.
gonna be able to easily proc and abuse that press the attack bonus damage, but I don't know. I'm not seeing much I'm not seeing it gonna happen a lot here in this game. But you know, we'll see what happens as the laning phase goes on here, but for the time being, not much has happened. Junglers taking their resets. Oh no, Charizard staying around. Maybe gonna look for something. Surprise, has the flash with the taunt too, man. It looks good. Charizard's running in, but a beautiful double bomb from the Kid. Flashing forward is Charizard, but they just can't find any kills, and a nice job by the Sensei squad bottom lane to just absorb that play.
Yeah, it's 4 for 2 in summoner spells in the favor of the Sensei squad, with only the flash from the Kid and then the heal from Matrix Shadow being used. All 3 flashes blown on the side of PGO. So moving forward, that is going to be a big advantage as Charizard continues to stay around this bottom lane here. But as we were seeing in the top side, Nick Laws is taking advantage of this pick.
Matrix gonna get taunted up again. Has the flash available. It's gonna use it, but Charizard follows him and will get the first blood, but the Ignite is taking down, and the Kid's gonna find the kill in return.
Yeah, and it's the Warwick Q, the Warwick expert here we have in Charizard, and he uses it as if he is, showing that he is that expert with the Q, following the flash. Also just kind of an unfortunate flash there from Matrix. Thought that it looked like he was deciding to hold on to it after he didn't flash away from the Galio taunt. I just thought that he would probably hold that one for the next fight, but does end up using it. So, the Kid trading back is nice to get the 1-for-1, but I think that it is a little bit of an advantage for PGO considering the loss of summoner spell as well. And, once again, Veneris finally able to look a little bit better in this matchup.
Yeah, it's kind of something that we came to expect here. Okay, man, just autoing for fun. Getting
Press the
pretty
attack
evenly, yeah. And press the attack was proc there. Dragon's gonna go over to PGO, so more of the same. Early domination in the neutral objectives for Charizard and Predictive Gaming Odin. We'll see if Surprise can find something in this mid lane, but no flash. So I don't know. I don't think so.
No flash on Surprise. Also, Veneris still has flash of his own available, and with the trading pattern that we saw there, going quite a bit longer, with Teemo being able to proc the press the attack, that's when things look good. But Nick Laws is in trouble.
Getting cycloned on. The second knockup comes through with the Ignite taking down, and Huffstone's gonna flash under the tower and take the kill. Solo kill in the top lane for Huffstone.
It is the solo bolo kill coming through from Huffstone, who has been the, really the more successful top laner in this series. I do want to take into account what, kind of the tools that Nick Laws has been given. But Zone has been playing very, very well, and there it's just a matter of counting the XP as Matrix Shadow does get away, and just a little bit of an advantage for Huffstone, and he takes advantage of it.
Yeah, and look at Odd Mitch just smacking down, the Kid here with these autos and Aquatic Bear into this bottom lane. Here we go. Matrix Shadow's under threat. One more auto should do it there, and Odd Mitch is going to find the kill, but will go down to Aquatic Bear. Surprise is going to fall as well here, so a double kill for Aquatic Bear. It's going to feel very nice for Sensei Squad's jungler.
Yeah, it certainly will. And Shyvana, we see this attack, those 2 daggers being picked up so far. So going for some sort of attack speed build could be the attack speed sort of AP style with Nashor's Tooth. We see that oftentimes with this champion. Could be more of a, old style on hit build, but I feel like that's like a little bit less likely. But either way, it will scale really hard. I had mentioned Hunter Wolfsteal for Iconic playing it last week, and he showcased that as well, that that E starts to just do so much damage if you do decide to go that AP route. Otherwise, lots of skirmishing capabilities for this champion.
Yeah, definitely. Shyvana's, one of these champions, like you said, that can have a lot of different builds. you know, the AP. Oh, hold on, bottom lane is Jacob's arrow is gonna find Matrix Shadow. No dash is available, and does have the heal though. And Odd Mitch is just firing away these arrows. Holgren man in the mid lane, going under the tower. Yeah, okay. Veneris gonna find the solo kill in the top lane. Nicola is in the 1v2 situation, trying to find the damage, but no. As Huffstone's gonna find another kill, and PGO has an early game lead.
They do have an early game lead, even with Whole Grain Man dying under the turret to Veneris. The tables have been, well, actually the tables have not been turned because he died under the opponent's turret. But either way, it is Veneris just kind of getting a free lane face here.
Oh my gosh, Aquatic Bears in. Beautiful double bomb. You know the kid. As Warwick Ultimate's going to be channeled out, it's going to be traded 1-for-1, jungler for jungler. As of now, Veneris has made their way here as Huffstone now could be in trouble. We'll just use that W in the blast cone to get away. Holgren man's on the way. Veneris. This could be a little bit too far for Veneris as Nicholas is on the way. No shockwave yet as Huffstone's going to go back in, deal some damage back. Nicholas has the stun. It is proper and it is true. And the 450 is going to go over to Nicholas.
Yeah, so Nicholas is able, well, really it's Aquatic Bear buying enough time Veneris buying enough time for Nicholas to get back up there, and getting the kill credit at the end of that is going to be very important for Aurelia to stay competitive with Huffzone, who notably did take Ignite into the teleport, so there will be some more ability to answer this split push or split push himself for Nicholas, but Charizard would like to punish this.
No,
not going to be able to do so.
They expended Ashe ulti for that as well.
Yep. And it's going to be, I think, at least one turret plate.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
I think they got one at least. I think Nicholas got one turret plate at least. So that's a good amount of gold traded back on top of the 450 he got from the kill. So went back to base. I didn't see what items he had before, but looking like he's a little bit closer to Huffzone now. If not, maybe even a little bit ahead. But the Cull and Tier.
Yeah.
I don't know if did he build that in game 1? I don't remember.
I don't remember the
interesting choice.
But yeah, I mean, Nicholas 300 gold up now on Huffzone, which is very interesting. Surprise. He's gonna get surprised there as Aquatic Bear goes Dragon, and gonna miss the E for now, but Veneris chunking out Holgren man a little bit as the Dragon is started up by Sensei squad. I would imagine PGO is gonna want to fight this.
Ashe ult coming up soon. Just a couple seconds.
We're so low. There it is. Headshot onto Aquatic Bear. Rook entrance over the top as Chaka's gonna find 2, but it doesn't matter because Oddmitch is gonna get the kill credit on the enemy jungler, so the Dragon is gonna be free and over to PGO.
I don't really understand what was preventing Sensei from just rushing that. I don't understand. Like,
oh, top lane fight, Huffzone looking for the 1v1 again as ultimates come out, but the Monkey King is superior. Gonna win out in that 1v1 as now Oddmitch could be in trouble here. Final spark comes through as the double palm is proper, and Oddmitch is gonna flash away to safety, but I don't think the flash will save you as Matrix has a flash of his own. Gonna find a 600 gold shutdown on that Ashe.
Yeah, that's huge for the Zeri to pick up that gold, given that Matrix has fallen substantially behind in this game. 21 CS down on Oddmitch's Ashe, which has looked really good in this series, but Aquatic Bear
looking for Huffzone under the tower. Oh, not enough damage. Oh yeah, actually Red Smite should be enough.
Oh, he doesn't.
No? Oh. Wow, the refillable potion is enough to keep Huffzone alive. Almost actually got the return kill in the emote. Chucking it up for good measure.
God. Yeah, that was really, really close. I think Aquatic Bear definitely thought that the Red Smite would have enough to finish it out there. Also did not want to die to the turret, obviously, but Huffzone keeping himself alive will be big, and another Rift Herald going over to PGO, who has just been super, super dominant over these neutral objectives, I would say all series long. Picking up the soul there in game 1. We saw both Rift Heralds going over in game 2, and really the same story here again. I would say the only difference is Whole Grain Man in the mid lane, who has managed to keep up in CS, but has not fared very well in the 1v1 kind of, skirmishing back and forth here with the Orianna, and I would imagine that will continue as we go through the game. But I said that before about the pick for Whole Grain Man, that it would get outscaled. It wasn't Teemo before, I'll say that, but yeah, you know, you never know what he can do, I guess. Is here we see the bush camping that you were waiting for, but nothing.
No,
Nope.
I mean, yeah, there's no action happening right now, but what I'm thinking is like right where the kid is standing, kind of just hovering around that wall and just going in level 1. Ooh, double bomb onto Odd Mitch. We'll see if there's any damage to follow up, but instead Odd Mitch is running away after hitting that double bomb because the numbers are in favor of PGO in this play. Dragon spawning in 2.5, and it's 2 dragons to 0 in favor of PGO. So, like we've mentioned, like we've said, in every single game this series, the neutral objectives have been dominated by Charizard. And you have to imagine that Aquatic Bear, kind of wants to get some of this done, but Aquatic Bear hasn't been able to find many ganks in general to get done. With that being said, Herald spawned in this top lane. This tower is going to go down. That's going to be first tower. Gold is going to be influxed into Huff Zone on this Wukong.
Yeah, the gold really being funneled up onto the top side. Again, this static sort of identity has worked out really well for them, but Odd Mitch...
Oh, Odd Mitch! Oh!
Doesn't even need it.
All right, he came through in the top lane, though. Nicholas running for the hill. Stand United. Flash taunt is true from surprise, but the Chrono Break is there to revive Nick Lulz, and he's going to be able to come back alive with the Shelly getting the charge on the inner tower. But nonetheless, Flash is burned by a lot of those PGO members. It's going to be 2 flashes traded for 0 in that top play.
Yeah, so is the positive trade of summoner spells again. The question is whether or not they can actually do something with that, because we've seen this occur even earlier in this very game, that these flashes are blown from Sensei squad, but can they continue to target that side of the map? We'll see, I guess, is the answer here, as Matrix Shadow has been able to just farm up a lot in the bot lane and did opt for the Essence Reaver as first item. I know, Rychains, you were talking about kind of these crit builds that are coming up a little bit more. So that is going to be the first choice, which does give the crit, and then Noon Quiver as well is going to indicate that, yes, it will indeed be the crit build for the Zeri. What do you anticipate for the Noon Quiver item, though?
I mean, either Gale Force or Kraken, probably. I think you don't really need, I don't think you really need Shield, though, in this game. There's not that much burst damage that, is gonna burst you down 100 to 0. I think Kraken is what people are seeing, but I also haven't seen Crit Zeri being built in a really long time, so...
I mean, I know, Zeri is already a very mobile champion. There's kind of an argument that Gale Force is even better on those kind of champions, but also in terms of stats, I know that AD carry mains everywhere rip me to shreds. We gotta fight.
Here we go. Enchantress Arrow's gonna find the mark on to Aquatic Bear and just gonna get absolutely destroyed there in the middle of 4 members. And PGO again, first to the play, getting the pick, and are gonna be able to take down this dragon with no jungler coming out from Sensei squad.
Yeah, Sensei squad trying to contest for an objective that they have already lost control over the area.
Let's go. We like that double bomb there. Over the top, Charizard trying to find the ultimate, but not going to find the mark there, as Odd Mitch is going to go and find that kill. Matrix has to run for the hills, and we'll just bounce over that wall, but 3 dragons to 0. Soul point at 16.5 minutes, and, PGO is looking real good.
Yeah, yikes. Yeah, I mean, it's looking difficult here for Sensei squad. Nick Lulz was able to, or did stay in the top lane.
Oh my gosh, Matrix Shadow going over the wall, aggressing far forward. Unfortunately for PGO, no punish was available there, and Odd Mitch is just smacking away at the tower in the bottom lane. For the time being, gold is still even. 2 kills in favor of PGO, and the neutral objectives have been all theirs, but look at in the side, Charizard coming around the back. Matrix Shadow is way too far forward. I think as a Chrono Break is going to revive the Sensei squad AD carry for the time being. Warwick does not have ultimate yet, so can't really dive forward, but numbers advantage for Sensei squad as they push through mid. Enchantress Arrow is not going to find the mark. Charizard's going to get double bombed up. They could look for him here as the hero's entrance over the top. Not going to find any knockups.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you point out, right, Chains, that this gold is, in fact, fairly even. A little bit of a lead for PGO, but, overall, for it being 18 minutes in-ish, it really not that much to just have a 700 about gold lead here. And I feel like that is the story of this series, is just how much you can do with the gold that you have, because PGO, I mean, if you took away the gold, I would say it really looks to me like they're ahead, just kind of the way that they're playing. But I do have to give some credit to Sensei Squad here in this last, couple minutes or so, pushing up into the mid lane and trying to use some of the sieging ability that is, you do have with Zillion in particular, but also even Orianna offering more range than at least the Teemo as far as wave clear goes. So burning a lot of cooldowns, and it is important to keep in mind that these team fights could definitely turn one way or the other. I mean, Nick Law's, he has fallen victim to these ganks early, but the Aurelia can get going.
Oddmitch is just absolutely slamming these Enchanted Crystal arrows right now, but there really is no follow-up there, as the Herald is half HP from Aquatic Bear, 4k. Double Bomb's not going to stun anyone, and Whole Grain Man is just zoning out two members here with these Teemo Shrooms. Herald's going to go down as Aquatic Bear is going to go in. Just going to die. Shockwave's going to hit two, but look at Oddmitch on the side here, getting one kill, finding the 1v1 victory against Matrix Shadow, and Whole Grain Man is running down Veneris. One more auto should be enough with the poison, but the speed and the shields are too much from the Orianna. Herald's going to go over to PGO as well as 3 kills.
Yeah, and PGO just say thanks for the leash. Aquatic Bear trying to make, something happen. Oh, this 1v1 though.
Top lane, Nicholas gonna find it. Nicholas should find the 1v1. Yes, will turn it around. Ignite comes down from Huffstone, but it's not enough, as now the Herald spawn in this mid lane. Tier 2 is gonna fall. Shelly should be able to get one more charge off onto the inhib tower, but that'll regen. Oh no, smite Aquatic Bear, so.
Yeah, and I mean, it's still, even with that going through, all of a sudden the gold lead has jumped to 3.2k, like just as I was talking about how there wasn't that much of a gold lead. But this is the reason why I was kind of lobbying for Nick Laws to get something like the Aurelia. He was ganked a lot early on. I don't really necessarily think that it was his fault falling behind in the matchup, because in the actual 1v1 it seemed like it was generally pretty okay, and is able to take down the kill there, even with the ignite being there and used for Huffzone. So I think from here on out he has it is kind of a skill matchup, but I do think Nichols has a pretty good shot at continuing to have the advantage in this lane. But it's just kind of too late, as that arrow does go wide. Or I guess that's the question for me, is it too late? I guess will the rest of Sensei be able to hold the line for long enough for Nick Laws? And they're gonna try to do something bot lane. I don't know what.
I don't think they can. I mean, dragon spawning in 48 seconds, or actually 35 seconds now. As teleport's coming in from Veneris, so we're gonna get a 5v5 here. You gotta, it's so point here.
Gale Force.
I like the Gale Force Ash build a lot, actually. I think it works very well with the champion, but we're not going to talk about that now, as Puffstone looking for the 1v1 onto Veneris. Shockwaves and ultimates are being used. 1 HP as Veneris is running for the hills, but Nicola is going to go down. Look at Charizard on the flank, going to bite the robot. Go on a killing spree there, and the dragon is going to be all PGO. Should be able to carry this Mountain Soul for themselves here. And honestly, they could just look to go Baron. I don't think there's anyone stopping them, but as Aquatic Bear is trying to get mid tower, but it's going to be hard. I mean, you can't really, because Oddmitch is chasing you down. Face checking in is a little bit scary there, as Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to find the stun, and now Aquatic Bear is trying to turn it around. Use the Ghost in, challenging Smite over the top, but there's too much peel from this Ash. Too many slows and too much soft CC there, where Aquatic Bear can't get on him unless you have the ultimate.
Yeah, and just the frost shot from Ash. That's kind of the idea of it, I guess, is that, it makes her really hard to play melees against, and Oddmitch just totally showcasing that there, as he's able to kite it out and get a little bit of help from Surprise on the back end of that play. But Veneris once again, even after winning lane. Oh,
Nicholas should be able to find this. Yeah. I mean, that's just easy. It's that easy. But on the other side of the map, though, Matrix Shadow going in, but Oddmitch is flashing forward and gonna find a solo kill there. PGO finishing up the Baron. They're gonna be wearing purple, and now the rest of Sensei Squad is going in one by one. They are going to get wiped out, and 3 kills for 1 in favor of PGO. They're wearing the Baron, and they're pushing down mid.
They are going to push right down this mid lane. Probably going to be able to pick up an inhibitor turret, I would think here. They only have like 3 minions, and they are not going to have a champion tank the turret for some reason. But
they have another wave.
Yeah, they do have. They have another minion wave. You're right.
Woohoo! Again, Odd Mitch headshotted. Aquatic Bear has to use the ultimate to get out. Fear's gonna come through from Charizard going under the towers. Maybe a little bit too far forward. Charizard should be traded back. As I don't know, this might dispel the rest of the PGO aggression. You know the kid's gonna flash forward with the double bomb, but it's not really gonna get anything done.
So yeah, it will be Sensei Squad not allowing the game to end quite yet, as Charizard just pushes up a little bit too far and does end up getting taken down. So PGO just going to go back to the base, spend all of this gold that they have. They still have the Baron available for some time. And Odd Mitch definitely playing at a very high level in this series. You know, we had talked about earlier how there's been some swapping back and forth in these bot lane positions. Odd Mitch has been the AD carry 1 week, Surprise the next. I think they've been struggling to kind of find some comfort there as to the right fit, but it seems like this is kind of what they've settled on, and if Odd Mitch is able to play this well through the playoffs, it's going to put them in a pretty strong spot.
Yeah, and I believe Odd Mitch has started off the series, or started off the season as a support, right? Oh, hold on.
He started last
Hold on
season,
one
he was
second.
support.
Yeah,
This season he started AD.
Oh, heroic entrance over the top, and this is going to be enough to take down Nicholas. You would have loved to see that kill go over to Holgren, man, but nonetheless, Surprise is going to take the credit for that one as Offzone tries to look for the 1v2. Oh my gosh, is able to take down Aquatic Bear, and now it's the run for the hills, but look at the other side here as Matrix is getting attacked by the Warwick. Chronobreak is going to get the revive here as Odd Mitch is in the area, and this is just a really bad situation. If you're on Sensei Squad here, Matrix Shadow is going to go down. You know the kid is going to go down. A double kill for Charizard as the bottom lane tier 2 is going to fall as well, and it's time for PGO to just ravage the base of Sensei Squad.
It is time, and even though Huffzone is just running out of the base trying to get in on the fun, Charizard already trying to push in towards the Nexus turrets. And he's going to get stunned up.
Stunned up as they're going for him. Nice fear there, though, by Charizard as this bottom lane inhibitor tower is under threat. Holgren, man, is just, you know, shooting away at it. Does have 2 items completed now, and his heart is hurting on this Teemo.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and full credit to Holgren, man. You know, he is, in fact, doing that damage, but
oh my gosh,
really a beneficiary of the team.
Nicholas stun onto 2. Here we go. Into the backline. Enchantress Arrow is going to find Matrix Shadow as Nicholas falls. Upzone trying to find Matrix Shadow and will easily find Matrix Shadow, but a 3-man Shockwave doesn't really mean a whole lot as the Nexus towers are under siege. They're still going as we're on to the Zillion now. You know the kid gonna use that chrono break, but it's only gonna delay the inevitable. A 4 for 0. Vanera's trying to find 1 kill, traded back as he will find Holgren, man, but gonna get taunted up and taken down. Double kill for Huffzone. The Nexus towers are falling, and PGO is gonna take the series 3-0.
PGO, they've had a tough split, but they avoid the choking when it really matters here against Sensei Squad. No nonsense whatsoever in this series. You know, Sensei Squad did have some moments of success in some of these early games, but by the end here, PGO just showcasing absolute dominance, showing that they really are the superior players, both individually as well as a squad as a whole. And they show us that tonight, and I think that it definitely makes you know, whoever ends up facing them, whether it's Shadows or Goldfish, I think you come out of this series thinking of PGO as a little bit stronger than you might have in the regular season.
Yeah, and I think if you're, you know, if you're one of these teams moving forward, you have to kind of exploit the weak early game a little bit harder from PGO. Now, obviously, you know, they've shown that they are very, very capable of coming back into the later game, and even game 3, you know, they're actually ahead in the early game, so it shows that they can play both ways. But you know, like we've mentioned before, and like we've seen this entire season, they do have a tendency to get a little bit behind in the early game, but nonetheless looked very, very strong today, able to come back and, take these big team fight victories. And we're gonna throw it to a break, but we're gonna get an interview with the mid laner from PGO, Whole Grain Man. You're not gonna want to miss it, so don't go anywhere. And we are back with the winning mid laner, Whole Grain Man from PGO. Whole Grain Man, thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me, lads.
Yeah, so I guess just to start it off, I mean, how are you feeling off the back of that 3-0, clean sweep in the quarterfinals?
Pretty good. I think we were favored from all the predictions, so maybe not too surprising, but a nice quick one.
Yeah, and
A bit unlike PGO's record.
Absolutely. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was just gonna say, yeah, all the predictions went that way, but we've seen weirder things for sure. So definitely has to be reassuring for your team to take the series in such dominant fashion. But we can't ignore it. We're not gonna dance around it. Tell us about this Teemo pick in the third game. Like, was this kind of just a flex or a troll, or were you imprisoned and forced into it? Like, what's going on here?
Well, the story is I heard some little birdies telling me I wasn't getting many CCS All-Star votes compared to these other guys, even though I beat all the top players this regular season. So to entice votes, I put that 20 reacts for a Teemo mid, and I of course got to follow through. I only had to hold my team hostage a little bit in draft and force them, but
Okay, all right. So you're the one who was holding them hostage. So, I mean, it ended up working out, obviously. So we'll maybe see it in the bans in the future here. But you move on now to the semifinals, where obviously you'll be against either Goldfish or Shadows, who did end up getting the second seed. So it will be Goldfish's choice, but do you have, I don't know if, you're allowed to share this, but do you have an anticipation of, who you think you're going to be against in that semifinal matchup?
I mean, I'm pretty sure we're gonna be against Goldfish. I heard that they're like ego players, that they just want to pick the hardest matchup to try to prove something, but
Yeah, I mean that certainly has been the theme in the CCS. You unfortunately fell victim to it last split from Collective, but kind of speaking of last split versus this split, you're back into the semifinals, and I'm wondering if how do you evaluate kind of your team and how you're playing right now as a 5-man unit in comparison to your team going into semifinals last year. I know that there's obviously a one player difference, a little bit of a positional difference too for Oddmitch, but do you feel like you're stronger this year? I know there's been some bumps in the road.
stronger this year compared to last year. I mean, probably. I mean, we've all probably grown as a team. I think our comms are probably a little bit better. Surprise brings a lot of good voice to the team, so our playstyle is a little bit different with Wake not being on the team, but I think it's a good thing. We've had some success with it.
Yeah, and so you mentioned Wake not being on the team anymore. Kind of was known for playing some of those weak side bottom picks, just like living up to his name. So it seemed like this series you were maybe going back to that a little bit more, with the Ezreal and the Ashe. So again, I know you don't want to give away too much, but do you feel like you're settling into a specific kind of play style as a team as we kind of go through the playoffs here, or I suppose you don't want to pigeonhole yourself too much?
I probably won't say too much, but I mean, I think we have the flexibility to play a lot of different champs. I think this series is the first time we pulled out LeBlanc and Wukong and all of CCS this season. So I finally got my way and got to play my favorite champion. So I'm happy at least.
Absolutely. And yeah, well, I really appreciate you joining us, Whole Grain Man. Anything that you have to say to the faithful fans out there before we let you go for the evening?
I will say only the true faithful fans will remember that I did play Teemo mid before.
Oh,
in the CCS All-Stars last season against Mr. P Help Zone himself, and might have gave him the big L. Let's just say.
You just use this time to flame your own teammate. That's a great decision, definitely. And yeah, I mean, honestly, I blame Rychains because he literally casted that, so definitely
did.
should have remembered.
I did, yeah. That one's on me. I didn't remember it till just now.
Come
But it was
on,
a
dude.
little. It was strange. I remember it
is
was pretty
this?
strange. It was.
All right,
But
well,
yeah.
yeah, Rychains, I think you could send us out, baby.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you guys for watching this first quarterfinals matchup here. Be back next week, Thursday, 8 p.m. for the semifinals of year 1 in the CCS. We might see PGO back on here. We might see someone else. I don't think the other series ended yet, so we don't really know what's happening over there. But nonetheless, thank you guys for watching. Have a good week, and we'll see you next time.